Chapter 5260. In the blink of an eye, he had killed the cursed being. Such power, it had already reached a level that Lin Feng could not fathom. Even the demon lord was deeply shocked because he knew how powerful the cursed being was. It was precisely because he knew how powerful the cursed being was that Lin Feng and the others could not comprehend the shock in his heart when he saw the cursed being killed so easily. What a noob. You actually dare to act cool in front of me, Lord Tuor. Pooh. The super cool guy curled his lips and spat before turning around to leave. Lin Feng remembered that this guy called himself Lord Tuor. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Lord Tuor, please wait." When he saw a beautiful woman, he wanted to flirt with her, so he said, "Fairy, please wait." Lin Feng realized that when he said Lord Tuor, please wait to a strange-looking little beast, he did not feel strange at all. It seemed that in the future, he could also say Fairy, please wait to those beautiful girls and then start flirting with them. This was really an innate talent. Lord Tuor turned to look at Lin Feng. He was a little apprehensive, so he asked, "Why did you call me?" Cough, cough, Junior. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Actually, he wanted to get to know Lord Tuor. Lord Tuor was really too awesome. He did not know what kind of existence he was. If he could get to know Lord Tuor, in the future, he could use Lord Tuor's tiger skin to support him. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. See you later. No, no, no. Never again. Lord Tuor did not wait for Lin Feng to finish speaking and waved his hand. Then, he instantly tore through the void and disappeared. Damn. Why did he run away? Lin Feng felt that Lord Tuor was a little strange. Was the one who ran away just now really that awesome, number one Lord Tuor in the world? Why did it feel like he was running away? Lord Tuor traveled through time and space, using the great spacetime teleportation. Damn, I actually met a descendant of that family. I'm really speechless. Fortunately, he doesn't know me. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lord Tuor could not help but feel speechless. Then, he muttered, "Speaking of which, I wonder if that old thing is already dead." Lord Tuor, of course, but then he sighed. Lin Feng couldn't hear Mr. Tuor. If he had heard him, he would have been astonished. Surprisingly, Mr. Tuor knew his ancestor. After Lord Tuor left, the cursed doll lay on the ground and gasped for breath. That was really dangerous. But who is that guy who called himself Lord Tuor? How is he so powerful? Yarrow Jun, who do you think he is? Asked Lin Feng. Looking at Yarrow Jun, Mr. Tuor was mysterious, but Yarrow Jun was knowledgeable. He also had the memories of the Holy Emperor. Maybe she knew about Lord Tui's background? Yarrow Jun said, "If I'm not wrong, this Lord Tuor. It's very likely that Lord Tuor is related to the Wastelands." He's related to the Wastelands? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel astonished. Wastelands. It was very mysterious. Lung Zishi had come from the Wastelands. However, Lung Zishi had not woken up yet. Lin Feng felt that she might wake up soon. When the time came, he could ask Lung Zishi if she had heard of Lord Tuor. Of course, this is just my guess. I don't know if I'm right. I need some time to recover. If there's nothing important, don't contact me for now. Of course, even if you try to contact me, you probably won't be able to. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord quickly flew back into the demon orb. The cursed doll said, "I think that what Yarrow Jun said is very likely. That guy is most likely a creature from the wasteland. Apart from the wasteland, it's very difficult for such a powerful being to appear anywhere else, including the three paramount realms. It's very difficult for such a terrifying being to appear." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's leave this place first." Everyone quickly nodded. They naturally did not want to stay in this place any longer. This place made them feel very depressed. It was very uncomfortable. Even if the cursed creature was already dead, this place still made them feel very uncomfortable. The group quickly rushed outside. They left the ancient city of the sea god. "How are we going to return to the real world?" the cursed child asked. "Maybe we can wait for that light to appear," Lin Feng said. "Then let's wait for a while," the cursed child said. Lin Feng and the others were quite lucky. They only had to wait for a day before the light appeared. Lin Feng and the others threw themselves in the direction of the beam of light, and when the beam of light hit them, the beam of light hit them. Lin Feng and the others instantly disappeared from the ancient city of the sea god. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others appeared in the sea outside. They did not stop and quickly left. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others landed on an island called Chongming Island. The island was not very big, but it was very lively. It was a gathering place for cultivators. After arriving, Lin Feng and the others found a place to stay and planned to cultivate in seclusion. They needed to adjust their state of mind. While Lin Feng and the others were cultivating in seclusion, Daoist Qing Shan, Immortal Qian He, Liu Wuchen, and Elder Ku Hai arrived at the sea god's domain. They had come here because they had received news about Lin Feng and knew that he had come to the sea god's domain. Thus, they came to find Lin Feng. First, they wanted to meet up with Lin Feng. Second, they wanted to see if there was anything they could do to help Lin Feng. After the 4 experts arrived, they began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. At the same time, something big happened in the sea god's domain. And that was, the mysterious ancient city of the sea god had emerged from the sea world. Then, it slowly rose into the sky. Finally, it hovered in midair. When the news spread, countless cultivators were alarmed. Many people felt that a great opportunity was about to appear. Many cultivators from the inland world heard the news and headed to the sea god's domain. Cultivators from the sea world also rushed over from various large seas. Lin Feng and the others only found out about the appearance of the ancient city of the sea god after they came out of seclusion. The last time we went there was nothing in the ancient city of the sea god. I wonder if the treasures have been hidden away? The cursed doll asked. The immortal Qian said, of course, it's also possible that there really aren't any treasures left. The ancient city of the sea god is like a huge trap waiting for others to enter. However, many cultivators who don't know the truth feel that the ancient city of the sea god must have many opportunities waiting for them to explore. Lin Feng said, what if there are still treasures in the ancient city of the sea god? If that's true, does it mean that we went there at the wrong time? That's why we didn't find any treasures or encounter any opportunities. Do you think that's possible? Chapter 5261. We can go over there and take a look. It's not a big deal anyway. The cursed doll said. The suggestion was unanimously agreed. When Lin Feng and the others arrived outside of the sea god's ancient city, there was already a huge crowd. The ancient sea god city's restriction was enveloped by a powerful restriction. When Lin Feng and the others saw the ancient city, there were no restrictions. Something had indeed happened in the ancient city. Therefore, that was why the ancient city had such changes. Many people were waiting for the ancient city to open. Then, they could enter the ancient city to look for opportunities. Lin Feng saw some old acquaintances. For example, the patrolling evil god, Xie Zi, and the others. These people had all come here to look for opportunities. They didn't act rashly. Instead, they waited for an opportunity to enter the ancient city. Lin Feng and the others didn't get too close to the ancient city. They were in the outer region of the ancient city. This way, they could avoid the detection of the patrolling evil god and the others. Fellow Daoist Lin, that's great. I really found you here. At that moment, a surprised voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw 4 people flying over. They were Daoist Qing Shan and the others. After seeing the 4 of them, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Lin Feng had gone to look for the 4 powerhouses. But he hadn't been able to find them. So, he had asked the people of the All-Knowing Pavilion to spread some news. If the 4 powerhouses knew about the news, they would know where he was. At that time, they would be able to contact each other. It seemed, the 4 powerhouses had indeed heard about him. Since they had come to look for him, this meant, they had probably found the place where Saint Ancestor Samsara had passed away. Fellow Taoists, it's been a few years. How is everything? Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked. It's fine, it's fine. Daoist Qing Shan and the others hurriedly nodded. Everyone was a little emotional. Time had indeed passed too quickly. The scene of them sitting together to discuss the location where Saint Ancestor Samsara had passed away was still vivid in their minds. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Just like that, time had passed silently. Said Lin Feng. "Let me introduce you," said Lin Feng. "This is my friend, the cursed doll. This is my brother, Little Sunday. This is my other friend, Yu Er." Lin Feng introduced the cursed doll and the others to the four powerhouses. Lin Feng didn't tell them that Yu Er was the sea girl. Because the sea girl had walked out of those unfortunate days, she needed a new identity, not the other way round. She continued immersing herself in the past. Lin Feng introduced the four strong cultivators to the cursed child and the others. "This is Daoist Qing Shan, this is immortal Qian He. This is fellow Daoist Liu, this is old man Withered Sea." A great my pleasure. After Lin Feng finished introducing them, they both clenched their fists and greeted each other. After everyone got to know each other, Fairy Qian He smiled and said, "We were looking for you in the sea god's domain, but we didn't find anything useful." Then, news of the sea god's ancient city appearing spread throughout the sea god's domain. "When we heard about it, we guessed that you might be heading to the sea god's ancient city. So, we hurried over. When we arrived, we saw you," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I was planning to go look for you. Meeting you here is truly a joyous occasion." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "Fellow Taoists, since you came to look for me, does that mean you've already found the location where Saint Ancestor Samsara died?" The four nodded. They couldn't help but smile. Saint Ancestor Samsara was such a terrifying existence. They had actually found the location where he died. Once they entered, they might be able to obtain a great fortune. Moreover, most importantly, they were the only ones who knew where sacred ancestor Samsara had died. It was different from the sea god's ancient city. If a fortune appeared in the sea god's ancient city, it would definitely be fought over by countless cultivators. It was hard to say who would obtain it in the end. If one's luck was bad, they might even die in the process of fighting over the fortune. Or they might be killed and their treasures stolen. All of these were highly possible. Lin Feng said, "Let's take a look at the situation in the sea god's ancient city first. Then, we'll discuss where Saint Ancestor Samsara died." The four experts didn't have any objections to this. Perhaps there was a great fortune waiting for them in the sea god's ancient city. Even if there were many people fighting over it, however, their strength wasn't bad. Now that they had Lin Feng and the others, their strength had increased. Naturally, they could compete for it. 3 days later, the restrictions around the sea god's ancient city gradually dissipated. Many cultivators impatiently flew towards the city and pushed open the gates. A large number of cultivators entered the sea god's ancient city. When Lin Feng entered the city, he was astonished. Curse energy. Why was there curse energy here? Didn't curse energy dissipate with the death of the cursed being? "We can't stay here for long. Let's go," the cursed doll said. Clearly, the cursed doll had sensed that something was wrong. "Why are we leaving?" Liu Wuchen asked, puzzled. "It's not convenient to talk about it here. Let's go," Lin Feng said. The four experts didn't understand what was going on. However, they still nodded. They squeezed their way out with Lin Feng and the others. Everyone was rushing in. Only Lin Feng and the others walked out. Lin Feng and the others didn't try to persuade the cultivators who had entered the city. Mo Fei tried to persuade them. Would they just leave? Of course not. They were waiting to enter and search for the fortune. Who would listen to others' advice? Lin Feng and the others flew out of the sea god's ancient city. Then, they flew into the distance. The group stood in the void and watched as a large number of cultivators poured into the sea god's ancient city. The four experts were still very confused. They didn't know why Lin Feng and the others had chosen to leave at this time. Did they not want the fortune in the sea god's ancient city? Qing Shan Daoist asked, "Why did you leave?" Lin Feng said, "Before the sea god's ancient city appeared, we entered it and almost died inside. At that time, we didn't find any fortune and were lucky enough to leave the city. Later, the city appeared again, and we wondered if the time we entered was wrong, so we didn't find any fortune. So, we decided to enter and explore the city. However, as soon as we entered, we discovered that the city was shrouded in a terrifying curse energy. The cursed being that wanted to kill us was very likely stronger than a true immortal. We thought that it was already dead, but now it seems that it's possible that it's still alive. Those people who entered were simply sending themselves to their deaths. When they heard Lin Feng's words, the 4 experts' expressions changed. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of this book. Chapter 5262. The 4 experts who originally wanted to enter the ancient sea god city did not plan to do so now. Daoist Qing Shan said, "Since we've decided not to go to the ancient sea god city, why don't we go to the West Sea and see if we can enter the place where sacred ancestor Samsara fell? If we can, there will be great opportunities waiting for us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Everyone had great expectations and interest in entering the place where sacred ancestor Samsara fell. Lin Feng was extremely obsessed with entering the place because Lin Feng wanted to enter the reincarnation passage to find Feng Yaoguang. Sacred ancestor Samsara's supreme treasure, the gate of reincarnation, could connect to the reincarnation passage. Therefore, if they could find the gate of reincarnation, it meant that Lin Feng could use this supreme treasure to enter the reincarnation passage. The ancient starship Shenyuan was flying quickly above the sea. Lin Feng and the others were sitting in the cabin. Spiritual tea was boiling on the table. Lin Feng and the others chatted and talked about what had happened in the past few years. Lin Feng briefly talked about some of the things he had experienced in the past few years. The 4 experts also told Lin Feng about some of the things they had experienced in the past few years. When the 4 experts came to the West Sea, they began to search for the place where sacred ancestor Samsara fell. Because the 4 experts had already found some clues, their goal was very clear. They followed the clues, but unfortunately, the clues were cut off. The 4 experts then went to several dangerous sea areas to look for new clues. They had experienced many dangers in those seas, and they had really found some clues. Shattered Sea Area. This was a sea area deep in the West Sea world. The reason why the Shattered Sea Area was called so was because this place was very strange. The void was originally intact. It could break at any time. This was an extremely terrifying thing. If one was sucked into the broken void, for cultivators, it was simply a disaster. Therefore, very few people went to that place. Of course, it did not mean that no one entered the Shattered Sea Area. The Shattered Sea Area was rich in some special treasures. Therefore, some cultivators took the risk to enter the Shattered Sea Area to look for those treasures. When the 4 experts entered the Shattered Sea Area, they almost died. According to the 4 experts, there was an extremely terrifying creature in the Shattered Sea Area. Every time the fog appeared at night, that terrifying creature would appear. At that time, the 4 experts met that terrifying creature. Fortunately, the 4 experts were lucky and managed to escape. This made Lin Feng was very surprised. What was this creature in the Shattered Sea Area? How could it be so powerful? Asked Lin Feng. Even the 4 strong cultivators didn't know what it was. 3 months later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Broken Sea territory. The Shattered Sea domain was indeed a terrifying place. From time to time, the void would shatter. When the void shattered, a large amount of space-time energy gushed out. Even the was to the sky was to not to the shattered space to the sky to the was to the sky sea area. If he were to be swept into the space-time turbulence by the space-time energy, it would definitely be an extremely tragic thing. Lin Feng and the rest flew down from the Shenyuan ancient starship. The Shenyuan ancient starship was huge. Naturally, it was not suitable to fly in the Shattered Sea Area. Lin Feng put away the ancient starship and the group entered the Shattered Sea Area. The 4 experts had a good understanding of the Shattered Sea Area. Therefore, there was no delay on the way. They went straight to the place where sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the rest finally arrived at the place where sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen. This area was located on an island deep in the Shattered Sea Area. Around the island, there were powerful restrictions. The 4 experts did not manage to land on the island. Because they could not pass through the restrictions. The 4 experts were golden immortals. Yet, they could not pass through the restrictions. One could see how powerful the restrictions were. Since you can't land on the island, how do you know that this is where sacred ancestor Samsara died? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Immortal Qianhe said, it's because we obtained a keepsake. After we arrived here, the keepsake started to fluctuate. Therefore, we guessed that sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen on this island. Keepsake? What keepsake? Lin Feng asked curiously. The keepsake was with Daoist Qing Shan. Daoist Qing Shan heard Lin Feng ask about the keepsake. Daoist Qing Shan took out the keepsake. Lin Feng realized that the keepsake Immortal Qianhe had mentioned was actually a jade pendant. It was a very special jade pendant. The color of the pendant seemed to be marble. From the outside, it looked like a low-quality jade pendant. However, this was not a low-quality jade pendant. It was called the reincarnation jade. It was an extremely rare type of jade. Daoist Qing Shan said, this reincarnation jade was worn by sacred ancestor Samsara for a period of time. Therefore, it can sense his aura. Lin Feng nodded. He took the reincarnation jade from Daoist Qing Shan. Then, Lin Feng realized, the reincarnation jade. There were indeed waves of fluctuations coming from it. The thing that caused the reincarnation jade to vibrate. It seemed to be on the island. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. If that was the case, it was very likely that the sacred ancestor of Samsara had fallen in the depths of the island. Lin Feng returned the reincarnation jade to Daoist Qing Shan and said, since that's the case, let's go in and take a look. Everyone nodded. Lin Feng said, the restrictions here are very powerful. Everyone, stay by my side. Don't act on your own. Okay. Everyone hurriedly replied. Lin Feng was an authority in array formations. So, they did not dare to disobey Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the lead and entered the area densely covered with restrictions. He led the way. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Everyone flew in the direction of the island. At this moment, the densely packed restrictions swept towards Lin Feng and the others. It was as if those restrictions were sentient. They actually knew how to encircle Lin Feng and the others. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, and he led everyone through the array formation. Along the way, there was no danger. 2 hours later, they saw the island. The island was covered with a dense ancient forest. It was very primitive. It was unknown how many years it had been since anyone had set foot on the island. Lin Feng and the others could not help but speed up. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's blood began to flow rapidly. It was as if some terrifying danger was rapidly approaching their group. This caused Lin Feng's expression to change slightly. Chapter 5263. Lin Feng reminded them with a solemn expression, everyone, be careful. An unknown danger is approaching us. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. An unknown danger was approaching them. Because, after Lin Feng's divine sense searched for a while, he was unable to find anything. What kind of danger was it? It was approaching them. However, the ability of sudden inspiration would not deceive Lin Feng. There must be a terrifying danger approaching quickly. This was an extremely terrifying matter. The unknown was the most terrifying. This sentence. It was applicable at all times. After hearing Lin Feng's reminder, everyone's hearts could not help but tremble slightly. The sea maiden hurriedly took out her orb. Rays of divine light descended from the orb, enveloping Lin Feng and the others within. The power of the water element lingered around the orb. The orb constructed a powerful defensive system. Let's go, Lin Feng said. He wanted to speed up and rush to the island. The sea was filled with the unknown. Lin Feng would naturally be more worried if they stayed above the sea. However, just as Lin Feng and the others were about to move, they were attacked. In the sea, a dense group of black creatures actually rushed out from the black hole. These black creatures were the size of a palm. It was unknown what they were. They looked like fish, but they were covered in poisonous spikes. Their attack power was extremely strong. Their mouths were like shortened sharp swords. Their destructive power was extremely strong. These creatures lingered in the black fog and attacked the defensive light barrier protecting Lin Feng and the others. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sounds of violent collisions, the creatures' mouths were like sharp swords as they ruthlessly stabbed the light barrier. The light barrier seemed to be about to be destroyed at any moment. Such a situation was extremely dangerous. Not good, it's a school of sea demon swordfish. This is troublesome. Daoist Qing Shan's expression became extremely ugly. What? Is there something special about this school of sea demon swordfish? Lin Feng asked. Daoist Qing Shan said in a low voice, the most terrifying thing about the ocean demon swordfish is that their bodies emit a foul stench. That stench is extremely poisonous, and that poison can seep into any living being's body. That poison is very strange. It won't harm cultivators at all, but it can seal cultivators' dharma powers. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't this too terrifying? There was actually such a strange creature. It was truly horrifying. This was especially true for cultivators if their magic power was sealed. It was as if a tiger had its teeth pulled out and its limbs chopped off. Was there any other threat? Especially in the sea world. He had lost his magic power. It was definitely a tragic thing. F***ck, how are we going to deal with these demonic sea swordfish? If we can't deal with them, it won't be long before they destroy the defensive barrier. When that happens, won't we be doomed? The cursed doll said with an ugly expression. The situation was indeed very dangerous. Because of the defensive barrier's protection, the poison hadn't seeped into Lin Feng and the others' bodies. What if they lost the barrier's protection? When the time came, they might really die from the attacks of the school of fish. Dispersing the school of demonic sea swordfish was something they had to do. They couldn't delay any longer. Daoist Qing Shan said, use soul attacks to deal with these demonic sea swordfish. Their souls are relatively weak, so soul attacks should be more effective against them. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. The cursed doll shouted, excitedly wanting to use soul attacks to deal with the school of demonic sea swordfish. However, soon, the cursed doll had an expression of wanting to cry. Because, the school of demonic sea swordfish. There were simply too many of them. How many people did they have? There were only 8 of them. How could they deal with the school of demonic sea swordfish? Lin Feng said, I have a treasure here that should be able to deal with the school of demonic sea swordfish. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone's gaze. They all looked at Lin Feng at the same time. They wondered what kind of treasure Lin Feng would use. Lin Feng's hand flashed. A supreme treasure flew out of the void. It was the treasure. It was a skull bracelet. This treasure was one of the treasures that Lin Feng had obtained from the evil ancestor pagoda, the stone pagoda that Xiezi had obtained. It was formed by a total of 18 skulls strung together by an unknown creature. Once activated, the 18 skulls would emit an extremely strange and ear-piercing sound. That sound. It was extremely harmful to one's soul. Against a terrifying race like the demonic sea swordfish, ordinary soul attack type treasures were completely useless. Only some top-grade soul attack type treasures could be effective. For example, the skull bracelet that Lin Feng had obtained. Although he didn't know what grade it was definitely a top-grade treasure. What kind of treasure is this? Immortal Qian, he asked curiously. Lin Feng said, this treasure is called the skull bracelet, and it is a powerful soul attack type treasure. As his voice faded, Lin Feng's magic power continuously flowed into the skull bracelet. Then, the 18 skulls on the skull bracelet quickly grew larger. Then, the 18 skulls. They emitted a sharp and ear-piercing sound. The sound waves reverberated in all directions. When the sound of the 18 skulls was heard, the school of demonic sea swordfish immediately emitted painful cries. The school of demonic sea swordfish became chaotic. A large number of demonic sea swordfish. They directly fell into the sea. Those demonic sea swordfish were directly shaken to death. The rest of the demonic sea swordfish didn't dare to continue attacking the defensive light barrier. They all quickly fled into the depths of the sea. Collect the corpses of these demonic sea swordfish. You can extract the poison from their bodies. The poison that can seal a cultivator's magic power is definitely a priceless treasure, and it can be very useful in many situations. Especially if you smear the poison on your weapon. Once the opponent is injured, the poison will seep into their body, and their magic power will be sealed. At that time, they won't be able to fight back. Elder Ku Hai said. After hearing Elder Ku Hai's words, the eyes of Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but brighten. The poison of the demonic sea swordfish was so terrifying that it could indeed be used as a trump card. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly collected the corpses of the demonic sea swordfish. Lin Feng collected about 10,000 demonic sea swordfish corpses. The others also collected about the same amount. After collecting the demonic sea swordfish corpses, Lin Feng and the others quickly flew in the direction of the island. Under Lin Feng's lead, everyone avoided the powerful restrictions and successfully landed on the mysterious island covered by the Primordial forest. End of chapter. Chapter 52-64. The island was very quiet. There were no roars of beasts. There wasn't even the sound of insects or birds. Such a quiet environment made Lin Feng and the others very surprised. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He said, "This place is too quiet. The situation doesn't seem right. Everyone should be careful." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod. Everyone carefully walked deeper into the island. There were many fallen leaves on the ground. When walking on the ground, there would be rustling sounds. Lin Feng and the others were using their godly awareness to scan the surroundings. They didn't want to be attacked by any terrifying things that might be lying in ambush. The more they were in a place like this, the more they had to be on guard. However, Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any danger along the way. They didn't even see a single insect. Roar. When they passed by a mountain range, suddenly, a roar came from the forest. Then, a huge dragon rushed out from the forest. That huge dragon. It was definitely incomparably ferocious. Its body emitted a soul-stirring aura. It directly pounced towards Lin Feng and the others. Previously, Lin Feng and the others didn't notice anything. The sudden appearance of the huge dragon gave Lin Feng and the others a big fright. However, they quickly recovered and began to circulate their mana, intending to suppress this huge dragon together. However, what surprised Lin Feng and the others was that, when the huge dragon rushed halfway, it disappeared into thin air. "It's not a real creature." Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. That huge dragon was actually not a real creature. But just now, it was clearly so lifelike. It didn't seem to be any different from a real creature. However, in reality, it was just an illusion. Lin Feng and the others actually didn't notice anything wrong with that huge dragon. This kind of situation. Usually, it was very rare. A huge dragon illusion actually appeared here. I think this place is not simple. Let's look around and see if we can find anything, Lin Feng said. The others nodded. Everyone began to search the area. Lin Feng and the others searched the entire mountain range on the island. In the end, they discovered a huge dragon valley in the depths of the mountain range. He saw, within the dragon valley, densely packed dragon skeletons resided there. Lin Feng counted. There were about 150 to 60 dragon skeletons in total. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. The combined strength of so many dragons was absolutely horrifying. But, to think that all of them would be dead. What exactly happened back then? Lin Feng felt that the death of these dragons should not be a natural disaster. It was a man-made disaster. However, these dragons were so powerful. What kind of existence could kill all of them? It was not an easy task to find out what had happened back then. This point, Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Lin Feng and the others entered the valley, wanting to see if there was anything good left behind. After a careful search, they couldn't find anything. The cursed doll said, "These dragons might not have been dead for a long time." Lin Feng asked, "How do you know that they haven't been dead for a long time?" Everyone looked at the cursed doll. This was because they were also very curious about this. In fact, before the cursed doll said this, everyone, including Lin Feng, thought that these dragons had been dead for a long time. The reason why they thought so was because these dragon skeletons had completely lost their luster and had no trace of energy. There were many skeletons. Some had even decayed. With a light touch, the dragon bones would break. The dragon bones were extremely strong and could be preserved for a very long time. It was said that many dragon bones could be preserved for an era. Of course, these dragon bones were relatively rare. But even if these dragon bones couldn't be preserved for such a long time, they could still be preserved for a very long time. But the reality was that these dragon bones had completely decayed. This meant that they had been dead for a very long time. These dragon bones were the ones that had decayed. However, the cursed doll said that these dragons might not have been dead for a long time, and they wondered what it had discovered. The cursed doll said, "Look at the dragon runes on these dragon bones." Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw some dragon runes. These were some runes that had been passed down by the dragon race. They were imprinted on the bones, and they were very extraordinary. If the dragon bones have decayed because of the corrosion of time, it means that the dragon bones have been corroded for a very long time. The dragon runes will also decay with time, but the runes on these dragon bones haven't decayed and are still so clear. This is enough to explain a lot of things, the cursed doll said. The cursed doll said. It had to be said that the cursed doll knew a lot. His words immediately caused Lin Feng and the others to fall into deep thought. Lin Feng said, "Are you saying that these dragon bones haven't decayed because of the corrosion of time?" The cursed doll nodded. "Yes. But these dragon bones have indeed decayed." Lin Feng said. "They have indeed decayed, but they might have decayed for some other reason. As far as I know, the ancient runes passed down by the dragon race can only be corroded by the power of time. No other power can corrode these runes, but dragon bones are different. For example, if the energy in the dragon bones is completely devoured, without the support of energy, the dragon bones are actually just ordinary bones. Therefore, the dragon bones can easily decay," the cursed doll said. The cursed doll said. Old man Ku Hai said, "Fellow Daoist, are you saying that an unknown existence killed these dragon clan beings and then devoured their energy? Even the energy contained within the dragon bones has been devoured?" "Yes, that's very likely the reason." The cursed doll nodded. Then, the cursed doll said, "That's why I said that these dragons probably haven't been dead for a very long time. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there's some unknown and terrifying existence hibernating here?" Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. If it was really as the cursed doll said, then this place was far too dangerous. The others' expressions turned unsightly as well. Lin Feng said, "That existence might have already left. Otherwise, why hasn't it appeared after we've been here for so long?" Everyone smiled bitterly. This was the only way they could comfort themselves. They could only hope that the existence had really left. Lin Feng and the others did not continue to stay in the Dragon Valley. They had a feeling that this place was extremely ominous. Therefore, the group quickly left the Dragon Valley. End of chapter. Chapter 5265. After leaving the Dragon Valley, Lin Feng and the others continued to head deeper into the valley. They searched many places, trying to find the place where the sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen. But there had been no clues. Lin Feng and the others were already mentally prepared for this situation. After all, that was the place where the sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen, so it was naturally not that easy to find. Lin Feng and the others did not give up. They were still searching everywhere for the place where the sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen. Lin Feng tried to use the unscrupulous Daoist's dragon searching art to find that place. However, the dragon searching art did not find anything. Lin Feng felt that the dragon rabbit might be able to help. Thus, he summoned the dragon rabbit. The dragon rabbit did not know how to search for caves. But the dragon rabbit knew how to search for treasures. Lin Feng felt that the sacred ancestor Samsara should have left behind a lot of treasures after his death. If the dragon rabbit could sense the existence of those treasures, perhaps it could find the place where the sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen. The dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng and the others to more than a dozen places. Lin Feng and the others had indeed dug out some treasures. But they also encountered danger. For example, in one place, they dug out a broken sword. But when the broken sword was dug out, terrifying sword chi vibrated out. It charged towards Lin Feng and the others. The power of those sword chi was simply too powerful. Lin Feng and the others almost suffered a calamity. But fortunately, they were lucky enough to avoid that calamity. Now that he thought about what had happened before, he still felt his heart palpitate. Although he had not found the place where the sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen, Lin Feng felt that the current method should be a good choice. If they continued to search slowly, they should really be able to find the place where the sacred ancestor Samsara had fallen. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others found a cave in a dilapidated mountain range. The mountain range was broken. The cave was in a narrow mountain stream. More than half of the cave entrance had already collapsed. A few people were wandering outside. The dragon rabbit squeaked and squeaked. "What is it saying?" "Fairy Qian," he asked curiously. Lin Feng replied, "It said that there's something very precious inside." "Let's go in and see," the cursed doll said impatiently. Everyone entered the cave. The tunnel was very deep, and the tunnel had already collapsed. Some places were even blocked by gravel. Lin Feng and the others had no choice but to clear the rubble. The cursed doll said gloomily, "F***ck, what a scam. If we had known that it would be so blocked, we wouldn't have come in. I wonder if it would suddenly collapse and crush us." Lin Feng replied, "It's fine. If it really does collapse, there'll be someone tall to hold it up. You're short, so you definitely won't be crushed to death." The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng as if he was an idiot. If it really collapsed, no matter how tall or short they were, they would be crushed underneath. Of course. With their strength, they wouldn't die in there, but they would definitely be in a sorry state. Lin Feng and the others continued to clear the rubble. After clearing away all the rubble, they continued to walk forward. What surprised Lin Feng and the others was that they actually walked out of the tunnel. A huge platform appeared in front of them. Outside the platform was a cliff. In the middle of the cliff, white fog rolled, making it impossible to see what was on the other side. The dragon rabbit squeaked again. Lin Feng said, "The dragon rabbit said that the treasure is on the other side." At this time, Daoist Ching Shan said excitedly, "The reincarnation jade is reacting." Everyone looked over and found that the reincarnation jade was actually trembling. Everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The other side must be the place where the sacred ancestor of Samsara had fallen. After working hard for so long, they had finally found the place where the sacred ancestor of Samsara had fallen. Anyone would be extremely excited. "Let's fly over and take a look," the cursed doll said impatiently. Lin Feng hurriedly pulled the cursed doll back and said, "Don't be rash, I feel that this cliff is not simple. It's very likely that it's a cliff that forbids flying." The cursed doll was shocked. Fortunately, he didn't fly out. Or else, he would have definitely fallen. As for what was below the cliff, the cursed doll didn't know. Maybe, what if there was enough danger waiting for them? Of course, this was very likely. "Let's see if it's a cliff that forbids flying," the cursed doll said. He blew a breath of air. Suddenly, a cursed doll appeared. The cursed doll was formed from the power of the curse. It could fly after mastering the sacred art. The cursed doll quickly flew out. It wanted to cross the area of the cliff. However, the cursed doll failed. Because of that area. It was really a cliff that forbade flying. The cursed doll directly fell down. The cursed doll said with a gloomy expression, "Then what do we do now? We can't just jump over it, right?" Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Do you think it's jumping into a sandpit? Jump over it. Why don't you say swim over it?" The cursed doll said, "Then how do you think we should go over it?" Lin Feng said, "Let's wait and see, there might be some changes." As soon as Lin Feng finished talking, an unforeseen event really happened. On the other side of the cliff, it actually flew over a stone bridge. The stone bridge was very simple. It emitted an ancient and immortal aura. After seeing the stone bridge, Lin Feng and the others were happy. There really was a change. But then they couldn't help but be puzzled. Could it be that the stone bridge could sense their arrival and take them over? Could it be that the stone bridge had its own soul? If not, why would it take the initiative to fly over? But soon, Lin Feng and the others suppressed the doubts in their hearts. Everything needed to be investigated personally to know whether it was true or not. They could only rely on guesses. Could they guess it? Let's go over and take a look, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. The stone bridge appeared quite suddenly, so everyone be careful, Lin Feng reminded. Everyone nodded again. Then, everyone stepped onto the stone bridge together. After stepping onto the stone bridge, they didn't directly walk to the other side. Instead, they first observed the runes imprinted on the stone bridge. Those runes looked very ancient. Lin Feng didn't recognize those runes. The cursed doll said, "It seems to be a long-lost god clan rune. Could it be left behind by the sacred ancestor Samsara before he died?" Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He felt that perhaps this stone bridge was built by the sacred ancestor Samsara. That's possible, the cursed doll said. Then, everyone walked to the other side. Around them, white fog rolled. Lin Feng and the others were very careful along the way. However, Lin Feng didn't know when it happened, but he realized that the cursed doll and the others had all disappeared. On the stone bridge, he was the only one left. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5266. Lin Feng frowned. Before this, he had not noticed any abnormal changes. Lin Feng even felt that the cursed doll, little son, and the others were still by his side a moment ago. How could they have disappeared in the blink of an eye? This was too strange, wasn't it? Could it be? Could it be that the stone bridge was playing tricks? Or, this was a test? A test of the stone bridge? Of course, it could also be a test left behind by Saint Ancestor Samsara. Do I need to cross the stone bridge? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. It seemed that there was only one choice now. Moreover, there was often no turning back in such a place. Once he tried to turn back, he might very well lose himself. Lin Feng took a deep breath and then walked deeper into the stone bridge. The white fog in the surroundings was still tumbling. Only the sound of Lin Feng's footsteps echoed on the stone bridge. Lin Feng originally thought that there would be some danger, but he was surprised to find that there was no danger at all. What's going on? Lin Feng felt that something was not right. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the stone bridge. Not long after, Lin Feng finally realized what was wrong. He seemed to be walking across the stone bridge repeatedly. He discovered this because after Lin Feng became suspicious, he left a mark on the stone bridge. After walking for a while, he saw the mark again. Therefore, Lin Feng was sure that he had been walking back and forth on the stone bridge. If he continued walking like this, even if he walked for the rest of his life, it was impossible to walk out of the stone bridge. This stone bridge is so strange. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He tried to calm himself down. Generally, there could be many reasons for such a situation. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, there were two most likely reasons. First, the stone bridge created a powerful illusion. Cultivators who entered the stone bridge would unknowingly enter the illusion created by the stone bridge. It was easy to lose oneself in these illusions. Second, there was an extremely powerful magnetic field here. The magnetic field mainly affected the cultivator's soul, causing the cultivator's soul to hallucinate. To be more specific, it could affect a cultivator's brainwaves. This caused cultivators to misjudge the situation in the outside world. When a wrong judgment was made, some strange things would happen. Lin Feng was pondering. Now that he had fallen into such a strange situation, was it an illusion created by the stone bridge? Or did the powerful magnetic field here affect him? Lin Feng opened his Eye of Origin. When the Eye of Origin opened, he looked around. Lin Feng suddenly realized. All around, something seemed to have changed. However, it was hard for Lin Feng to pinpoint exactly where this change came from. Lin Feng continued to walk on the stone bridge. This time, Lin Feng realized that he wasn't the same as before, walking on the stone bridge endlessly. I kept retracing my steps on the stone bridge earlier. Did the illusion created by the stone bridge affect me? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this was more likely, because the Eye of Origin could only see through some illusions. Then, he could see the essence of the matter. For example, the Eye of Origin could see through some illusions. However, the Eye of Origin had no resistance to some effects of the magnetic field. The Eye of Origin could only resolve the illusions formed by external forces. The magnetic field itself couldn't directly create illusions. The effect of the magnetic field was to affect the cultivator's soul. The illusion was created after the cultivator's soul, brainwaves, was affected by the magnetic field. Therefore, there was a fundamental difference. Since Lin Feng didn't walk on the stone bridge again, it meant that the Eye of Origin had broken the illusion here. It also meant that this place wasn't affected by the magnetic field. This was still better, because the magnetic field was too terrifying. If there was a powerful magnetic field here, he wanted to walk out. It was probably as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng increased his speed. He wanted to leave the stone bridge as soon as possible. This stone bridge was too strange. If he continued to stay on the stone bridge, Lin Feng was not at ease. If he could walk out of the stone bridge, the situation would change. Right now, Lin Feng didn't know how the cursed doll and the others were doing. On the stone bridge, he couldn't help the cursed doll and the others. If he walked out of the stone bridge, he might be able to help the cursed doll and the others. Da. At this moment, footsteps came from the other side. After hearing the footsteps, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Something seemed to be approaching. He stopped and took out the Epoch War Spear. Lin Feng held the Epoch War Spear and looked ahead. It didn't take long for that existence to arrive. It was a cultivator clad in golden armor. His entire body was covered in golden armor. When he saw this cultivator wearing golden armor, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Why did this golden armor look so much like his dominator's armor? Who are you? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. I'm your inner demon. The existence said. What? My inner demon? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the armor on the cultivator's head retracted into his body, revealing his head. Lin Feng was shocked. That existence. It looked exactly like him. It was a very strange thing. A cultivator who looked like him appeared on the stone bridge and said that he was his inner demon. Could an inner demon transform into a human and appear in front of the main body? Anyone who encountered such a thing would find it unbelievable. Lin Feng also had the same feeling. Everything was so strange, but it was so real. I've already cut off the inner demon. How can there be an inner demon? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The inner demon said, no one can truly cut off the inner demon completely. Although you can't usually sense the inner demon, it doesn't mean that you've completely cut off the inner demon. In fact, even saints have inner demons in their hearts. It's just that when one's cultivation is strong enough, the inner demon will be suppressed so much that it can't come out to cause trouble. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, even if I still have inner demons in my heart, I believe that with my strength, they can't come out to cause trouble. How can you come out? The inner demon smiled and said, do you know what this stone bridge is called? What's it called? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The inner demon said, it's called the Bridge of Desire. Please remember the domain name of this book, Bridge of Desire. Mobile version website. Chapter 5267. However, you are destined to be nothing more than an inner demon. Since you are an inner demon, you are still unable to become a true life form. Thus, I speculate that the moment I leave the Bridge of Desire will be the moment you dissipate. Am I right? Lin Feng asked the inner demon. The inner demon said, you're not entirely correct. When you leave the Bridge of Desire, I won't be able to continue living in the outside world, but that doesn't mean I'll disappear. I won't disappear. I'll still exist in your body. When the time is right, I'll appear again. The inner demon paused for a moment, then continued, but if I kill you, I'll be able to escape your control. I'll be able to refine a body of flesh and blood. I'll be able to become an independent entity. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly at the inner demon's words. In fact, Lin Feng had long since guessed the inner demon's plan. Let's see who's going to kill who. Once I kill you, I'll be able to sever my inner demon. Even if it's only temporary, it'll take some time for a new inner demon to be born, right? Lin Feng sneered. The ruler's armor appeared, protecting him completely. He wielded the Epoch War spear and charged at the inner demon. The inner demon sneered. I know. What you have, I have too. How can you defeat me? As soon as he finished speaking, the inner demon's head was covered by the ruler's armor. A war spear appeared in the inner demon's hand. It was none other than the Epoch War spear. It was just as the inner demon had said. He had everything Lin Feng had. The battle spears of both sides collided with each other. Suddenly, a sonorous sound of collision was heard. The powerful force shook the void. Cracks began to appear in the void. Their attacks were basically the same. Whatever move Lin Feng used, the inner demon would use the same move. Lin Feng felt like cursing and swearing in the streets. Do you think you can defeat me in terms of stamina? You consume your magic power very quickly, but I'm different. I'm an inner demon. I have a demon in my heart. Boundless magic power. That's why my magic power will never run out. The inner demon looked at Lin Feng triumphantly. This bastard. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out that he actually had such a terrifying method. Activating the epochal war spear and the Dominator's armor consumed a lot of magic power. Therefore, this wasn't a battle form that could be maintained for long. Lin Feng was naturally very clear about this. However, the other party obviously didn't care about the problem of mana consumption. For Lin Feng, this was an extremely bad thing. How should we deal with this guy now? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. I'm your inner demon, I can feel what you're feeling. I know you're scared. The inner demon said eerily. Was Lin Feng afraid? That was true. The main reason was that the inner demon was too difficult to deal with. For a moment, Lin Feng couldn't think of a way to deal with it. However, Lin Feng wouldn't tell the inner demon what he was thinking. Lin Feng sneered. I'm scared of your sister. Lin Feng released his 5-layered domineering magnetic field and enveloped the inner demon. Domineering magnetic field? It's indeed an awesome method, but I also have domineering magnetic fields, so your domineering magnetic field can't hurt me. The inner demon said proudly. He also released his 5-layered domineering magnetic field. Then, the two domineering magnetic fields collided fiercely in the void. Bang! Along with the violent sound of the collision, there was a loud bang. When the domineering magnetic fields collided, the powerful recoil caused Lin Feng and the inner demon to retreat. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Dealing with the inner demon was really a tricky matter. Lin Feng didn't know what to do with the demon's methods. That grand Tao of fate. Lin Feng murmured. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the great art of destiny. He planned to use the great art of destiny to deal with the inner demon. That grand Tao of fate. Lin Feng murmured. However, the inner demon also began to chant the incantation. The incantation he was chanting was actually the great art of destiny. This guy really did know all the divine abilities that Lin Feng knew. Lin Feng summoned a river of destiny. The inner demon also summoned a river of destiny. Then, the two rivers of destiny collided fiercely. Once again, they were evenly matched. Lin Feng couldn't do anything to the inner demon. However, Lin Feng knew that this situation was not good for him. Every time he used a powerful technique, his magic power would be greatly consumed. On the other hand, the inner demon. He was still in peak condition. I said that I know everything that you know, so today, you will die without a doubt. Why continue to struggle? If you give up, I can give you a quick death. The inner demon looked at Lin Feng arrogantly. Damn it! A mere inner demon dares to show off in front of me? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. I show off because I have the strength to do so. You can show off too, but do you have the strength to do so? the inner demon said. The inner demon's words made sense. I gave you a chance to die quickly, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I can only deal with you personally. The inner demon sneered. Then, he leaped out and attacked Lin Feng. Swish, swish, swish. The inner demon was multitasking, and all kinds of powerful treasures appeared. For example, the 5 stone swords, the bell of hell, and other supreme treasures. He attacked with all kinds of supreme treasures. Lin Feng was also multitasking. Many treasures collided with the inner demon's treasures. The inner demon said sinisterly, "Hihi, multitasking consumes a lot of magic power. Do you feel that your magic power is severely depleted? How long can you maintain this peak condition? Wait until your magic power is almost depleted, then I'll deal with you." The inner demon's words made Lin Feng's expression extremely gloomy. The inner demon's methods were overt. However, Lin Feng had no choice but to deal with the yin demon's powerful treasures. Multitasking consumed a lot of his body. Lin Feng couldn't maintain this state for too long. Lin Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. He wanted to refute. But what was the use of refuting the inner demon? The key was to find a way to deal with the inner demon. Lin Feng tried to communicate with Bibi and the others, but Lin Feng realized that their connection with Bibi and the others had been cut off. The battle with the inner demon. He could only rely on himself. He couldn't rely on others. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5268. How could he fight against this guy? How could he fight against this guy? How could he fight against this guy? Lin Feng's heart was filled with this sentence. However, he searched hard. There was no other way. The mental demon was powerful and almost invulnerable. The mental demon knew all the supernatural powers that he knew. Furthermore, the mental demon could even transform into his Dharma treasure. This was because of the Bridge of Desire. Those Dharma treasures were no different from real ones. How could he fight against the mental demon? Lin Feng could not think of a way to fight against the mental demon. Right. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. If there was any difference between him and the mental demon, the only difference was, it should be. He had a body of flesh and blood. And the mental demon, it was formed by the demonic thoughts in his heart. The body of flesh and blood had a huge advantage. That was, the body of flesh and blood had a powerful bloodline. Perhaps I can use the bloodline to deal with the mental demon. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. His eyes lit up at once. Right now, Lin Feng had 3 types of bloodlines. The first type. The immortal bloodline. The second type. The sovereign bloodline. The third type. The destiny bloodline. Lin Feng knew that he seemed to have a 4th type of bloodline. It was an even more powerful and terrifying bloodline. However, Lin Feng did not know what the 4th type of bloodline was. Until now, the 4th type of bloodline. It seemed to be a mystery. It was full of unknowns. But no matter what the 4th type of bloodline was, Lin Feng's first 3 types of bloodline, they were already powerful enough. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng decided to use the destiny bloodline to deal with the mental demon. The destiny bloodline increased the destiny technique. The power was absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng began to activate his destiny bloodline. As the destiny bloodline activated, the power of destiny suddenly surged out of Lin Feng's body. At the same time, Lin Feng silently chanted the incantation of the Great Destiny Technique. The Destiny Bloodline and the Great Destiny Technique combined to form a brand new power of destiny. This power of destiny. It condensed into a spear of destiny. Lin Feng's mind moved and the spear of destiny quickly pierced the mental demon. After feeling the terrifying power of the spear of destiny, the mental demon's expression suddenly changed. He tried to condense a spear of destiny. His spear of destiny quickly moved towards Lin Feng's spear of destiny. Clang! Accompanied by the violent sound of the collision. The spear of destiny condensed by Lin Feng's spear of destiny. The spear of destiny condensed by the Great Destiny Technique was completely condensed from the power of destiny. It was extremely different from the spear of destiny condensed by Lin Feng. It was natural that it couldn't block Lin Feng's Spear of Destiny. Lin Feng's Spear of Destiny continued to shoot towards the mental demon. However, the mental demon swung the Epoch War Spear in his hand towards the Spear of Destiny. The Epochal War Spear swept across the Spear of Fate and broke it in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng had already charged over. Lin Feng condensed 10 Spears of Destiny. The 10 Spears of Destiny hovered around Lin Feng. The 10 Spears of Destiny followed Lin Feng and charged towards the mental demon. The mental demon's expression suddenly changed. He quickly retreated, trying to dodge Lin Feng's attack. "Aren't you very powerful? Why don't you dare to fight me head-on now?" Lin Feng looked at the mental demon mockingly. The mental demon's expression was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that he could kill Lin Feng, but he didn't expect this to happen. This made the mental demon extremely angry. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for him. He wanted to find some way to suppress Lin Feng. However, the mental demon couldn't think of a way to suppress Lin Feng for now. The mental demon didn't have a bloodline. This was the mental demon's biggest disadvantage. So what if the mental demon's ability was exactly the same as Lin Feng's ability? So what if the mental demon could evolve a magic treasure that was exactly the same as Lin Feng's? He didn't have a bloodline, so he couldn't use the ability that the bloodline gave to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng used these abilities, he was destined to be suppressed by Lin Feng. At this moment, the mental demon wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. However, he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack at all. Lin Feng was like a shadow as he charged towards the mental demon. Lin Feng's Epochal War Spear. He swept it towards the mental demon. The mental demon swept the Epochal War Spear towards Lin Feng. At this moment, the Spears of Fate shot towards the mental demon. The mental demon said coldly, "I'm wearing the ruler's armor, so I'm not afraid of the Spears of Fate." The ruler's armor's defense was indeed powerful. The Spears of Fate might not be able to break through the mental demon's ruler's armor. Thus, it was understandable for the mental demon to be so confident. The mental demon continued to sneer, "So what if you can suppress me now? You're using up too much energy. Let's see how you'll die later," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He didn't pay attention to the demon. His Epochal War Spear clashed with the mental demon's Epochal War Spear. The 10 Spears of Fate shot towards him, and the mental demon's powerful energy continuously poured into the ruler's armor. The mental demon activated the ruler's armor's power. Countless runes on the surface of the ruler's armor were activated. The ruler's armor's defense was definitely at the peak. However, at this moment, the 10 Spears of Fate actually disintegrated into many runes. Those runes, they were the sealing runes that Lin Feng had condensed using the power of fate. So, Lin Feng had just condensed the 10 Spears of Fate to attack. It was a feint. He didn't really want to use the Spears of Fate to attack the mental demon. He wanted to seal the mental demon. The mental demon's expression changed greatly. It wanted to dodge. But it was too late. The dense runes were all branded on the mental demon's body. The mental demon struggled hard. But it couldn't break free. Lin Feng's sealing technique. It was extremely terrifying. Let me go quickly." The mental demon roared angrily. His eyes had turned blood red. It wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh raw. Lin Feng sneered. "Let you go? Don't you think that's stupid? I'll turn you into ashes right now. I'm an immortal existence." The mental demon roared, "You can't kill me. I'll definitely kill you after I escape." Lin Feng was too lazy to say anything more to the mental demon. He directly took out the heavenly flames. Purple earthcore fire, black flame god incinerating fire, hellfire, and golden dragon flame. Black flame god incinerating fire, azure dragon true fire, snow spirit bone fire, and the other heavenly flames all flew out. The 7 heavenly flames surrounded the mental demon and burned fiercely. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5269. After refining the inner demon to death, Lin Feng immediately felt that his body had an unprecedented sense of ease. The mana in his body. It actually flowed at an unprecedented speed. This is. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression, because he felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some changes. And this change. It was very likely that his cultivation would achieve a breakthrough. If that was the case. For Lin Feng. It was definitely a great thing. One had to know that it was extremely difficult for Lin Feng to break through his cultivation. Breaking through a level. It could greatly increase Lin Feng's combat strength. 15 minutes later. A rumbling sound came from Lin Feng's body. It was like a torrential river that was endless. Lin Feng's realm. A successful breakthrough. Previously, Lin Feng was at the 4th level of the Earth Immortal realm. After breaking through a level, Lin Feng's realm stopped at the 5th level of the Earth Immortal realm. I really broke through. It's no less than a fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. Destroying his inner demon could actually increase his cultivation. Before this, Lin Feng didn't even dare to think about such a good thing. It was so difficult to get rid of the inner demon. It wasn't a waste of time to fight the inner demon. Lin Feng looked around. He was still on the Bridge of Desire. But the cursed doll and the others were still missing. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly walked towards the other side. He would leave the Bridge of Desire first and observe for a while. At that time, he might be able to find traces of the cursed doll and the others. Of course. Perhaps the cursed doll and the others had already reached the other side. All of these were extremely possible. Lin Feng didn't encounter any danger for the rest of the journey. Just as he arrived at the other side, Little Son shouted excitedly, "Big brother, you're finally here. I was so worried about you just now. I was so scared when I was alone here just now." After seeing Little Son, Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Little Son was the first person to cross the Bridge of Desire and reach the other side. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had roughly guessed the reason. Little Son was only a few years old. In his heart. Naturally, he didn't have any desires. The Bridge of Desires was a bridge that could infinitely magnify the desires in a cultivator's heart. When the desire was magnified, the inner demons would also become stronger. Little Son didn't have any desires, so the Bridge of Desire naturally couldn't affect Little Sunday. The ones with true desires were the adults. Lin Feng rubbed Lil Son's head and said, "Don't be afraid. Big brother is here now." "Oh, right. Have you seen anyone else?" Lil Son shook her head and said, "I didn't see them. I don't know what happened on the stone bridge, but everyone suddenly disappeared. I thought they were playing hide and seek with me, so I quickly ran over. Sure enough, they were still children. Who would have the leisure to play hide and seek at this time?" Lin Feng looked at the Bridge of Desire. Lin Feng didn't know what was so strange about the Bridge of Desire that it could actually separate them. However, Lin Feng had already found out from the inner demons that the Bridge of Desire was actually a powerful magic treasure. Lin Feng knew that even if he stepped onto the Bridge of Desire, he might not be able to find the cursed doll and the others. If that was the case, there was no need to step onto the Bridge of Desire. If he could refine the Bridge of Desire, at that time, he would be able to control the Bridge of Desire. If he controlled the Bridge of Desire, naturally, he would be able to save the cursed doll and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He shot out mana runes one after another. Those mana runes all surged towards the Bridge of Desire. Those mana runes merged into the Bridge of Desire. However, Lin Feng couldn't successfully refine the Bridge of Desire. And the Bridge of Desire underwent a strange change. The Bridge of Desire condensed a powerful desire power. The desire power. It turned into a pitilessly enchanting beauty. That beauty danced her delicate body. Her dance was incomparably enchanting and charming. That woman seemed to be able to charm the world. As she danced, she flew towards Lin Feng. "My good brother, let me serve you well," a seductive voice entered Lin Feng's mind. The Bridge of Desire's best method was to arouse the desire of others. Then, it would kill the other party. There were many methods to arouse desire. For example, some powerful supernatural powers, magic treasures, and of course, women. Soon, that woman came to Lin Feng's side. That woman wrapped around Lin Feng's body. But Lin Feng struck out with his palm. It directly hit that woman's body. There was a loud bang. That woman's body exploded. That woman turned into the desire power. She wasn't a real person to begin with. She was just condensed from the desire power. But she was good at the art of charm. However, this kind of charm had no effect on Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng continued to use mana runes to refine the Bridge of Desire. More and more mana runes were being condensed by Lin Feng. Those densely packed magic power runes. All of them poured into the Bridge of Desire. Powerful desire power poured out from the Bridge of Desire. The desire power wanted to force out the mana runes that Lin Feng had condensed from the Bridge of Desire. Indeed, a portion of the mana runes were forced out. But only a portion of them were forced out. Most of them. They were still inside the Bridge of Desire. And Lin Feng was still condensing more mana runes. More and more mana runes poured into the Bridge of Desire. As a large amount of mana runes poured into the Bridge of Desire, Lin Feng immediately felt it. The Bridge of Desire. A weak connection was formed. The Bridge of Desire. Mysterious, ancient, and full of secrets. Lin Feng even felt that in the world inside the Bridge of Desire, there seemed to be an ancient existence sleeping. Could it be? Did the Bridge of Desire really have its own god? Thinking about it carefully, the Bridge of Desire itself was a magic treasure. Having its own god seemed to be a very normal thing. Since the Bridge of Desire was an extremely ancient magic treasure, then, the god of the Bridge of Desire must also be an extremely ancient existence. Such a god was usually incomparably powerful. Now, the god of the Bridge of Desire hadn't awakened. It was the best time to refine the Bridge of Desire. If the god of the Bridge of Desire woke up, it wouldn't be so easy to refine the god of the Bridge of Desire. Because, the god of the Bridge of Desire would definitely struggle. After some effort. 2 hours later. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5270. After Lin Feng refined the precious Bridge of Desire, Lin Feng frowned. Lin Feng sensed that the Bridge of Desire was shaking violently, and a terrifying strength was emerging from it. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw that kind of energy. Lin Feng realized that it was as if the god of the Bridge of Desire had awakened. However, the god of the Bridge of Desire did not awaken in the end. The god of the Bridge of Desire. It fell silent again. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. The Bridge of Desire was refined, but the god of the Bridge of Desire did not awaken. What did this mean? Could it be that there was actually some problem with the god of the Bridge of Desire? Was that why it did not awaken? This was a very likely possibility. Lin Feng did not think too much about this matter. His attention. It was all on finding the cursed doll and the others. After Lin Feng's divine telekinesis sensed for a while, he discovered. The cursed doll and the others were standing on the Bridge of Desire. Their bodies were motionless. However, their expressions were very painful. It seems to be different from what I experienced before. What I experienced before was a mental demon. And the mental demon left my body. I turned into a demonic cultivator. What did the cursed doll and the others experience? Was it a mental demon? Or did they experience some other danger? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. No matter what the cursed doll and the others experienced, Lin Feng planned to save them as soon as possible. If he let them continue to experience those things, who knew if there would be danger? Lin Feng's divine telekinesis moved. The cursed doll, Sea Lady, Daois Qing Shan, Fairy Qian He, Liu Wuchen, Old Man Ku Hai, and the others were all summoned by Lin Feng. After they were summoned, one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Then, they panted heavily. Until now, they had not even recovered from their shock and did not know what had happened. However, after seeing Lin Feng and Little Sunday, they finally regained their senses. Damn, I was scared to death. I remember that I was almost swallowed by the greed demon. Why did I appear outside the next moment? The cursed doll asked in confusion. Little Sun said, it was Big Brother who saved you from that stone bridge. Only then did everyone understand what was going on. F***ck. This broken bridge almost killed me. I'm going to smash this broken bridge. The cursed doll jumped up from the ground and cursed. It wanted to destroy the bridge of desire. Lin Feng replied, I've already refined the bridge of desire, so don't even think about destroying it. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng sent runes toward the bridge of desire. Immediately after, the bridge of desire let out a loud rumbling sound. Immediately after, the bridge of desire soared into the sky. It shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already shrunk to the size of a palm, and Lin Feng put away the shrunken bridge of desire. Damn, you're not bad. You actually got the treasure. The cursed doll was a little depressed. Lin Feng said, it seems like you didn't want to destroy the bridge of desire at all. Instead, you wanted to take it. You were afraid that others would snatch it from you, so you said that you wanted to destroy it. Am I right? The cursed doll said gloomily, don't even think about slandering me. I'm a pure person. After hearing the cursed doll's shameless words, Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. However, he didn't continue talking about this topic with the cursed doll. He looked at the others and asked, are you guys all right? We're fine. Everyone replied. Everyone rested for a while, then continued walking. Before long, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge cave. At the top of the cave, there were 4 ancient words written in large letters. These words were written in divine script, so Lin Feng could recognize them. The meaning of these words was reincarnation, ancestral land. Since there were the words reincarnation, it was certain. This was the place where Saint Ancestor Reincarnation had fallen. There were restrictions at the entrance of the cave. However, perhaps it was because of the passage of time. The strength of the restrictions at the entrance of the cave had decreased a lot. Lin Feng easily broke the restrictions at the entrance of the cave. Then, everyone walked in together. The group didn't move very quickly because they didn't know if there was any danger in the depths. Therefore, they were very careful along the way. About an hour later, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge mountain. It seemed that they had finally arrived. The cursed doll said, isn't this cave too deep? It took us so long to walk. Daoist Ching Shan said, many cultivators like to build their cave abodes in deeper places because they are worried that enemies will break in while they are in seclusion. The longer the passage, the longer it will take the enemies to find their seclusion place, and the higher the chances of them finding the enemies. The cursed doll said, if you ask me, there's no need for that. What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll just die. The cursed doll wasn't the kind of person who looked down on life and death. It was just that this guy was good at bragging. Lin Feng and the others did not continue to pay attention to the cursed doll. When they entered the belly of the mountain, they discovered that there were some stone tables, stone stools, and other things in the belly of the mountain. And in some places in the belly of the mountain, there seemed to be stone rooms. There were a total of 4 such stone rooms. However, the stone doors of the stone rooms were tightly shut. Moreover, the stone rooms were sealed by powerful restrictions. As for the interior of the mountain, there was nothing of special value. These restrictions are very powerful. Little Feng, we'll have to rely on you next. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he began to try to break the restrictions of the stone room in front of him. The restrictions here were different from the ones outside. Even though a long time had passed, the restrictions protecting the stone room were still very powerful. Even Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate these restrictions. Lin Feng patiently broke the restrictions. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Day after day passed. After a full 5 days, Lin Feng finally succeeded in breaking the restrictions of the stone room. Ha 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 ha, the restrictions have been broken. I wonder what good things are inside. The cursed doll immediately cried out in excitement. Then, this guy impatiently rushed over and pushed the stone door with all his might. Rumble. A violent friction sound was heard, and then the stone door was pushed open. Everyone entered the first stone room. The first stone room was filled with earth fire. The temperature was extremely high. This place seemed to be an alchemy room. But Lin Feng did not see a furnace. However, there were some shelves inside. On those shelves, There were many bottles and jars. The cursed doll opened a porcelain bottle and sniffed it. Then, it could not help but curse in a low voice, "Damn it, the pills are broken. This is definitely a peerless treasure pill, but it was destroyed just like that. What a pity." Lin Feng and the others opened some porcelain bottles. They investigated for a while, and the pills in the porcelain bottles were also destroyed. It was indeed an incomparable pity. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Time was enough to destroy everything. At this time, Little Sun took out a white jade box from the bottom of a shelf. Then, Little Sun opened the white jade box. Inside the white jade box, there was also a porcelain bottle. However, this porcelain bottle seemed to be of a higher grade. The craftsmanship was not something an ordinary porcelain bottle could compare to. Other than that, the restrictions on the porcelain bottle were also very powerful. "Brother, here you go." Little Sun grabbed the porcelain bottle in his hand. Then, he handed the porcelain bottle to Lin Feng as if he was presenting a treasure. Lin Feng looked at the porcelain bottle with some joy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5271. Lin Feng held the bottle in his hand. And then, he cracked the seal on the porcelain bottle. Then, he opened the bottle's stopper. Instantly, a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out. Lin Feng poured out a pill. He discovered that the pill was purplish-brown in color. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing a pill like this. Thus, he didn't know what kind of pill it was. He also didn't know what it was used for. However, sacred ancestor Samsara was treating this pill with such caution. It seemed that this kind of medicinal pill should be an extremely extraordinary medicinal pill. "Do any of you recognize this pill?" Lin Feng asked. "Nope." Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, Great Immortal Sage Martin appeared. He said, "So it's a pill like this. Hurry up and give me one." As he spoke, he tried to snatch the pill from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng reacted quickly, and thus, Great Immortal Sage Martin didn't manage to snatch the pill away. He looked at Great Immortal Sage Martin and said speechlessly, "You're snatching something that isn't yours. Can't you at least have some principles? Damn, you still owe me something. I don't want the profound yellow origin stone anymore, but you have to give me one of these pills." Great Immortal Sage Martin said. Lin Feng was shocked. Great Immortal Sage Martin had actually used the profound yellow origin stone to exchange for a pill like this. This was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng asked, "First, tell me what this pill is." Great Immortal Sage Martin said, "This pill is called the Saint Devil Samsara pill. It's an extremely tyrannical pill. You just need to consume one of these pills. Then, your magic energy, divine ability, your lifespan, etc., can instantly recover from the lowest point to the highest point." Hiss. Upon hearing Great Immortal Sage Martin's words, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but gasp. If what Great Immortal Sage Martin said was true, that would be too shocking. It could only be described as inconceivable. There was actually such a heaven-defying pill in this world. Such a pill would be of great use to anyone. It was the same for Lin Feng. As a result, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but breathe heavily. "Are you serious?" Lin Feng asked in disbelief as he looked at Sage Martin Immortal. The others also looked at the Sage Martin. Everyone urgently wanted to know if Great Sage Martin was joking with them. Great Immortal Sacred Martin said, "Of course, everything I said is true." Lin Feng couldn't help but get excited. Something like that. What a treasure. If one day Lin Feng were to use 33 times his combat power, he no longer had to worry about his lifespan running out. Because he swallowed a Saint Devil pill of Samsara. When the time comes, all of the lost lifespan could be replenished. I don't have enough pills, so wait for me to find the mysterious yellow mother jade, I'll use it to compensate you," Lin Feng said. Great Immortal Sacred Martin said, "I know what you're thinking. To tell you the truth, you can only take one pill in your lifetime. So, even if you get a few more of these pills, it's useless. At most, you can sell them. At your level, you probably don't lack wealth, so you won't sell them. It's better to keep them on you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't doubt Sage Martin Immortal Sacred Martin's words. Such a heaven-defying pill. After eating the second pill, it might not have any effect. Lin Feng said, there are a total of 10 pills here, and there are 8 of us here. So, there are 2 pills left. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, if you don't need the other 2 pills, I'd like to keep them for you. Of course, I'll give you something else as compensation. The cursed doll, little son, and the sea lady were naturally on Lin Feng's side. They wouldn't object if Lin Feng wanted the other 2 pills. As for Lin Feng's compensation, they didn't want it either. The main problem was that no one knew what the 4 experts were thinking. The reason why Lin Feng wanted to keep the other 2 pills was because he had a use for them. One was for Sage Martin Immortal Sacred Martin. The other was for the Demon Lord. The cursed doll said, if you want them, just keep them. Given our relationship, you don't need any compensation. However, if you really feel bad, give me the epochal war spear, and I'll reluctantly accept it. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The sea lady said, later, I'll reward him with a few punches. The cursed doll immediately said, you're speaking up for little Feng. Is there something going on? When she heard the cursed doll's words, the sea lady suddenly had the urge to beat the cursed doll until half of its body was paralyzed. Daoist Qing Shan smiled. Since this pill can only be consumed once in a lifetime, we'll each take one. As for the remaining 2 pills, Brother Lin, you can deal with them yourself. We're all on the same side, so please don't say that you're compensating us. That's the same as treating us as outsiders, isn't it? Daoist Qing Shan's words represented the 4 experts. Daoist Qing Shan was very good at handling matters. And so, the relationship between the 4 experts and Lin Feng immediately became much closer. Lin Feng said, since Brother Qing Shan has said so, I won't be courteous with everyone. Lin Feng distributed the pills to everyone, including Little Sunday. 1 for each person. What about me? What about me? Sage Martin Immortal anxiously asked. Lin Feng took out a pill and gave it to Sage Martin Immortal before saying, now, we're even. I don't owe you any more profound yellow mother jade. Of course. Sage Martin Immortal was extremely excited after receiving the pill. After replying, it quickly disappeared. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't know why Sage Martin Immortal wanted such a pill. Sage Martin Immortal basically didn't fight with others. Could it be that it wanted to recover its lifespan to its peak? This was also possible. After all, Sage Martin Immortal was a special creature, and its lifespan would eventually reach its end. Moreover, Sage Martin Immortal had lived for an unknown amount of time. Perhaps it really didn't have much lifespan left. Lin Feng kept the 2 Saint Devil reincarnation pills. Since the Demon Lord was still in seclusion, Lin Feng could only wait until the Demon Lord came out before giving the pills to the Demon Lord. The reason why he wanted to give the Demon Lord a Saint Devil reincarnation pill was because Lin Feng had been doing his best to help him all these years. Such a pill might be of great use to the Demon Lord, so Lin Feng left it to the Demon Lord. They searched carefully, wanting to see if there were any other pills that were in good condition. Unfortunately, Lin Feng and the others couldn't find any other pills. As for those destroyed pills, Lin Feng didn't waste them. Others didn't want those pills, but Lin Feng did. Those pills could be used as supplements to feed the insects. Lin Feng kept the pills. Then they walked out of the first stone room. Then they came to the outside of the second stone room. The others waited at the side. Lin Feng began to break the restrictions of the second stone room. Everyone was excited and expectant. They were excited because they had obtained the Saint Devil reincarnation pill before. They were expectant because they felt that the Saint Ancestor reincarnation might have left behind some other good things. If they could find those good things. This was yet another great opportunity. The place where the Saint Ancestor reincarnation fell was really a treasure land. The restrictions of the second stone room were different from those of the first stone room. The only thing that was the same was that these restrictions were very powerful. Moreover, the restrictions of the second stone room seemed to be more powerful than those of the first stone room. Therefore, cracking it. It was even more difficult. It took Lin Feng 5 days to crack the first stone room. But it took Lin Feng 7 days to crack the second stone room. After the restrictions of the second stone room were cracked, the cursed doll excitedly came to the stone door. Then it reached out and pushed the stone door. Along with a violent sound of friction, there was a loud sound. The stone door of the second stone room was also pushed open by the cursed doll. End of this chapter. Chapter 52-72. The second stone room was filled with many crystal vessels. Lin Feng was shocked. Because those crystal vessels were actually used to cultivate various spirit insects. Moreover, Lin Feng placed a lot of insect eggs. Lin Feng opened the lid of a crystal vessel and took out the insect eggs inside. He discovered these insect eggs. They had all lost their lives. It was mainly because it had been too long, so these insect eggs had lost their lives. Lin Feng had now cultivated 4 groups of insects, as well as the Emperor Archaic, the Primordial Ancestral Insect and the Demon King Insect. Thus, Lin Feng knew how important it was for a cultivator to cultivate these insect swarms. At many critical times, these insect swarms, or spirit insects, they could be of great help to cultivators. In the past, the sacred ancestor Samsara probably had this awareness as well. So, the sacred ancestor Samsara, he built a bug room here. It was to cultivate these spirit insects. The cursed doll said, "It seems that they are all dead. I wonder what kind of spirit insects the sacred ancestor Samsara cultivated back then were. But I reckon that they should be very heaven-defying." Everyone couldn't help but nod. An expert like the sacred ancestor Samsara. He was high and mighty and powerful. The spirit insects that he cultivated were definitely spirit insects that would be of great help to him. If they were of no help to the sacred ancestor Samsara, presumably, the sacred ancestor Samsara would not cultivate them. But because these spirit insects had not been successfully cultivated, thus, Lin Feng and the others were unable to determine the species of these spirit insects. Because there were more crystal vessels here. Thus, Lin Feng and the others began to search one by one, to see if there were any living insect eggs. Or perhaps, to see if there were any living mother insects. Lin Feng found some mother insects, but they were all dead. It was difficult to find a living mother insect. The same went for the insect eggs. Lin Feng had already expected such a situation. Lin Feng put away the dead insect eggs and mother insects. Others didn't need this kind of thing, and it was useless even if they had it. However, Lin Feng needed it. He could use these things to cultivate insect swarms. To the insect swarm, it was definitely a great tonic. It was enough for the swarm to grow quickly. Lin Feng moved all the crystal vessels into the time-space. Then, they arrived outside the third stone room. After Lin Feng successfully broke the third stone room's restriction, everyone entered the third stone room. The third stone room was filled with many refining materials. This should be a crafting room. There was a huge golden alms bowl in the room. At this moment, the alms bowl was upside down. The alms bowl vibrated with astonishing energy waves. He didn't know what was in the alms bowl. The cursed doll said excitedly, "There's definitely some good treasures inside." As he spoke, he wanted to open the alms bowl. Lin Feng said, "Wait, I'll set up some restrictions to seal off the room." The cursed doll nodded. The restriction that Lin Feng had set up had no effect on them. If they wanted to go out, they could go out anytime and anywhere. However, if there was really something in the alms bowl that wanted to leave the room, however, it would be blocked by restrictions. After the restrictions were successfully set up, the cursed doll opened the alms bowl. The moment the alms bowl opened, a powerful energy surged out from the alms bowl. Bang! 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 Along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the others. They were directly sent flying by the energy emitted from the alms bowl. This caused Lin Feng and the others to be extremely shocked. What kind of energy could actually send so many people flying? At this moment, many beams of light flew out from the alms bowl, and those beams of light quickly rushed outside. However, when they reached the door, Those beams of light were all reflected by the restrictions that Lin Feng had set up. It's the magic treasure spirit. At this moment, the cursed doll came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. What's a magic treasure spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The cursed doll said, a magic treasure spirit can be integrated into a magic treasure. A magic treasure spirit has two main functions. The first function is to greatly increase the magic treasure's growth. It's similar to how a cultivator's innate talent increases. The higher the growth of a magic treasure, the higher the level it can reach in the future. The second function is to help a magic treasure condense its own deity. You should all know that it's quite difficult for a magic treasure to condense a deity, especially for some powerful magic treasures. It takes a very long time for a magic treasure to give birth to a complete deity, but it's different with a magic treasure spirit. As long as the magic treasure spirit is refined into a magic treasure, the magic treasure spirit can become the deity's main body, and it can absorb the magic treasure's original spirituality and quickly form a deity. Once a magic treasure gives birth to a complete deity, many mysterious abilities can be unlocked. At this point, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Feng was currently refining two life-bound magic treasures, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Primal Chaos Stone. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had already given birth to its own spirituality. However, giving birth to spirituality was only the first step in condensing a deity. Lin Feng wasn't sure when it would transform into a complete deity. As for the Primal Chaos Stone, it hadn't given birth to spirituality yet. However, if Lin Feng refined the magic treasure spirit into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Primal Chaos Stone, in a relatively short period of time, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Primal Chaos Stone should be able to condense their own deity. Once the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Primal Chaos Stone had their own deity, their power would greatly increase. Moreover, these two treasures might even have some new abilities. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch these magic treasure spirits, Lin Feng said. He took the lead and rushed out to grab the magic treasure spirits. The others also took action. Everyone knew how precious these magic treasure spirits were, so they were naturally very interested in these magic treasure spirits. How much each person could get depended on their own ability. Therefore, these treasures wouldn't be evenly distributed. This was a rule that everyone tacitly agreed on. In the end, Lin Feng obtained 3 magic treasure spirits. The rest of the people also caught 2 or 3 magic treasure spirits. Even Lil Sun had captured 2 Dharma treasure spirits. Everyone put away the artifact spirits that they had caught. Big brother, here you go. Little Sun handed the magic treasure spirit to Lin Feng as if he was asking for credit. Lin Feng said, I'll keep it for you first. If you refine your life-bound magic treasure in the future, I'll give it to you. Okay. Little Sun nodded. Including the 3 magic treasure spirits he had obtained, Lin Feng temporarily kept the 5 magic treasure spirits. When he had time, he would refine the magic treasure spirits into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Primal Chaos Stone. End of chapter. Chapter 52-73. There was only one last stone room left. However, Lin Feng and the others did not see the corpse of Sacred Ancestor Reincarnation or the Gate of Reincarnation. Therefore, even though they had obtained a lot of good things, but Lin Feng still wasn't happy. Lin Feng's main goal was to find the Gate of Reincarnation. Then, he would use the Gate of Reincarnation to enter the Reincarnation Passage. If there was no Gate of Reincarnation in the 4th stone room, wouldn't that be a trap? Lin Feng began to crack the restriction outside the 4th stone room. Lin Feng could only pray that the Gate of Reincarnation he needed was inside the 4th stone room. After half a month, Lin Feng finally cracked the restriction of the 4th stone room. The cursed doll pushed the stone door open. Before they could enter the 4th stone room, a large amount of demonic chi surged out of the 4th stone room. Hurry up and retreat. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He shouted in a deep voice and quickly retreated without hesitation. The others also retreated. What was going on in the 4th stone room? Why was the demonic chi surging? It was simply too bizarre. Everyone retreated to a safe place. Then, they all looked into the depths of the room. Lin Feng saw a black-robed cultivator sitting cross-legged in the fourth stone room. An ancient stone door floated above the black-robed cultivator. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the stone door. Lin Feng felt that the stone door seemed to be the legendary gate of reincarnation. Lin Feng felt the power of reincarnation from the stone door. As for the powerful demonic qi, it was coming from the black-robed cultivator's body. Black-robed cultivator. Lin Feng frowned when he saw the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator was actually from the black-robed clan, one of the 8 clans of the epoch. Lin Feng could sense the special aura of the black-robed cultivator, so he could not be mistaken. The black-robed clan had a deep grudge with Lin Feng. For example, Supremacy Yuan Tian and the others were black-robed cultivators. Lin Feng's ancestor had a blood feud with the black-robed clan. It had been a while since Lin Feng had seen anyone from the black-robed clan. Now, Lin Feng was surprised to see a cultivator from the Black Cloak clan here. Who was that black-robed cultivator? Could it be Saint Ancestor Samsara? No. Lin Feng had a feeling that the black-robed cultivator was not Sacred Ancestor Samsara. It was rumored that Saint Ancestor Samsara was a cultivator of the divine race. Of course, there was another explanation. According to another rumor, Sacred Ancestor Samsara was a human cultivator. But whether it was the human race or the Protoss, it was impossible for them to be a race that transcended epochs like the black-robed clan. Lin Feng thought of the death of Saint Ancestor Samsara. The death of Saint Ancestor Samsara was rather strange. Could it be that the death of Sacred Ancestor Samsara had something to do with this black-robed cultivator? Perhaps. It was really possible. I didn't expect that a group of people would come to die just as I was about to be born. Just nice, I'll eat you all and replenish my nutrients. The black-robed cultivator opened his eyes, and a sinister and terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He tried to get up. But countless runes flew out from the gate of reincarnation and suppressed the black-robed cultivator. It was difficult for him to get up. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng was basically sure. This black-robed cultivator should have been suppressed by Saint Ancestor Samsara. Who are you? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. I am one of the 8 great demon emperors of the black-robed clan, the 9-dragon demon emperor. The black-robed cultivator sneered. Lin Feng didn't know how the black-robed experts were divided. But listening to this guy's self-introduction, this person should be one of the more powerful existences in the black-robed clan. Even experts like Yuan Tian Sovereign and the other sovereigns should be inferior in terms of seniority and status in front of this person. What about Saint Ancestor Samsara? Lin Feng continued to ask. That guy died a long time ago. 9 Dragons Devil King said with hatred. Back then, I thought I could easily kill him when he was in the life and death chamber. I didn't expect that guy to be so calculative and almost killed me. Luckily, he couldn't hold on any longer and had to pass away. Before that, he poured all of his energy into the gate of reincarnation, wanting to use its power to suppress me. However, he underestimated me. After a long time, I'm still indestructible and I'll be able to break the suppression of the gate of reincarnation. Once I come back, I'll devour millions and millions of creatures to recover my strength and destroy thousands of worlds to vent my anger. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to leave. Lin Feng sneered. Kill him. The cursed doll shouted. Lin Feng and the others all rushed into the fourth stone room, wanting to join forces and kill the 9-dragon demon emperor. The 9-dragon demon emperor was too evil. If they didn't kill him, who knew how many people would die then? Of course, there was another important reason. Although the 9-dragon demon emperor was still trapped, he seemed to be able to attack. If they didn't kill this guy would also kill Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, no matter what, the 9-dragon demon emperor had to die. Lin Feng took out 5 stone swords and slashed towards the 9-dragon demon emperor. The 36 stone swords were the bane of these existences. Now, Lin Feng had 5 stone swords in his hands. These 5 stone swords were very effective against the 9-dragon demon emperor. The others all took out their magic treasures as well. With so many magic treasures working together, The attack was naturally terrifying. Mate. The nine-dragon demon emperor snorted coldly, then said disdainfully, "A bunch of ants dares to attack me? You really don't know your own strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Suddenly, in front of him, a black screen of light appeared. That black screen of light was formed by countless mysterious runes. It contained an extremely powerful undulation. Obviously, that black screen of light was definitely extraordinary. Bang! 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 The magic treasures of Lin Feng and the others bombarded the black screen of light. Following that, a series of violent collisions could be heard. Something shocking happened. Then, something happened. The magic treasures of Lin Feng and the others. They were all reflected back by the black screen of light. Seeing this, the faces of Lin Feng and the others changed greatly. Their magic treasures were actually unable to break the defensive screen of light formed by the nine-dragon demon emperor. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5274. The cursed doll shouted, "Damn, this guy is so strong. This is going to be troublesome." The current situation was indeed troublesome for Lin Feng and the others. The guy in front of them was indeed abnormally strong. It was extremely difficult to deal with such a strong opponent. "You ants, all of you can die," the nine-dragon demon emperor said sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, thick tentacles suddenly grew out of his back. Then, those tentacles wrapped around Lin Feng and the others. "What the hell is this guy?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The Black Robe clan was more mysterious. There were probably many types of creatures in the Black Robe clan. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't know much about the nine-dragon demon emperor. However, seeing the nine-dragon demon emperor like this was really shocking. His body had so many tentacles, but this guy wasn't an octopus monster. Moreover, those tentacles didn't look like the tentacles of an octopus monster. Lin Feng couldn't think of anything other than an octopus monster. What other race could grow so many tentacles? Of course. This wasn't the time to think about what race the nine-dragon demon emperor was. The most important thing now was how to solve this crisis. Lin Feng controlled the stone sword to slash at the tentacles. Pu, pu, pu. Along with the sound of tearing, the tentacles were cut off one by one. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That was because the tentacles that had been cut off had completely regenerated in an extremely short period of time. On this point, the cursed doll and the others had obviously noticed this. "I have an immortal body. I can regenerate infinitely. Your methods are useless against me. If you know what's good for you, you'll take the initiative to die. That way, you'll suffer less. If I attack, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death." The nine-dragon demon emperor sneered. This guy obviously thought that he could defeat Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng sneered. "It's too early to be proud. The battle has only just begun. You won't cry until you see the coffin." The nine-dragon demon emperor looked at Lin Feng with disdain. At this moment, the nine-dragons demon emperor opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of powerful magical treasures. Some of the powerful treasures were bound by the tentacles. Clang, clang, clang. Those tentacles looked like the nine-dragon demon emperor's arms. Those tentacles were holding treasures which collided with Lin Feng and the others' treasures again and again. "Immortal Qian," he said, "what do we do now? Should we retreat?" Lin Feng smiled. This was the nine-dragon demon emperor's to escape. This place had most likely been completely sealed off. "Retreat? Are you daydreaming?" said the nine dragons demon emperor in a mocking tone. "This place is hell for you fellows. Now that you've entered hell, do you think you can come out unscathed? With such strength, coupled with his freakish recovery ability, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. We have to think of a way to deal with this guy quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on for long." The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng knew that they were in a very bad situation. But how to deal with this fellow was indeed a rather thorny matter. Lin Feng looked at the gate of reincarnation. Perhaps he could use the gate of reincarnation to deal with this guy. Moreover, Lin Feng thought of another way, and that was to summon the rising sun in Little Sun's body. The black-robed clan was an evil and dark race. They represented death and the end of the world. As for the rising sun, it represented hope and light. The rising sun was definitely able to restrain the black-robed cultivators. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice to Little Sun, asking her to summon the rising sun in her body. At the same time, Lin Feng began to circulate the Great Samsara. He tried to use the Great Samsara to activate the Gate of Reincarnation. Lin Feng felt that the Gate of Reincarnation was very likely related to the Tao of Reincarnation, and the Great Samsara belonged to the Tao of Reincarnation. So, the Great Samsara might really be able to activate the Gate of Reincarnation. Of course, this was just Lin Feng's guess. Was it really possible to achieve this? Lin Feng wasn't sure for the time being. He hoped that it could be done, because Lin Feng really couldn't think of any other way. When the Great Samsara was activated by Lin Feng, a powerful force of samsara brewed. The power of samsara. Under Lin Feng's control, it continuously poured into the Gate of Reincarnation. Many of the runes on the Gate of Reincarnation awakened. The 9 Dragons Demon Emperor's expression suddenly changed. Damn it. Then, the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor cursed angrily. More and more tentacles surged out. The densely packed tentacles all wrapped around Lin Feng. The 9 Dragons Demon Emperor discovered that Lin Feng was activating the Gate of Reincarnation, so he wanted to quickly kill Lin Feng. The power of samsara. At this moment, a voice actually came from within the Gate of Reincarnation. That voice seemed to have traveled across endless time and space. After that voice came out, the Gate of Reincarnation released an even more powerful force of samsara. At the same time, the runes on the Gate of Reincarnation also awakened more and more. The Gate of Reincarnation fiercely suppressed the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor. The 9 Dragons Demon Emperor had to expend more energy to resist the suppression of the Gate of Reincarnation. Therefore, the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor's battle strength fell sharply. He retracted his tentacles because the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor didn't have that much energy to control so many tentacles. Meanwhile, Lil Sun also summoned the rising sun. The rising sun floated above the small sun. It shone towards the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor. When the sunlight shone out, a large amount of black fog was dispersed. When the sunlight shone on the tentacles, many of them vanished into thin air. So they aren't real tentacles. Earlier, you were bragging that the rapid regeneration of the tentacles was an undying ability. How can you be so shameless? Lin Feng sneered. At this moment, the 5 stone swords flew towards Lin Feng. In midair, the 5 stone swords merged together. The 5 stone swords merged into a single giant sword. Lin Feng wielded the giant sword. He quickly flew towards the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor. Die! Lin Feng shouted coldly. The next moment, he arrived in front of the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor. And then, the sword slashed towards the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor's head. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 5275. Brat, you're still far from being able to kill me. The 9 Dragon Demon Emperor sneered. Demonic chi surged around his body. That screen of light formed by demonic chi appeared once again. Clang. When Lin Feng's great sword swept over, it was blocked by the screen of light. The screen of light was still strong. Therefore, it would not be easy for Lin Feng to kill the 9 Dragon Demon Emperor. At this moment, the 9 Dragon Demon Emperor pointed his finger at Lin Feng. A beam of demonic light formed. That beam of demonic light was incomparably terrifying. It easily pierced through the void and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the demonic lights were about to pierce through his body, Lin Feng was stunned. When the beam of demonic light reached him, Lin Feng's body moved to the left and successfully dodged the beam of demonic light. However, at that moment, numerous tentacles moved towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. The 9 Dragon Demon Emperor indeed had many tricks up his sleeve. Many of them were extremely terrifying. Because there were simply too many tentacles, Lin Feng could only choose to retreat. However, If he chose to retreat, the distance between him and the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor would increase. Given the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor's fighting strength, he might be able to break through the suppression of the Gate of Reincarnation very quickly. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor. Therefore, Lin Feng could not choose to retreat at this moment. However, if Lin Feng did not choose to retreat, the situation would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, Lin Feng was caught in a dilemma. However, just as Lin Feng was hesitating and did not know what to do next, the rising sun shone a thick beam of light. That beam of light enveloped Lin Feng, the Gate of Reincarnation, and the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor. Those numerous tentacles quickly dissipated after being hit by the beam of light. Even the screen of light floating in front of the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor was hit by the beam of light. It was directly pierced through. The suppression of the rising sun was simply too great for the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Wielding his great sword, he charged towards the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor. Lin Feng's sword slashed towards the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head. But at this moment, the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor opened his bloody maw. Then, the 9-Dragon Demonic Emperor breathed out demonic energy that filled the sky. The demonic energy contained a terrifying poison. That kind of toxic poison could instantly corrode out a hole in the void. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Just as the devil Qi was about to envelop Lin Feng actually disappeared without a trace. In truth, Lin Feng had long since anticipated that the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor might have other means of attack. Therefore, Lin Feng made a feint. When the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor attacked, Lin Feng instantly went through the void. He arrived behind the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor. As a result, the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's attack missed. Lin Feng held a huge sword in his hand. He attacked as fast as lightning. Pu. He beheaded the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor with a single slash. After the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head was beheaded, it didn't die immediately. Instead, it pounced towards Lin Feng. "Brat, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." The 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head roared furiously. The 9-Dragons Demon Emperor had a high and mighty attitude before. He thought that Lin Feng and the others were just a bunch of ants. Wasn't it easy to kill Lin Feng and the others? From the beginning to the end, he didn't put Lin Feng and the others in his eyes at all. Now that his head was beheaded by Lin Feng, it was a huge blow to the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor. The 9-Dragons Demon Emperor was completely flustered and exasperated. Of course, the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor also knew that today might be extremely dangerous. Therefore, he had to kill Lin Feng quickly. If he could kill Lin Feng, he might be able to turn the situation around. If he couldn't kill Lin Feng, he would definitely die. A large amount of flames gushed out from the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head. With the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head as the center, the flames spread out in all directions. Lin Feng was instantly enveloped by the flames released by the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head. Demon Fire Burning God. The 9-Dragons Demon Emperor roared again and again. The rolling flames condensed into a corpse. The 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's head fused with the corpse's body. Inside the flames, the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor charged towards Lin Feng at high speed. This was a terrifying technique mastered by the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor. Even though his head was chopped off, the 9-Dragon Demon Emperor was still able to use it. Even though his head was chopped off, the flames still condensed into a body that was connected to his head. This temporary body of his could still erupt with terrifying battle strength. In addition to this, the burning flames could cause great damage to the cultivators trapped in the flames. In the past, many experts had been burned alive by these flames. From the 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's point of view, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to withstand the flames. Even if Lin Feng could, his battle strength would greatly decrease. Lin Feng's fighting abilities would also decrease drastically. At that time, he would be able to kill Lin Feng. The 9-Dragons Demon Emperor's plan was quite good. However, he had neglected an extremely important matter. And that was, Lin Feng was not afraid of any flames. Lin Feng controlled 7 heavenly flames. How could he be afraid of flames? Therefore, Lin Feng directly took out 7 heavenly flames. The moment Lin Feng took out the 7 heavenly flames, the 9 dragons demon emperor's flames could no longer withstand it. The 9 dragons demon emperor's flames instantly dissipated. As for the 9 dragons demon emperor's temporary body of flames, it instantly collapsed. 7 heavenly flames? How is this possible? The 9 dragons demon emperor roared in disbelief. Heavenly flames were extremely precious treasures. Each heavenly flame was a type of heavenly flame. They were extremely difficult to find. Not to mention, 7 heavenly flames. Therefore, when the 9 dragons demon emperor saw the 7 heavenly flames, one could imagine the shock in his heart. Apart from shock, there was also endless fear. Lin Feng, who controlled 7 heavenly flames, was no longer someone he could contend against. The 9 dragons demon emperor's head turned around, wanting to flee. However, Lin Feng did not give it the chance to do so. Lin Feng directly took out his great sword. Swoosh! The great sword turned into a stream of light and chased after the 9 dragons demon emperor's head at high speed. Pu! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The 9 dragons demon emperor's head. It was directly pierced through by Lin Feng's great sword. Lin Feng swept over, grabbed the great sword, and lightly shook his right hand. With a bang, an explosion rang out. The 9 dragons demon emperor's head, which had been shaken by the huge force, exploded. His soul also shattered along with it. The 9 dragons demon emperor had dominated the world for countless years. He was a terrifying existence that even sacred ancestor reincarnation could not kill. Just like that, he died in Lin Feng's hands. End of chapter. Chapter 5276. Hoo. After killing the 9 dragon demon emperor, Lin Feng could not help but pant heavily. This time, killing the 9 dragon demon emperor was simply too difficult. Furthermore, it was simply too dangerous. However, the result was still pretty good. Finally dead. The cursed doll could not help but let out a long sigh. Then, this fellow kicked the 9 dragon demon emperor's corpse and cursed, "Mother***, you scared your father to death. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You actually dared to say that you want your father's life. You truly overestimate yourself." The cursed doll used this kind of cursing to vent the grievances from before. The others also let out a long sigh of relief. However, they did not intend to disgrace the 9-headed demon emperor's corpse like the cursed doll did. Lin Feng planned to refine the 9-headed demon emperor's corpse into an energy source. However, at this moment, the 9-headed demon emperor's corpse actually turned into a rainbow and dissipated. In order to prevent others from desecrating their corpses, some apex experts would turn their corpses into a rainbow and dissipate after their death. This was a method that had already been prepared beforehand. Therefore, this method could not be stopped. Although it was a pity that the 9-headed demon emperor's corpse turned into a rainbow and dissipated, it was fortunate that the 9-dragon demon emperor left behind a storage ring. Lin Feng picked up the storage ring. Immediately after, his spiritual will entered the storage ring. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the 9-headed demon emperor's storage ring should have a lot of good things. However, after searching for a while, he realized that there were not that many good things inside. Lin Feng pondered for a while and understood what was going on. The 9-dragon demon emperor had been trapped here for such a long time that he was unable to absorb the energy of the world outside. Therefore, he could only devour the energy contained within the storage ring to provide for his body's needs. After such a long time, this kind of consumption was definitely extremely huge. Therefore, within the 9-dragon demon emperor's storage ring, immortal stones, pills, immortal herbs, and other treasures that contained energy had already been used up. Even a lot of immortal iron and immortal stones had been used up. Those precious immortal iron and immortal stones also contained powerful energy. Of course, theoretically speaking, cultivators were unable to absorb the energy within those immortal iron and immortal stones. However, this was only a theory. Perhaps the 9-dragons demon emperor had a way to absorb the energy contained within. This was also a very likely thing. The 9-dragons demon emperor's storage ring wasn't completely empty. For example, There were also many powerful magic treasures here. There were more than 30 immortal artifacts in total. There were even 2 saint-level treasures. One of them was a demonic dragon sword. It was a magic treasure of the Devil Dao. Previously, the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor had used this treasure to deal with Lin Feng and the others. The other treasure was a mysterious crystal ball. The crystal ball's level seemed to be higher than the demon dragon sword's level. Saint artifacts were rare. These 2 saint artifacts were extremely powerful. Lin Feng planned to leave a sacred artifact for Little Sunday. He let the small sun protect himself. As for the cursed doll and the sea maiden, they both had powerful magic treasures. Although they were not sacred artifacts, their power was about the same as sacred artifacts. In addition, they were more powerful. Therefore, he would not fight with a child like Little Sun over a sacred artifact. At that time, they would be able to choose a few immortal artifacts. He had a few more powerful immortal artifacts to protect himself. The effect would definitely be extremely good. As for the other sacred artifact, the demon dragon sword, Lin Feng planned to give it to the 4 experts. The 4 of them had a close relationship. Just like Lin Feng and the others. It was easy for them to distribute the benefits. Lin Feng said, 2 sacred artifacts, 1 for each side. We will take this saint-level crystal ball, and the demon dragon sword will belong to you. What do you think? No problem. Daoist Qing Shan nodded. Although the crystal ball's level might be higher, it was clearly a treasure that could attack and defend at the same time. Attacking and defending at the same time was a nicer way to put it. It could be understood as, the crystal ball's attack and defense couldn't reach the pinnacle. Such a treasure was extremely suitable for Little Sunday. It was not suitable for Daoist Qing Shan and the others. Daoist Qing Shan and the others preferred treasures with powerful attack power. For example, the demon dragon sword. It was an all-elemental attack-type magic treasure. Lin Feng giving them the demon dragon sword was exactly what they wanted. After distributing the 2 sacred artifacts, Lin Feng also distributed the immortal artifacts. Apart from that, the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor still had many divine abilities and cultivation techniques. Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in these divine abilities and cultivation techniques. Only immortal sutras could attract Lin Feng's interest. However, there were no immortal sutras here. The 9 Dragons Demon Emperor must have cultivated an immortal sutra-level technique. However, the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor wouldn't have left such a technique in his storage ring. He must have left it in his mind. Lin Feng did the same. The remaining items weren't particularly valuable, so everyone simply distributed them. After Lin Feng and the others finished distributing the items, a voice came from the Gate of Reincarnation. Thank you for helping me kill the 9 Dragons Demon Emperor. Perhaps I can help you with something as repayment. This voice was the same as the one from before. Lin Feng had been wondering if he could refine the Gate of Reincarnation, but it seemed that he wouldn't have the chance to do so. Lin Feng asked, "Are you the god of the Gate of Reincarnation?" "Yes." The voice replied. Lin Feng continued, "I've heard that the Gate of Reincarnation is connected to the legendary reincarnation passage. Is this rumor true?" The god of the Gate of Reincarnation replied, "It is indeed true." Lin Feng was delighted. "I want to enter the reincarnation passage. Can you let me in?" "Enter the reincarnation passage?" The god of the Gate of Reincarnation was astonished. He asked, "Why do you want to enter the reincarnation passage?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm looking for someone very important to me. She entered the reincarnation passage. I don't know how she is right now, but I want to see her." The god of the Gate of Reincarnation asked, "Do you know what kind of world the reincarnation passage is?" When he heard this question, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He really didn't know what kind of world the reincarnation passage was. Everything there seemed to be unknown and full of mysteries. Lin Feng replied, "I don't know. Can you tell me? Please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version. Chapter 5277. Lin Feng didn't understand. "I want to know why." The god replied, "Reincarnation. In other words, you will only go there during the cycle of life and death. You are a living person, so why would you go there? Do you want to die? Lin Feng asked, are you saying that living people can't go there? Dead people can go there. The Gate of Reincarnation said, dead people, yin corpses, hungry ghosts, evil spirits, all sorts of things can go there. Living people can forget about it. Going there is no different from sending them to their deaths. Lin Feng said, can I take what you just said to mean that living people can go there as well, just that it's more dangerous? The god of the Gate of Reincarnation understood what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng said, the Gate of Reincarnation. Clearly, he still wanted to go there and take a look. The god of reincarnation felt somewhat helpless, as he knew how dangerous that place was. However, if Lin Feng insisted on going, he didn't seem to be able to stop Lin Feng. The god of reincarnation said, you can go there, but it's also very dangerous. That's why I advised you not to go there. Even if you go there, do you know where that person is? Moreover, according to what you said, that person has already entered the reincarnation tunnel. It should take you a few years to find a way to enter the tunnel, right? That person should have already been there for a few years. In any case, I don't think that those who enter will be able to live there for long. The god of reincarnation's words were cruel, but they also made sense. However, this wasn't a reason for Lin Feng to give up, no matter what Feng Yaoguang's current situation was. Even if Lin Feng wanted to search for her, he still had to do so. Lin Feng didn't want to leave any regrets. Thus, Lin Feng said, send me to the reincarnation tunnel. The god of the Gate of Reincarnation remained silent for a moment, then said, if you really want to go in, I can take you there. But I can only give you 1 month. After a month, I'll find a way to contact you and bring you out. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Is there anyone else who wants to enter the reincarnation passage? The Gate of Reincarnation asked. The others hurriedly shook their heads. They had no interest in such a place. Little Sun wanted to go with Lin Feng. However, he was rejected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng got the cursed doll, the sea maiden, and the others to take care of little Sunday. At this moment, the Gate of Samsara began to emit waves of strange energy. That strange energy actually condensed into an extremely mysterious teleportation array. Enter the teleportation array. The Gate of Reincarnation said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he entered the teleportation array. After Lin Feng entered the teleportation array. Next, the teleportation array was activated. Whoosh. Light flashed. Lin Feng was teleported out. Lin Feng felt like the world was spinning. In front of him was endless darkness. No one knew how much time had passed. He felt a huge pulling force acting on his body. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Then, he discovered that his body was falling from mid-air to the ground. Bang! Lin Feng fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, my butt. Lin Feng rubbed his butt and got up from the ground. Then, he looked around. Around him, there was endless darkness. And where he was, there was a very wide and dark path. On both sides of the path, there were some flowers and trees. However, those flowers and trees didn't have any fragrance. Instead, they gave off a lifeless feeling. After seeing those flowers and trees, Lin Feng felt extremely depressed. Is this the reincarnation passage? Lin Feng looked at the path in front of him. Behind him, there was endless darkness. He could only walk forward. There was only a trace of light. Lin Feng walked forward. After walking for a distance, he turned his head and looked behind him. Lin Feng realized. The distance he had just walked had been swallowed by the darkness. There is no turning back here. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He could feel a terrifying aura from the darkness. In the darkness, it was like a dormant devil. If a cultivator dared to enter the darkness, he would be swallowed by the darkness. Then, he would become the devil's food. A dark world. It was so terrifying. So terrifying. So terrifying. She felt her hair stand on end. Therefore, not only could one not turn back in the reincarnation passage, but one could also not enter the darkness on both sides. Entering it would mean that one's life was coming to an end. Yaoguang, where are you? Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. He flew along the reincarnation passage. He didn't know where Feng Yaoguang was. But Lin Feng had a letter left by Feng Yaoguang. The letter had Feng Yaoguang's spirit energy. Although it was just a letter. But because of the special material and Feng Yaoguang's spirit energy, this letter seemed to have a life of its own. Of course. This was an exaggeration. However, this letter, it indeed had some spirituality. Just like Feng Yaoguang folded paper cranes. Those paper cranes were able to find him because Feng Yaoguang had injected spirit energy into them, giving the paper cranes spirituality. The special spirit paper that Feng Yaoguang used to fold the paper cranes was the spirit paper used to write letters. This was a kind of spirit paper passed down by the ancient survivors. It was extremely rare, since the paper cranes that were injected with spirit energy by Feng Yaoguang could find him. Then, the letter that was also injected with spirit energy by Feng Yaoguang could sense Feng Yaoguang after getting close to her. There didn't seem to be anything strange. Woo woo woo, Lin Feng flew in the reincarnation passage for 2 hours. He heard a gloomy sound. It was like the cry of a malicious spirit. After hearing that sound, he couldn't help but have goosebumps. A cold wind swept over. These cold winds blew from behind, from the left, and from the right. Then, evil ghosts walked out from the left, right, and back of the darkness. There were yin corpses, ghost corpses, evil spirits, yin spirits, and so on. There were all kinds of terrifying existences. Densely packed. There were countless of them. They all poured out. After seeing those terrifying existences, Lin Feng quickly took out the ancient Buddhist kasaya. Then Lin Feng put on the ancient Buddhist kasaya. After putting on the ancient Buddhist kasaya suddenly surged with Buddhist light. The Buddhist light protected Lin Feng in it. After those yin spirits and ghosts felt the aura of the Buddhist light, they didn't dare to move forward. Obviously, those yin spirits and ghosts were intimidated by the Buddhist light emitted from the ancient Buddhist kasaya. Human, this is the paradise of the undead. Why did you enter here? Suddenly, at this moment, an icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. End of this chapter. Chapter 5278. Who is it? Lin Feng asked coldly. An evil spirit wearing black armor walked out from the darkness behind him. Lin Feng could sense a gloomy and cold qi coming from that cultivator, which made people feel suffocated and terrified. That cold aura was extremely terrifying. It meant that the evil spirit in front of him was definitely an extremely powerful existence. When the evil spirit appeared, the evil spirits and ghosts in the surroundings all lowered their heads. This was enough to explain a lot of things. I am the king here, the evil spirit said. The ghost king? Lin Feng asked. No. I am the demon king. You can call me the 10 Great Evil Demon King. The evil spirit said. 10 Great Evil Demon King? What a strange name. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The evil spirit said, have you ever heard of the term heinous beyond redemption? I am the Great Evil Demon King, so I am called the 10 Great Evil Demon King. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. So this was where the name 10 Great Evil Demon King came from. But this name, it was really strange. You don't want to attack me, do you? If you wanted to deal with me, you wouldn't have said so much to me. Lin Feng said. Hehe, you are quite confident. Maybe I'm trying to attract your attention so that I can find an opportunity to kill you. The 10 Great Evil Demon King said. Lin Feng said. But I don't think you are that kind of person. The 10 Great Evil Demon King's eyes flashed slightly, and then he said, this is the entrance to the reincarnation passage, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. If you enter, you are simply courting death. Why are you advising me? As the Great Evil Demon King of the reincarnation passage, shouldn't you kill me? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The 10 Great Evil Demon King couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. When he saw Lin Feng, he really wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, the thought of killing Lin Feng flashed through his mind. In his heart, after that, he could no longer have that kind of thought. The 10 great evil demon kings didn't know why they couldn't bring themselves to kill Lin Feng. But it seems this would be a mystery. Since Lin Feng did not have the intention to kill him, then let's persuade Lin Feng to leave, said 10 Fiend Demon King. If I tell you to leave, then leave. What's with all the nonsense? Lin Feng said, it's not easy for me to come here, how can I leave? You still haven't answered my question, said 10 Fiend Demon King coldly. Why should I answer your question? Who do you think you are? Lin Feng said, could it be that we were family in our previous lives? Is that why you didn't attack me? The 10 evil demon kings frowned. He had long forgotten who he was in his previous life. Lin Feng's words seemed to have reminded him of something. Could it be a family? Perhaps. Perhaps not. So what if it was? Now, humans and ghosts were already on different paths. There's a limit to my patience. If you don't leave, I don't mind throwing you out, said 10 Fiend Demon King. Lin Feng said, don't. Please don't throw me out. Actually, I came here for an extremely important matter. What matter is more important than your own life? Mocked 10 Fiend Demon King. Lin Feng said, there are some things in this world that are more important than life. Those things are worth protecting with our lives. Such as? Asked 10 Fiend Demon King. Women. Lin Feng said. 10 Fiend Demon King curled his lips and said, I knew you wouldn't say anything serious, yet you're still talking about women. You really can't be taught. Lin Feng said, no, I think that talking about women is actually a very sacred topic. 10 Fiend Demon King frowned slightly, but he didn't interrupt. He wanted to hear what Lin Feng had to say. Lin Feng continued, what's the most beautiful thing in the world? Actually, it's the feelings between people. The feelings between lovers are even more difficult to give up. They're also the most unforgettable feelings. Once upon a time, I had such a lover. We loved each other, but because she had something she had to do, she quietly left me. She didn't tell me because it was extremely dangerous. She didn't want to involve me. But as a man, I have an obligation to protect my woman. I can't let my woman face those dangers alone. Even if this woman is in a dangerous place, as her man, I still have to go there. I can't just stand by and watch. So, after going through untold hardships, I came here to look for her. Can you understand how I feel? Asked Lin Feng to 10 Fiend Demon King. 10 Fiend Demon King said, I can understand a little bit of what you're going through now. However, this is a paradise for the undead, yet you came here to look for your lover. In other words, your lover is already dead, right? Since she's already dead, why are you still looking for her? Maybe she's already in the cycle of reincarnation, said Lin Feng. She's not dead. She's alive. You've been guarding this place all this time. Have you ever seen a woman like her come here? A living person? Is she beautiful? Asked 10 Fiend Demon King. Yes, she's beautiful. She looks like someone who just walked out of a painting, said Lin Feng. No, I haven't, said 10 Fiend Demon King. Said Lin Feng. Could there be another entrance? Could she have entered the tunnel of reincarnation from another entrance? Said 10 Fiend Demon King. No, there's only one entrance to the tunnel of reincarnation. That can't be right. She clearly entered the tunnel of reincarnation, said Lin Feng. Do you think I'm lying to you? Said 10 Fiend Demon King, rolling his eyes. At that moment, a yin god beside 10 Fiend Demon King said, Lord Demon King, a few years ago, when you were sleeping, there was indeed a woman who entered the tunnel of reincarnation. Oh, is that so? 10 Fiend Demon King was astonished. When Lin Feng heard the yin god, he immediately said, it must be her. She must be the person I'm looking for, said 10 Fiend Demon King. Since there's really such a person, you can go inside and look for her. However, I must warn you that once you enter the tunnel of reincarnation, you're doomed to die. There's a high chance that this place will become your burial ground. Therefore, you must think carefully about whether you should enter the tunnel of reincarnation or not. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions and rush into the tunnel of reincarnation without thinking. Many times, so-called love is not worth mentioning in the face of life. End of chapter. Chapter 5279. Lin Feng naturally knew that Ten Fiend Demon King was saying this for his own good, but Lin Feng had his own principles and people he wanted to protect. Thus, he said, "My heart is like a boulder, it's hard to change." Ten Fiend Demon King said, "If that's the case, be careful." Then be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Ten Fiend Demon King's body began to turn illusory, as if he was about to disappear. Lin Feng looked at Ten Fiend Demon King and said, "Wait a moment. What? Is there anything else?" Ten Fiend Demon King looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, "I still have some things to ask." Ten Fiend Demon King curled his lips and said, "Why do you have so many things to ask?" Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "I'm a person with a strong thirst for knowledge." Ten Fiend Demon King said, "What do you want to ask? Ask now." Lin Feng felt that Ten Fiend Demon King was quite a nice person. Of course. This kind of kindness might only be shown to him. She wouldn't show this kind of kindness to anyone else. Lin Feng asked, "What's at the end of the reincarnation passage? Is it the legendary reincarnation?" Ten Fiend Demon King said, "Your question is really difficult to answer." Lin Feng said, "You can tell me through voice transmission. I guarantee that no one can hear you. Heaven's secrets can't be leaked, you know? Trying to cover it up after it's leaked would be akin to burying one's head in the sand." Ten Fiend Demon King was speechless. "Does that mean that you can't tell me about it?" Lin Feng asked. "It's not that you can't tell me." Ten Fiend Demon King narrowed his eyes. When he heard this, Lin Feng's face lit up. He looked at Ten Fiend Demon Kings and waited expectantly for their reply. Ten Fiend Demon King did not directly answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he asked, "What do you think? What should reincarnation be like?" Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "It's like flowers blooming and wilting, spring passing and autumn coming, new life and destruction. Cultivators are like these plants. Life blossoms until life withers away, but that's not the end of life, because there's a new life waiting for the lucky ones." The lucky ones that Lin Feng was talking about were the cultivators whose souls were not destroyed after they died. Due to various reasons, their souls had entered the reincarnation passage. Then, he would reincarnate. As for the cultivators whose souls had been destroyed, their souls had already dispersed. Naturally, there was no possibility for them to reincarnate. Said the Ten Fiends Demon King. Reincarnation and rebirth do exist, but there are many restrictions. Besides, cultivators who can do that are extremely strong. Ordinary cultivators don't have that kind of ability. As for reincarnation, Ten Fiend King paused for a moment at this point. Then, he continued, "I don't know if reincarnation exists or not." Lin Feng asked in surprise, "You're guarding the reincarnation passage. Don't tell me you don't know if reincarnation exists or not." Said the Ten Fiend Demon King. "The reincarnation passage is very deep. I once tried to go through it to see where the end was, to see if reincarnation really existed, but I couldn't reach the end. The deeper I went, the more dangerous it became. So, I had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, I would have died." The Ten Fiend Demon King was very strong. However, the Ten Fiend Demon King said that even he could die in the reincarnation passage. This was enough to explain. The depths of the reincarnation passage were very terrifying. "Thank you for telling me this," said Lin Feng. The Ten Fiend Demon King nodded and disappeared without a trace. Those yin spirits and ghosts. They also dispersed. In the reincarnation passage, only Lin Feng was left. At this moment, he couldn't retreat. He could only move forward. He kept moving forward. Lin Feng headed deeper into the reincarnation passage. Although there were some flowers and trees growing here, however, he couldn't feel any vitality. Even the flowers and trees contained the aura of death. The living. He couldn't touch the flowers and trees. Whoosh! From the darkness, a shadow flew out. It was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, a sharp claw came out of the shadow and clawed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the Epoch War Spear and swept it at the terrifying existence. Bang! His Epoch War Spear collided with the terrifying existence. Lin Feng was astonished by what happened next. The Epoch War Spear struck the terrifying existence's body. The terrifying existence wasn't sent flying. Its claw blocked the Epoch War Spear's attack. What a frightening strength! The terrifying existence took this opportunity to quickly arrive in front of Lin Feng. Then, the sharp claw once again clawed at Lin Feng. This time, both sides were very close to each other. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He flicked his finger and a Buddha's light shield appeared in front of him. The claw. When it was grabbed, it directly grabbed the Buddha's light shield. Kai 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 kai. When the claw collided with the Buddha's light shield, the claw instantly burned. The power of Buddhism had a great restraint on these evil spirits. Lin Feng threw a kick at him. It directly kicked the evil spirit's abdomen. Lin Feng felt that the guy's abdomen was extremely hard. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the guy was most likely a yin corpse, an evil corpse. This kind of existence had flesh and blood. Of course. Their bodies had long decayed and contained an endless amount of death energy. And it contained a strong poison. It emitted a foul stench. Even though this evil ghost was very powerful, it was still very powerful. But it was extremely uncomfortable to receive Lin Feng's kick. This evil spirit was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. Lin Feng held the Epoch War Spear and stabbed towards the evil spirit's body. Because its body was shrouded in darkness, Lin Feng did not know what it looked like for the time being. Of course, Lin Feng was not very interested in what it looked like. Lin Feng's goal was to kill this guy. Lin Feng's move was extremely fast. The Epoch War Spear in Lin Feng's hand displayed a tyrannical power. Lin Feng's spear directly pierced the evil spirit's chest. The evil spirit's claws suddenly grasped the Epoch War Spear. Lin Feng wanted to pull it out, but he was unable to. And at this time, behind Lin Feng, a mass of twisted darkness silently appeared. In the darkness, a sharp claw appeared. It directly grabbed at Lin Feng. End of chapter. Chapter 5280. Although Lin Feng could not see what was going on behind him, he could feel a dangerous aura coming from behind. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. Therefore, Lin Feng immediately used teleportation. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The terrifying attack hit nothing but air. Two ghosts. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. He could not help but frown slightly. These two ghosts were extremely intelligent. One was responsible for the main attack, while the other was responsible for sneak attacks. If it was someone else, they might have really fallen for it. Fortunately, Lin Feng was alert and avoided the attack. Otherwise, it would have been extremely dangerous. "You don't even want your weapon?" the injured ghost said coldly. It pulled out the Epoch War Spear from its body. It held the Epoch War Spear in its hand and said, "It's really a good treasure. It's really powerful. My aura and this treasure really complement each other," the Yin Spirit Ghost said. After hearing its self-righteous words, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This guy's skin was really thick. A shameless person was invincible in the world. This was exactly what this guy was like. He released talismans, trying to seal Lin Feng's Epoch Battle Spear. Obviously, this ghost really took a fancy to Lin Feng's treasure. However, although it took a fancy to Lin Feng's treasure, it knew that it was temporarily unable to refine this supreme treasure. If it wanted to refine this supreme treasure, at the very least, it would have to wait until after Lin Feng was killed. Lin Feng naturally could not let this ghost seal his Epoch War Spear. However, the Epoch War Spear was in its hands. Earlier, Lin Feng tried to pull out the Epoch War Spear but failed. Now, it was even more difficult to summon the Epoch War Spear. If he wanted the Epoch War Spear to get rid of the ghost, he had to use some powerful means. This method allowed the Epochal War Spear to erupt with great power. Only this. The Spear of the Epoch. Only then would he be able to break free from that yin spirit and ghost. Lin Feng thought of the Bing mantra. Lin Feng activated the weapon control art of the weapon mantra. In an instant, the power of the Epoch War Spear was activated. The Era War Spear shook violently. He immediately broke free from the grasp of the yin spirit. Then, he quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The ghostly being's face was extremely gloomy. He quickly chased after the spear and wanted to suppress it. At this moment, Lin Feng took out the Hu Yi bow and sun-slaying divine arrows. In the meantime, Lin Feng also took out many magical arrows. A dense barrage of arrows shot out. The sun-shot divine arrows were mixed in with the magical arrows. This was one of Lin Feng's methods. Because if he only shot out the sun-shot divine arrows, although the sun-shot divine arrows were powerful, the other party's goal was also clear. He only needed to block the attack of the sun-shot divine arrows with all his strength. Therefore, the chances of the sun-shot divine arrows being blocked were relatively high. But if many magical arrows were shot out and the sun-shot divine arrows were mixed in, it would be difficult for the other party to determine which magical arrow was the most powerful. And besides the sun-shot divine arrows, the other magical arrows were also very terrifying. Since they were so terrifying, he had to block them. And at this moment, the power of the sun-shot divine arrows suddenly erupted. It could often catch the other party off guard. Therefore, when fighting with others, one had to pay attention to strategy. One couldn't act rashly. If the strategy was correct, it was very likely that the weak would win the strong. Such examples were simply too many to mention in the battle between cultivators. The yin spirit and ghost that originally wanted to suppress the Epoch War spear had to block the attack of so many magical arrows. Therefore, the Epoch War spear successfully flew towards Lin Feng. The other yin spirit and ghost disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng guessed that the guy might be lurking and approaching him. He wanted to launch a sneak attack on him. Lin Feng had been paying attention to that guy, so he wasn't worried that he could really launch a sneak attack on him. Clang, clang, clang. The yin spirit and ghost that was targeted by Lin Feng's many magical arrows waved his claws, blocking the attack of the magical arrows. For him, his claws were his most powerful weapon now. Accompanied by the clanging sounds of collision, he saw that the magical arrows were directly broken by the other party. The yin spirit and ghost let out a sinister laugh. He obviously looked down on Lin Feng's attack. However, soon, the guy's expression suddenly changed. Because he found that one of the magical arrows was unusually powerful. And that magical arrow had already arrived beside him. He didn't dare to hesitate. He slapped with his claws. He wanted to break that magical arrow. But the situation this time was different from the previous ones. Although the claw of this yin spirit and ghost hit the sunshot divine arrow, the power contained in the sunshot divine arrow was too terrifying. Therefore, the claw of this yin spirit and ghost couldn't break the sunshot divine arrow. It couldn't even slap the sunshot divine arrow away. The sun-shot divine arrow quickly shot toward the top of his head. It was too late for him to dodge. Puff! The sun-shot divine arrow directly shot through the head of the yin spirit and ghost. At the same time, Lin Feng released the domineering magnetic field. The domineering magnetic field formed by the superposition of the 5 domineering magnetic fields enveloped the surroundings. And in the domineering magnetic field, it was filled with the power of Buddha Karma. The power of Buddha Karma was a kind of core origin power controlled by Buddhism. It was the most masculine. It was combined with Lin Feng's domineering magnetic field. The power was extremely terrifying. The yin spirit and ghost that was hiding in the dark and wanted to sneak attack Lin Feng suddenly showed its figure. Lin Feng took out the bell of Pluto and directly attacked that existence. The runes on the bell of Pluto were awakened. The aura of the bell of Pluto was extremely terrifying. This supreme treasure was extremely effective against these yin spirits and ghosts. When the yin spirit and ghost saw the expression of the bell of Pluto, they were greatly shocked. They didn't dare to fight head-on with the bell of Pluto. His intelligence was extremely high. He pulled away at the first moment. Lin Feng wanted to leave the second yin spirit and ghost behind as well. Therefore, the bell of Pluto chased after the second yin spirit and ghost. However, After the second yin spirit and ghost successfully broke free from the magnetic field condensed by Lin Feng. Then, they quickly flew towards the darkness on the left. Finally, the yin spirit and ghost rushed into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. The sunshot divine arrow flew back into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng saw the yin spirit and ghost that was shot to death. The darkness outside the existence had already dissipated, revealing his true body. It was an extremely young man, but he was so handsome that it was almost bewitching. His body emitted an incomparably evil aura. It really is a yin corpse. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly frown. However, he felt that this yin corpse seemed to be a little different from the other yin corpses. However, Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different about it. Lin Feng saw that the yin corpse had a storage ring on his hand. He took the other party's storage ring and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, the escaping yin corpse appeared once again. He took the corpse of the dead yin corpse and then rushed into the darkness and disappeared. Chapter 5281. In the darkness. There was a hall. This was the holy land of the undead. Now, the yin corpse carried the dead yin corpse to this place. There were many evil ghosts patrolling outside the hall. When the patrolling evil ghosts saw the yin corpse flying towards them, they flew towards it. In the blink of an eye, those evil ghosts came to the side of the yin corpse. They surrounded the yin corpse. Something has happened to the young master. The yin corpse's voice was low. The expressions of the group of evil ghosts changed drastically. The yin corpse carried the dead yin corpse. They entered the hall. What's going on? A voice filled with cold killing intent came out from the hall. The yin corpse said, "It's a human cultivator who entered the reincarnation passage." Originally, the young master wanted to kill that human cultivator, but who would have thought that the human cultivator was so powerful, so the young master was killed by that human cultivator instead. This is the habitat of the undead. The living beings of the world of the living actually dared to trespass here and even dared to kill my child. This king will tear him into 10,000 pieces. After hearing the yin corpse's report, an incomparably sinister voice came out from the hall. Lin Feng continued to fly in the reincarnation passage, and from time to time, some powerful evil ghosts would appear, wanting to kill Lin Feng. However, the current Lin Feng was very strong, and ordinary evil ghosts would not be able to hurt him. Right now, Lin Feng's Grand Firmament Purple Thunder Bamboo magic treasure had not been successfully refined. If the refinement of this supreme treasure was successful, then, the deterrent effect on these evil ghosts would be even greater. At that time, there would be even less need to fear these evil ghosts. Of course, Lin Feng also knew. He might not have met that kind of top-notch existence yet. Lin Feng had never met an existence like the 10 Evil Demon King. If he did, it would definitely be an extremely troublesome matter. However, Lin Feng also knew that if he continued to fly deeper, it would only be a matter of time before he met an existence like the 10 Evil Demon King. The key was, the 10 Evil Demon King was not the strongest living being in the reincarnation passage. This was the most terrifying thing. Therefore, Lin Feng hoped to find Feng Yaoguang before encountering such an existence. There were no clues along the way. 10 days later, Lin Feng was attacked by a gold immortal level evil spirit and a gold immortal level evil spirit. The situation at that time could be said to be perilous. It was a dangerous moment. Lin Feng summoned the ancient Buddha skeleton. With the help of the ancient Buddha skeleton and Lin Feng's own combat strength, he was finally able to repel the 2 evil ghosts of the gold immortal realm. Lin Feng's heart was heavy. This was because he hadn't been in the reincarnation passage for a long time. Only a third of the time had passed. Then, he encountered another evil ghost at the level of a golden immortal. One could imagine what would happen if they continued to walk deeper. What kind of terrifying existence would they encounter? Therefore, Lin Feng was a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should go deeper. After a short moment of hesitation, Lin Feng decided to go deeper. About 5 days later, Lin Feng found the letter that Feng Yaoguang had written to him. It turned into a paper crane. The paper crane took the initiative to fly out. When he saw this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Following that, Lin Feng was extremely excited. He was no stranger to this kind of paper crane. Previously, when Feng Yaoguang sent the letter, it was this kind of paper crane that brought the letter to him. So when he saw the letter turn into a paper crane, Lin Feng felt that perhaps it was because of the spirituality contained in the letter that sensed the existence of Feng Yaoguang. Therefore, it turned into a paper crane. The paper crane turned into a real immortal crane. Then, it flapped its wings. It led the way for Lin Feng. After flying for a short while, the immortal crane that the paper crane turned into flew towards the darkness on the right. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. The darkness of the reincarnation passage represented death. Entering it was an extremely dangerous thing to do. In the past, the 10 evil demon kings had also reminded Lin Feng, try not to enter the darkness on both sides. And don't go back. But what about the actual situation now? Lin Feng had no choice but to enter the darkness on the right. Fight it out. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. In order to find Feng Yaoguang, he could only take a gamble now. Lin Feng followed the immortal crane that the paper crane turned into and rushed into the darkness on the right. Endless darkness engulfed him. The visibility of the surroundings was extremely low. Lin Feng tried to use his spiritual will to explore the surrounding situation. But Lin Feng found out. His spiritual will. It was extremely suppressed here. His spiritual will could only explore a distance of 12 meters at most. How tyrannical was Lin Feng's spiritual will? It was suppressed so badly. It could be seen that the laws here must be incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He had to be careful in this place. Otherwise, he might really suffer a calamity here. In this kind of apprehension and worry, Lin Feng flew in the dark world for a full day. He always felt that there seemed to be something terrifying spying on him in the dark. However, perhaps because he was wearing the ancient Buddhist kasaya and the ancient Buddhist skeleton floating above his head, those terrifying existences did not dare to make a move. However, those terrifying existences couldn't have not made a move. When they felt that the time was right, or when they had investigated his background thoroughly, they would not hesitate to attack him. Those terrifying existences would make a move. Lin Feng hoped that the immortal crane that the paper crane turned into could take him to the place where Feng Yaoguang was quickly. About another day passed. The immortal crane that the paper crane turned into brought Lin Feng to the destination. The reason why he knew that he had arrived at the destination was because the immortal crane that the paper crane turned into a paper crane. Then, it burned fiercely. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into ashes. Lin Feng was familiar with this scene. Those immortal cranes that sent letters to Lin Feng before also turned into paper cranes after delivering the letters to Lin Feng. Then they burned to ashes in front of Lin Feng. This meant that Lin Feng arrived at the destination. Lin Feng looked around. The surroundings were as dark as ink, and he couldn't even see his fingers. Lin Feng basically relied on his spiritual will to perceive the surrounding situation. Spiritual will was actually equivalent to a cultivator's eyes. There were many willow trees here. But the willow trees here were somewhat different from the willow trees outside. The willow trees here emitted a deathly, gloomy, and terrifying aura. Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure whether these trees that looked like willow trees were actually willow trees or not. Lin Feng shuttled through the woods. He looked into the depths. At this time, a ball of light appeared in the depths. It was like a lighthouse in the dark night. Through that ball of light, Lin Feng saw. In the depths, there was an incomparably huge ancient tree. It stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 5282. The huge ancient tree looked like a willow tree, and it was very similar to the other ancient trees around it. The only difference was that the ancient tree was a little too big. It was over 1,000 meters tall, and its branches were lush. As for the dazzling light, it was actually a fruit. The black willow tree had borne a fruit. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a fruit that could shine. He quickly flew towards the willow tree. Soon, Lin Feng arrived under the huge willow tree. Lin Feng could feel an ancient aura from the huge black willow tree. This black willow tree had lived for who knows how long. Is Yaoguang up there? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He planned to fly up and search for it. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a gloomy and terrifying aura spreading out. When he felt that aura, Lin Feng stopped and looked around vigilantly. Because of the ball of light, Lin Feng could now clearly see the situation around him. His gaze was solemn. There must be something terrifying coming over. However, that existence had yet to appear. Come out. I know you're here, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Human cultivator, you've come to a place you shouldn't have. A voice sounded. It was actually a woman's voice. Next, a middle-aged woman dressed in black walked out. This middle-aged woman had very thick makeup. She looked very ugly, especially her eyes, which gave people a sinister and terrifying feeling. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I am Granny Yang Yang, the middle-aged woman said. I've never heard of you. Lin Feng said. Haha, it's natural that you haven't heard of me. This area is under my jurisdiction. Are you here to throw your life away? I haven't seen a living person for a long time. I've even almost forgotten the taste of human flesh, said Granny Yang Yang while glancing at Lin Feng from head to toe in an evil way. Her gaze was very scary. It was also very evil. Anyone who saw Granny Yang Yang's gaze would feel their heart tremble. This old witch. Look at appearance. He knew that it wasn't anything good. Lin Feng asked, I want to ask you something. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Granny Yang Yang was dumbfounded. The plot shouldn't be like this, right? After knowing his identity, this kid shouldn't be so afraid of him. Or run away. But what was the actual situation? This kid actually wanted to ask him a question. Granny Yang Yang coldly looked at Lin Feng and asked, What do you want to ask me? Asked Lin Feng. Wasn't there a woman who came here before? She's a beautiful woman. What a beautiful woman. Am I not one of them? Granny Yang Yang said. Then, she stroked her hair coquettishly. After seeing Granny Yang Yang's series of actions, Lin Feng almost vomited. But he didn't show it. He still had some things to ask Granny Yang Yang about. Yes, yes, yes. You're very beautiful. Even the fairies in heaven aren't as beautiful as you. Lin Feng went against his conscience and said. After hearing Lin Feng's praise, Granny Yang Yang seemed very pleased. However, she sneered and said, Don't think that I'll spare your life just because you praise me as beautiful as a fairy. That's absolutely impossible. Also, I don't need your praise because I'm so beautiful. Lin Feng wailed in his heart, I beg you, can you stop talking? If you continue, I'll vomit the food I ate 3 months ago. Lin Feng said, Actually, I want to ask, other than you, is there another beautiful woman here? Granny Yang Yang squinted her eyes and looked at Lin Feng, then asked, Why are you asking this? Lin Feng said, I'm here to find her. Then you're looking at the wrong place because other than me, there's no other beautiful woman here. Granny Yang Yang said. I don't believe you. Lin Feng said. Granny Yang Yang said, There can't be two beauties in one place. Don't you understand this principle? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng had heard that a mountain couldn't contain 2 tigers. However, there can't be 2 beauties in one place. What kind of crooked logic was this? Was it a self-made saying? In any case, this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of this saying. Lin Feng felt that Granny Yang Yang had some misconceptions about beauty. If he said that she was ugly, wouldn't she immediately turn hostile? Lin Feng said, Let's change the question. Is there any other woman here besides you? Granny Yang Yang said indifferently, There is a woman here. Lin Feng was delighted. He was almost certain. The woman that Granny Yang Yang was talking about was definitely Feng Yaoguang. Lin Feng asked, Where is she? Granny Yang Yang sneered and said, Why are you asking so many questions when you are about to die? 100 ghosts parade, thousands of corpses. Just as Granny Yang Yang finished speaking, a sinister and terrifying sound came from the surroundings. It sounded like sobbing, like joyous cries, like reciting poems, like singing. All kinds of sounds were intertwined together. Lin Feng looked around. He immediately saw. Illusory shadows appeared one after another. They were walking towards him. In all directions. They were all illusory shadows. How were those shadows? They were actually a group of ghosts. 100 ghosts parade. Reaping lives. Therefore, wherever the 100 ghosts passed, all living beings would eventually perish. Lin Feng felt that his lifespan was rapidly being devoured. The 100 ghosts had yet to make a move. His lifespan being devoured was an extremely dangerous matter. The situation was very unfavorable for him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. This Granny Yang Yang was truly a powerful character. Lin Feng channeled his powerful magic power into the ancient Buddha skeleton. Following the channeling of his magic power, the ancient Buddha skeleton gradually recovered. The runes on the ancient Buddha skeleton emitted a powerful Buddhist light. The Buddhist light. It illuminated the world. It was dazzling and incomparably sacred. Namo Amitabha. The ancient Buddha skeleton opened its eyes. A dazzling divine light burst out from its eyes. Although it was only a skeleton, it gave off an incomparably sacred feeling. It was as if he was facing a Buddhist monk. As one of the 7 ancient Buddhas of Buddhism. When the ancient Buddha skeleton was alive, it was a master of Buddhism. Even after death, it was still sacred and inviolable. Endless Buddha's light surged out from the ancient Buddha's skeleton. The Buddhist light surged in all directions. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the darkness was dispelled. Screech. After the 100 ghosts were enveloped by the Buddhist light, they let out mournful screams. End of chapter. Chapter 5283. 100 ghosts had no choice but to retreat. It was because they were suppressed too much. If they didn't retreat, at that time, they would probably die miserably. Granny Yang Yang couldn't help but be astonished. Lin Feng's methods had truly shocked her. She originally thought that Lin Feng should be very weak. But now, it seemed that Lin Feng was much stronger than she thought. You do have some methods. It seems that this granny has underestimated you. This granny is a bit reluctant to kill you now. Why don't I capture you and keep you captive, then absorb your yang qi? When you can no longer provide yang qi, then I'll kill you, said Grandma Yang Yang while coldly glancing at Lin Feng from head to toe. When he heard Granny Yang Yang's words, he could feel her gaze that harbored ill intentions. Lin Feng suddenly felt like vomiting. This old witch, she actually dares to peep at me. Lin Feng really wanted to trample Granny Yang Yang to the ground. Brat, let me capture you. Granny Yang Yang sneered and attacked again. This time, Granny Yang Yang condensed a huge hand that could cover the sky. That huge hand that could cover the sky seemed to be able to capture the heaven and earth and control the mountains and rivers. That gigantic hand blotted out the sky and enveloped Lin Feng. It wanted to grab him. After feeling the terrifying power of the giant hand that blotted out the sky, Qin Wentian was shocked. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That gigantic hand was terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. Facing the opponent's attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He used all his strength to control the ancient Buddha skeleton to deal with Granny Yang Yang. Because Lin Feng knew, if he relied on his strength, he wouldn't be able to contend against Granny Yang Yang. But if he could control the ancient Buddha skeleton, then it would be a different situation. The ancient Buddha skeleton itself could restrain Granny Yang Yang. Therefore, when Granny Yang Yang clashed with the ancient Buddha skeleton, she couldn't fully display her battle strength. This was Lin Feng's chance. The ancient Buddha skeleton stood up and walked towards Granny Yang Yang. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Granny Yang Yang. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Energy surged violently. The void was almost shattered. Such a collision. It was truly terrifying. However, the result of the battle made Lin Feng's expression somewhat ugly. Because Granny Yang Yang was actually able to repel the ancient Buddhist skeleton. Lin Feng summoned the Hell King's bell. This supreme treasure should be able to restrain an evil ghost like Granny Yang Yang. The Hell King's bell was activated by Lin Feng. The runes on it intertwined and released a terrifying fluctuation. The Hell King bell's aura was incomparably terrifying. Under Lin Feng's control, the ancient Buddha skeleton and the Hell King's bell attacked Granny Yang Yang. Granny Yang Yang slapped the Hell King's bell with one hand and the ancient Buddha's skeleton with the other. Every collision. Loud thumping noises could be heard from the ground. It was as if two immortal and ancient worlds had collided. Such a collision. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that the laws here were extremely powerful, this place would have been completely destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. Granny Yang Yang was indeed a terrifying existence. She was actually able to suppress the dual attack of the ancient Buddha skeleton and the Hell King's bell. Therefore, the current situation was not good for Lin Feng. Because, under this kind of consumption, Lin Feng was definitely unable to compare to Granny Yang Yang. Lin Feng was considering whether or not to summon Bibi and the others to deal with Granny Yang Yang together. Other than this method, Lin Feng couldn't think of any other way to deal with Granny Yang Yang. However, Lin Feng didn't even have time to do anything. A gloomy voice sounded, "Granny Yang Yang, I haven't seen you for a while. Your skills have improved." After this voice sounded out, endless corpse chi filled the air. "Yin Corpse Ghost King, what are you doing here? We don't interfere with each other's business." After seeing the rolling corpse chi, Granny Yang Yang's expression slightly changed. Obviously, Granny Yang Yang was quite afraid of this Yin Corpse Ghost King. Of course. Fear was fear, but it shouldn't be to the extent of fear. A middle-aged man walked out from the corpse chi. This was a Yin corpse. An extremely powerful Yin corpse. He should be the Yin Corpse Ghost King. When the Yin Corpse Ghost King appeared, Lin Feng felt it. The Yin Corpse Ghost King's pair of cold and terrifying eyes seemed to be staring at him. This feeling made Lin Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. Yin Corpse Ghost King. He was staring at him. Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. He didn't know the Yin Corpse Ghost King. However, Lin Feng thought of the Yin Corpse that he had killed before. Could it be that the Yin Corpse Ghost King was here for that guy? "This time, I naturally didn't come here for you. I came here for this human cultivator," the Yin Corpse Ghost King said. Granny Yang Yang's face slightly darkened as she coldly said, "This human is in my territory, so he is my prey. Could it be that you want to interfere? Don't break the rules of the reincarnation passage. Although your cultivation is very tyrannical and you are guarding a region, if you break the rules of the reincarnation passage, you will not be able to bear the consequences." The Yin Corpse Ghost King said, "I don't want to break the rules of the reincarnation passage, but I have to take this kid away because he killed my son." "Oh, he killed your son?" Granny Yang Yang was somewhat surprised. After the Yin Corpse Ghost King fell and turned into a Yin corpse, his son also turned into a Yin corpse. Later, they came to the reincarnation passage together. The Yin Corpse Ghost King was a powerful figure. Many years later, the Yin Corpse Ghost King became an overlord. The Yin Corpse Ghost King was ruthless. Lin Feng killed his son, so the Yin Corpse Ghost King naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng go. However, letting the Yin Corpse Ghost King take Lin Feng away was something that Granny Yang Yang would never agree to. Lin Feng was Granny Yang Yang's prey. Not to mention, in her own territory, her prey was taken away by the Yin Corpse Ghost King. If this matter spread out, it would also be a great loss to Granny Yang Yang's reputation. Granny Yang Yang said, "I understand your feelings. Don't worry, I will eat this kid after I suck his yang qi dry. This way, I will take revenge for you." Seeing that Granny Yang Yang didn't agree to his request, the Yin Corpse Ghost King said, "Granny Yang Yang, how about this? I can pass on the Yin Ghost 9 scrolls to you. How about you give this kid to me?" Yin Ghost 9 scrolls? What a good thing. This is a powerful immortal scripture that records many powerful divine abilities. Unfortunately, I don't lack immortal scriptures right now, so I must have this kid. Granny Yang Yang said sinisterly. These two guys didn't care about Lin Feng's feelings at all. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to escape this time. And the current situation was indeed incomparably dangerous for Lin Feng. Please remember the domain name of this book, Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5284. However, Lin Feng did not say anything. He was wondering if the two of them would fight. If they were to start a fight, he might be able to find a way to escape. Moreover, based on the current trend, it seems like there is no need to worry. The probability of these two guys fighting was quite high. So, you don't intend to give me face? The Yin Corp's Ghost King said coldly. Yin Corp's Ghost King, am I not giving you face? It's your request that's too much. We're old acquaintances, that's why I've been talking to you for so long. If it were anyone else, I would have chased them away already. Granny Yang Yang said. The Yin Corp's Ghost King said sarcastically, is that why you didn't deal with me? You know that you are not my opponent, so you didn't deal with me. Don't flatter yourself. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I can only take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin Corp's Ghost King began to circulate his magic power. As the Yin Corp's Ghost King circulated his magic power, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The Yin Corp's Ghost King was too powerful. His aura. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of horror. Seeing that the Yin Corp's Ghost King was about to make a move, Granny Yang Yang said coldly, Yin Corp's Ghost King, do you really think that I am afraid of you? If you think so, then you are gravely mistaken. I want to see what kind of ability you have to actually dare to show off in front of me. Wait until I suppress you, then I will send you to the depths and let you be dealt with by the Lord. After hearing Granny Yang Yang's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but slightly move. According to Granny Yang Yang's words. In other words, there was a lord above these powerful kings, but he didn't know what kind of existence that lord was. It seemed there were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the reincarnation passage. Haha, how laughable. You want to suppress me with just you alone? Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. The Yin Corp's Ghost King said coldly. His hands hugged the moon. In his hands, a huge ball of energy appeared. That huge ball of energy contained a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. At this time, Granny Yang Yang also made her move. Behind Granny Yang Yang's body, a black willow tree appeared. The black willow tree contained supreme demonic might. When Granny Yang Yang fought with Lin Feng, it was clear that she hadn't used her full strength. Thinking about it, it made sense, an existence like Granny Yang Yang. High and mighty. He thought highly of himself. To deal with a young cultivator like Lin Feng, if he still had to use all of his means, then he would definitely not be able to do anything. It was a little too embarrassing. This kind of thing. There was no need for others to know. She couldn't accept it in her heart. However, it was a different story when dealing with the Yin Corp's Ghost King. The Yin Corp's Ghost King was too powerful. If he didn't use his full strength to deal with the Yin Corp's Ghost King. In the end, he was defeated by the Yin Corp's Ghost King. Go on, go on. It'll be best if both of you are injured. Then I'll kill both of you. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. If these two fellows joined forces to deal with Lin Feng today, Lin Feng knew it was impossible for him to escape even if he had wings. But these two, if they killed each other, Lin Feng would see hope. The two of you, for a young human, why are you making such a big fuss? At this moment, a voice rang out. Following that, the baleful Yin Qi rolled and a man wearing a grey robe appeared. Yin Fiend Ghost King. After seeing this existence, the Yin Corp's Ghost King and Granny Yang Yang's expressions became somewhat ugly. Because this Yin Fiend Ghost King was a powerful existence. Even if the Yin Corp's Ghost King and Granny Yang Yang thought highly of themselves. However, towards the strength of the Yin Fiend Ghost King, they were also incomparably fearful. Now that the Yin Fiend Ghost King had arrived, they felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Especially Granny Yang Yang, who was incomparably depressed at this moment. Lin Feng was originally his prey. Now, however, people kept appearing, wanting to snatch her prey away. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. When Lin Feng saw the Yin Fiend Ghost King appear, his mood also became extremely bad. If it was only the Yin Corp's Ghost King and Granny Yang Yang, then, although the situation was dangerous, if the two of them were to fight to the death, Lin Feng would still have a chance. But now, a Yin Fiend Ghost King had appeared. Lin Feng felt he didn't have any more chances. His face became extremely gloomy. It seemed like he could only think of a way to escape. There was no need to think about counterattacking. It was just that these three experts were guarding this place. How could he escape? Yin Fiend Ghost King, do you also want to steal my prey? Granny Yang Yang asked in a deep voice. Hee, don't make it sound so unpleasant. What do you mean by stealing your prey? This is called sharing good things. I think this is good. You absorb that brat's yang qi, I will devour his flesh and blood, and as for the soul, I will give it to the Yin Corpse Ghost King. What do you think of my suggestion? Yin Fiend Ghost King asked. Granny Yang Yang said, Hey, you want to devour this brat's flesh and blood by yourself? Aren't you asking for too much? Yin Corpse Ghost King's expression was also somewhat ugly. He said, you take 60% of the flesh and blood. The remaining 40% belongs to the two of us. These guys were actually discussing how to divide up Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng feel extremely speechless. Yin Fiend Ghost King sneered, I am the strongest, so I have the final say. Do you guys have any objections? If you have any objections, let's see how it goes. Granny Yang Yang and Yin Corpse Ghost King's expressions became even uglier. Yin Fiend Ghost King was so aggressive, he really did not put them in his eyes. However, Granny Yang Yang and Yin Corpse Ghost King did not dare to say anything. Because Yin Fiend Ghost King was indeed powerful. This was not the most important thing. Other than being powerful, Yin Fiend Ghost King also had an extremely important point. That was, the relationship between Yin Fiend Ghost King and Master was extremely good. It was said that, when Yin Fiend Ghost King was still alive, he was an old subordinate of Master. Later, they fell. They entered the reincarnation passage. Master became one of the supreme lords in the reincarnation passage. Yin Fiend Ghost King's status naturally rose. Alright, as you wish. Granny Yang Yang and Yin Corpse Ghost King said unwillingly. That's more like it. Yin Fiend Ghost King laughed. The three experts looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes revealed a dense killing intent. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. The three experts were working together to deal with him. Even if his methods were heaven-defying, he still wouldn't be able to contend against these three experts. Today's situation was simply a situation of certain death. End of chapter. Chapter 5285. Let's fight it out with these guys. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. There was no other way now. He could only fight with his life on the line. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a dense killing intent. However, at this moment, a voice sounded, the three of you are in a good mood. You actually discussed for such a long time here for a human brat. As expected of people who do great things, all of you are good at scheming. Although this voice seemed to be praising the three of them. However, the sarcasm was very obvious. The expressions of the three experts immediately became extremely ugly. Who is it? Get out here. The gloomy Ghost King said coldly. A cultivator walked out. Lin Feng looked over. His face immediately revealed a look of joy. 10 Evil Demon King. It was actually the 10 Evil Demon King. Lin Feng did not expect it. The 10 Evil Demon King would actually appear. Lin Feng thought in his heart. He immediately became excited. No matter what, Lin Feng felt that there was some connection between him and the 10 Evil Demon King. The 10 Evil Demon King had arrived. Lin Feng saw hope. It's you. After seeing the 10 Evil Demon King, the three experts couldn't help but frown. But immediately after, the three experts sneered. The gloomy Ghost King said, 10 Evil Demon King, you are the Demon King guarding the entrance of the reincarnation passage. You should not trespass into the depths of the reincarnation passage. The 10 Evil Demon King said, what kind of place is this? It's not even the middle area of the reincarnation passage, and you have the nerve to say that it's the depths of the reincarnation passage? Granny Yang Yang said in a deep voice, 10 Evil Demon King, let's mind our own business. What are you doing here? Could it be that you are just here to mock us? Or do you want a share of the loot? The 10 Evil Demon King said, This brat is under my protection. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're protecting him? The Yin Corpse Ghost King immediately sneered. You are the demon king of the reincarnation passage, and this brat is a creature of the world of the living. As the saying goes, yin and yang are different. What kind of intersection can you have? What right do you have to protect him? The Ten-Fiend Demon King said, I can protect whoever I want. Do I need to tell you? If it weren't for your master, do you think you are qualified to speak to me here? Good. Domineering. Lin Feng immediately laughed. Seeing how domineering the 10 evil demon kings were, Lin Feng was finally able to relax a little. If you have the ability to act tough, that's what you call domineering. If you don't have the ability to act tough, if he still wanted to act tough, that would not be called domineering. Instead, he was called an idiot. The 10 evil demon kings didn't look like idiots. 10 fiendish demon king, are you showing off in the wrong place? The baleful Yin Ghost King said coldly. Acting tough? I didn't act cool, did I? When did I act cool? Do I need to act tough in front of you 3 shrimps? The 10 Fiends Demon King said with a puzzled expression. Seeing 10 evil demon king's expression, even Lin Feng couldn't help but admire 10 evil demon king. What was acting tough? 10 Fiends Demon King was the one acting tough. Acting tough in such a fresh and refined way was definitely rare in the world. Granny Yang Yang said, 10 Fiends Demon King, you are only a king. What right do you have to act cool in front of us? Do you believe that we won't bury you here today? I'm really not acting tough. Everything I said is true. In my eyes, the 3 of you are just trash. The 10 Fiends Demon King said indifferently. You are courting death. The 3 experts said furiously at the same time. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The 3 experts were all high and mighty. Of course, they did have the qualifications to act so high and mighty. After all, they were all overlords. And now, the 3 great experts were ridiculed, looked down upon, and humiliated by the 10 Fiend Demon Kings. It would be strange if the 3 great experts could endure such humiliation. Lin Feng saw that the 3 experts were trembling with anger. Lin Feng knew how angry they were and how much they wanted to kill 10 Fiends Demon King. The 3 powerhouses charged toward the 10 evil demon kings in unison. A black willow tree appeared behind Granny Yang Yang. The willow tree took root in the void, and its countless branches danced in the air. Any one of its branches seemed to be able to shatter the void with a gentle sweep. A mysterious world appeared behind the Yin Corpse Ghost King. Countless Yin corpses appeared in that world. The Yin corpses even formed an army of Yin corpses. It was unknown how many people there were in that army. It was as if they were about to charge out of that world. A long river appeared behind the baleful Yin Ghost King. It was a demonic river. Demonic energy surged. Within the demonic river, terrifying Yin spirits awakened. Upon closer inspection, those Yin spirits seemed to be Yin soldiers. They held spears in their hands. They formed an army of Yin soldiers. There was a saying called the birth of Yin soldiers. Living creatures avoided them. It was enough to see how terrifying the army of Yin soldiers was. The situation in front of him, it was indeed very shocking. The 3 experts displayed extremely terrifying methods one after another. Seeing the methods of the 3 experts, Lin Feng's heart was also incomparably shocked. Although Lin Feng's methods were also very tyrannical. However, compared to the 3 experts, there seemed to be a big gap. He didn't know how the 10 Fiends Demon King would deal with the 3 experts. Since he had already bragged about it. Presumably, the 10 Fiends Demon King should be able to deal with the 3 experts, right? At this moment, the 10 Fiends Demon King also made his move. My heart is like a demon, everything is destroyed. The 10 Fiends Demon King put his palms together. Behind him, an ancient Buddha appeared. That ancient Buddha sat cross-legged in the void. That ancient Buddha didn't look like a devil. Instead, he looked like a holy monk. When that devil appeared, suddenly, the void was destroyed. The many methods that the 3 experts had evolved were all destroyed. Then, that ancient Buddha struck out with his palm. That palm enveloped the 3 powerhouses. The three experts were shocked and tried to resist. Bang! The two sides collided. The three experts felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were directly sent flying. Wah! Then, the three experts each spat out a mouthful of blood. It was different from the blood of cultivators. They were dead spirits. So the blood that they spat out emitted a foul smell. The three experts were injured and fell to the ground one by one. They got up from the ground and looked at the 10 Fiends Demon King in horror. They originally thought that the 10 Fiends Demon King was an existence of the same level as them. They were all king-level existences. However, they didn't expect that the 10 Fiends Demon King would be so powerful. End of this chapter. Chapter 5286. Lin Feng was also shocked. The 10 evil demon kings were really powerful. Such a powerful cultivation was indeed able to crush the Dark Ghost King, the Yin Corpse Ghost King, and Granny Yang Yang. No wonder the 10 evil demon kings were so pretentious. There were only two kinds of people who knew that the other party was strong and still acted so high profile. The first kind. They were really powerful. The second kind. They thought that they were very strong. The 10 evil demon kings were of course the first kind. He was really powerful, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Lin Feng couldn't help but be happy. The 10 evil demon kings were powerful. This meant he would be safe. After all, right now, the 10 evil demon kings were protecting him. Hurry up and scram. The 10 evil demon kings said coldly. The three experts' faces were gloomy. They were all king-level existences in the reincarnation passage, but the 10 evil demon kings actually told them to scram. Really? He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The three experts were naturally incomparably angry. However, the other party was really powerful. They didn't dare to offend the 10 evil demon kings too much. Let's go and find the master to help us. The Dark Ghost King said hatefully. It was obvious that the Dark Ghost King was not someone who would not return the favor after suffering a loss. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of the 10 evil demon kings, so he naturally wanted to take revenge. I'm already here. At this time, a voice sounded. It was unknown when it started. A white-clothed man appeared. This was a jade-like man. Even if he was just a yin corpse. But it still made people feel a kind of sacred and immortal aura. To be able to become one of the lords of the reincarnation passage. This master's cultivation must be heaven-defying. Master. After seeing the person who had come, the three experts all bowed to the man. No need for formalities. The master said. Only then did the three experts stand up. Then, the Dark Ghost King said, reporting to the master, the 10 evil demon kings have gone too far. Not only did they come to the master's territory to swagger around, but they also humiliated us. I ask the master to help us. I already know the whole story of this matter. The master said. Hearing this, the Dark Ghost King did not say anything more. Because he knew that the wise and divine master would take care of everything. As a subordinate, he could just watch. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Now that the Lord had appeared, he wondered how the situation would develop. The Lord did not immediately respond to the 10 fiend demon lords. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Human, you've crossed the line. Lin Feng asked, What do you mean by crossing the line? Humans are in the realm of the living, while ghosts are in the realm of the dead. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. Don't get involved in this. The Lord said. Isn't this the reincarnation passage? This place doesn't seem to be the underworld. Although it's occupied by evil ghosts, since it's not the underworld, how can you say that we've overstepped boundaries? Lin Feng said. Haha. All these years. You are the first person who dares to reason with me. I already know why you're here. You're here to find that woman, right? The Lord said. Lin Feng was surprised. Even the Lord knew about the wind jade light? Yes, I'm here to find her. She's on top of this ancient tree. Lin Feng said. The Lord said, she entered the ancient willow tree's reincarnation tree hollow to search for her lost memories. You didn't make things difficult for her? Why is that? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The Lord said, because she came with a keepsake. No one can do anything to her. What keepsake? Lin Feng asked. It's not convenient for me to tell you. The Lord said. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't very interested in the keepsake Feng Yaoguang had. Lin Feng was already very happy to know that Feng Yaoguang was fine. I want to go and see her. Lin Feng said. The reincarnation tree hole is already closed. Unless she comes out herself, no one can enter it. Lin Feng looked at the 10 fiend demon lords. He didn't know if the Lord was telling the truth. Therefore, he had to find the answer from the 10 fiend demon lords. The 10 fiend demon lords nodded. Seeing the 10 fiend demon lords nod, Lin Feng knew everything that the Lord had said. It was all true. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. Because he couldn't see Feng Yaoguang. Actually, Lin Feng really wanted to see Feng Yaoguang to relieve the pain of lovesickness. But since he couldn't see her, he felt a little helpless. However, to know that Feng Yaoguang was fine, Lin Feng was worried. He could finally put it down for the time being. Can I leave now? Lin Feng looked at the Lord and asked. The Lord said, whether you can leave or not depends on the 10 fiend demon lord's ability. It seems that the Lord wants to fight with me. The 10 fiend demon lords said indifferently. You have also crossed the line. The Lord said, if I don't make a move, how can I protect my dignity? The 10 fiend demon lords said, if I were you, I wouldn't choose to make a move. Why? The Lord asked doubtfully. The 10 fiend demon lords said, if you don't make a move, it won't affect you much. Just because I took care of a few of your subordinates and you didn't make a move, will others talk about you? Talk is talk, but others will still respect you and fear you. But after making a move, it will be a different scene. When you haven't lost a single time, you will be able to intimidate everyone. As long as you are defeated once, you will no longer be an unchallengeable existence in the hearts of others. After hearing the 10 fiend demon lord's words, the Yin fiend ghost king, corpse ghost king, and Granny Yang Yang's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. They didn't expect the 10 fiend demon lords to be so pretentious. If he looked down on them, then so be it. After all, the 10 fiend demon lord's strength was there for all to see. However, now, the words of the 10 fiend demon kings were full of contempt for their master. This made the 3 great experts unable to understand. Did they know how powerful their lord was? He was the lord of the reincarnation passage. The 10 fiend demon lords were indeed strong. However, you're not as strong as the Lord, are you? If you were as strong as the Lord, when the reincarnation passage was in chaos and the forces were redistributed, why didn't you rise? The corner of the Lord's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He said, 10 fiend demon lords, speaking of which, our relationship in the past was still all right. Indeed, it was all right. At the very least, we still gave each other some face on the surface. The 10 fiend demon lords said. But today, you've made me angry. The Lord said. The corner of his mouth was still smiling. However, Lin Feng felt it. The surrounding temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped by a lot. When he felt the cold aura, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lord. He was indeed furious. In this battle. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5287. 10 Evil Demon King said, if I were you, I wouldn't be angry. A lord's dignity is not to be challenged. His lord said with a smile. This guy. He really was one. A person who hid a knife behind a smile. 10 Evil Demon King said, it's precisely because our relationship before that I advised you not to make a move. Hihi, should I thank you? His lord said sarcastically. There's no need to thank me. Tell your subordinates to keep their eyes open and not offend someone they can't afford to offend. When the time comes, even you will be implicated. 10 Evil Demon King said indifferently. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. 10 Evil Demon King's every word was full of pretentiousness. For example, what he said just now. He told his lord to keep their eyes open and not offend someone they can't afford to offend. Who did the 3 great experts offend now? Wasn't it him, 10 Evil Demon King? The last sentence. When the time comes, even you will be implicated. In other words, The 3 great experts offended him, 10 evil demon king, and even his lord was implicated because of this. Didn't this mean that he, 10 evil demon king, didn't put his lord in his eyes? 10 evil demon king, this guy, actually had a hint of provocation in his words. Lin Feng also didn't understand what 10 evil demon king was thinking. He advised his lord not to make a move. But in his words, he was provoking his lord, clearly wanting his lord to make a move. However, Lin Feng remembered what 10 evil demon king had said to his lord. Those words, towards his lord, also had a trace of contempt. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It seemed that 10 evil demon king still wanted to make a move. But he didn't take the initiative to make a move, but instead provoked his lord to make a move first. Why was it? Could it be that he was afraid of something? The reincarnation passage, this place. The relationship between these experts. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. He didn't understand. He didn't understand. But no matter what, Lin Feng knew that 10 evil demon king was on his side. That was enough. He, 10 great evil demon king, I want to see how strong you are. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? His lord walked towards the 10 evil demon kings. Demon gods, heaven subduing palm. The lord made a move. A terrifying domineering aura emanated from his body. Lin Feng could even see the blue domineering aura emerging from his lord's body. Master was truly a powerful person. A yin corpse could actually cultivate a domineering aura. This was truly inconceivable. After his domineering aura emerged, it merged with his body. It could greatly increase the power of one's divine ability. The demonic god crouching heaven palm was absolutely an unparalleled absolute art from ancient times to modern times. The might of this divine ability was powerful to a shocking degree. Even Lin Feng. They couldn't help but feel amazed. At this moment, his lord was no longer a yin corpse, but a god of war. A peerless and invincible god of war who could crush all worlds. H10 Fiend snorted and reached out with his right hand. In his palm, unexpectedly, an ancient world appeared. That ancient world. Mysterious. Vast. Powerful. Immortal. It seemed to be the legendary Devil World. Devil World in the palm. 10 Fiend Demon King coldly shouted. Following that, the Devil World in his palm flew out. Then, it quickly grew bigger. It pressed down towards his lord. Is it really the Devil World? Was the 10 Fiend Demon King a cultivator of the Devil World when he was alive? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. This was because the many methods that the 10 Fiend Demon King used were always related to the devil. This aroused Lin Feng's speculation and curiosity. In fact, Lin Feng had suspected that the 10 Fiend Demon King was his family when he was alive. However, this guess seemed to have no basis. However, the 10 Fiend Demon King might have been a cultivator of the Devil World when he was alive. There was indeed a basis. But in reality, things from his previous life. Even the 10 Fiend Demon King himself couldn't remember it clearly, right? Break. His lord couldn't help but shout coldly, and that tyrannical palm struck towards the Devil World. Bang! Accompanied by the violent sound of collision. His lord and the Devil World condensed by the 10 Fiend Demon King collided. Accompanied by the violent sound of collision. His lord's sacred art was actually broken. His lord was forced to retreat by the Devil World. How is this possible? His lord exclaimed in disbelief. This can't be true. The 3 great experts were also in disbelief. What kind of powerful existence was their lord? Back then, when the reincarnation passage's forces were redistributed, their lord had already displayed an extremely terrifying cultivation. Or else, he wouldn't have become one of the lords in the reincarnation passage. But now, their lord was actually suppressed by a great demon king at the outermost periphery of the reincarnation passage. How could they accept this? Damn, why is the 10 Fiend Demon King so awesome? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The battle strength displayed by the 10 Fiend Demon King was indeed too heaven-defying. Even Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Devil breaks worlds. His lord shouted coldly. He used another powerful sacred art. His lord had suffered a loss at the hands of the 10-fiend demon king before, so he naturally wouldn't give in or admit his failure. So, the sacred art that his lord used was even more powerful. Devil breaks worlds. Destruction of worlds. His lord turned into a dazzling devil light and slashed towards the devil world condensed by the 10-fiend demon king. He wanted to completely destroy that devil world. His lord's speed was extremely fast. The devil light that he turned into instantly arrived beside the devil world. Then, he ruthlessly slashed towards it. Clang. That tyrannical attack. It slashed on top of the devil world. But, that attack didn't cut open the devil world. Instead, the devil light that his lord turned into was repelled by the devil world. After the devil light was repelled, the devil world quickly flew over. Then, the devil world continued to suppress the devil light. The devil light didn't avoid the suppression of the devil world. Therefore, the devil light was suppressed by the devil world. And that devil light turned into his lord's true body. His lord was suppressed in the void and couldn't struggle. He was shocked and angry. His expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the 10-fiend demon king. The 10 vile demon kings had crushed him from the very beginning. If it wasn't for the fact that he fought with the 10-fiend demon king today, he wouldn't have known that the 10-fiend demon king was so terrifying. It was simply too shocking. The 10-fiend demon king withdrew the devil world. His lord regained his freedom. Why? You're so powerful, but you're willing to guard the entrance of the reincarnation passage? His lord couldn't understand and asked in confusion. The current you isn't qualified to know this. The 10-fiend demon king said indifferently. His words still sounded very pretentious. But now, no one felt that the 10-fiend demon king was being pretentious. Because, what did the strong do? It was a matter of course. End of chapter. Chapter 5288. Alright. You can leave now. Of course. Don't worry. As long as you don't tell anyone about what happened today, I won't tell anyone about it. The 10-fiends demon king looked at the great master. When the great master heard that, he looked a little better. If the great master knew about what had happened today, he would lose a lot of face. However, he had to let the other evil spirits know about what had happened today, because there were still some evil spirits hiding in this area. The great master's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. As the saying went, a small person wasn't a gentleman, and a great man wasn't ruthless. In order to protect his reputation, the great master didn't mind killing people. I owe you a favor, said Lin Feng. The great master cupped his fists and left with the 3 strong cultivators. After they left, only Lin Feng and the 10-fiends demon king were left. Lin Feng looked at the 10-fiends demon king and said, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. The 10-fiends demon king said, of course, I'm very strong. My strength isn't something you can fathom. Lin Feng pursed his lips. You're really panting when I say you're fat. Lin Feng said, isn't the great master one of the strongest cultivators in the reincarnation passage? Even the great master wasn't a match for you. How could you have almost died when you entered the depths of the reincarnation passage? The 10-fiends demon king said, what great master? What great master? They're just a bunch of self-deceiving people. They didn't enter the depths of the reincarnation passage. There's only darkness there. After passing through that darkness, there's still a long journey ahead. It's an endless journey. Those guys can't even pass through that darkness, so they don't know how terrifying that journey is. I see. After hearing the 10-fiends demon king's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Lin Feng felt that the 10-fiends demon king had something he wasn't telling him. However, Lin Feng didn't ask. If the 10-fiends demon king wanted to tell him, he would tell him of his own accord. If he didn't want to tell him, even if he asked, he still wouldn't tell him. Lin Feng replied, I want to go up and take a look. To see your old lover. The 10 evil demon kings teased. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Why did this guy speak so crudely? Is that what you call an old lover? That's called a lover, okay? Lin Feng said, nothing good can come out of your filthy mouth. Said 10-fiend demon king. You dare speak to me in such a tone? Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Lin Feng replied, "Of course not, because I know you won't kill me. Why are you so confident? Who gave you the confidence?" The 10 Fiends Demon King narrowed his eyes and said, "Because we're family." Lin Feng said. 10 Fiend Demon King curled his lips and said, "Who told you that we are family?" Lin Feng asked, "If we aren't family, why do you keep helping me?" The 10 Fiends Demon King fell silent. Then, he said, "You should go and see your woman." Lin Feng nodded. He flew towards the ancient tree. The 10 Fiends Demon King remained where he was, not following Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng found the enormous reincarnation tree hole. However, the reincarnation tree hole was protected by restrictions that could not be opened. Thus, Lin Feng could not enter. Lin Feng could sense a powerful reincarnation force from the reincarnation tree hole. The reincarnation tree hole could help people recover their lost memories. What was the principle behind this? Why was the reincarnation tree hole able to do all this? To tell the truth, Lin Feng was rather shocked by this. Sometimes, he could not help but sigh. The world was so big. There were all sorts of strange things. "Yao Guang, I've come to see you. Are you well?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although Lin Feng knew that Feng Yaoguang couldn't possibly hear him, Lin Feng still couldn't help but say some things to her. Back then, when Feng Yaoguang left, Lin Feng was still very weak. Many years had passed since then. Lin Feng had already grown up. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't particularly strong. But at the very least, true immortals would have a hard time killing him. More importantly, Lin Feng was still young. As time passed, he would definitely become stronger. "Yao Guang, I'll wait for you outside. I'll wait for you to come out. Let's continue our relationship," Lin Feng said. He stayed at Feng Yaoguang's place for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Lin Feng met up with the 10 Fiends Demon King. TSK, looks like that woman is definitely prettier than a fairy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so infatuated with her. The 10 Fiends Demon King said. Lin Feng said, "I used to think that you were a proper person, but now, I'm starting to think that you're not a proper person." 10 Fiend Demon King replied, "I've never said that I was a proper person." Lin Feng didn't continue talking about this topic with the 10 Fiends Demon King. He recalled what the 10 Fiends Demon King had said earlier. Lin Feng asked curiously, "With your strength, occupying a territory and becoming an overlord would be a very happy thing. Why did you choose to guard the gate?" "Guard the gate?" The 10 Fiends Demon King was slightly taken aback, but he soon understood what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng had said that guarding the entrance to the reincarnation passage was the gate. The 10 Fiends Demon King was speechless. "You're really ignorant, do you know that?" "How am I ignorant?" Lin Feng retorted. "Guarding the entrance to the reincarnation passage is such a sacred and important task, yet you said it was the gate. If you're not ignorant, then what are you?" The 10 Fiends Demon King said. "Is the entrance to the reincarnation passage very important?" Lin Feng asked. The 10 Fiends Demon King seemed to realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. "How am I supposed to know?" I don't know," Lin Feng said, "just tell me. I'll definitely keep it a secret." "Why should I tell you? What does it have to do with you?" The 10 Fiends Demon King said. Immediately after, the 10 Fiends Demon King soared into the sky and quickly flew away. "Wait for me." Lin Feng quickly chased after the 10 Fiends Demon King. They returned to the reincarnation passage once more. "You can't go back the way you came. However, with me protecting you, there shouldn't be any problems," the 10 Fiends Demon King said. The 10 Fiends Demon King released a ray of demonic light that enveloped Lin Feng. Then, the 10 Fiends Demon King and Lin Feng went back the way they came. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. Chapter 5289. If I go back the way I came, what kind of dangers will I encounter? Lin Feng asked. Some strange things will happen, said Lin Feng. The 10 Fiends Demon King glanced at Lin Feng. For example, your body will suddenly grow red hair for no reason, and you'll become a red-haired monster. Or you'll discover that your body's vitality is rapidly disappearing, and then Your body gradually turned into a yin corpse, and from then on, you were completely imprisoned in the reincarnation passage. Then, you became an evil ghost in the reincarnation passage, and there was no way for you to leave the reincarnation passage. F***ck. That's so scary. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out. The 10 Fiends Demon King smiled mockingly. What's wrong? Do you know fear now? Lin Feng said. People are always afraid of the unknown. Apart from being afraid, they're also curious, so I want to know what's causing such a terrifying and strange situation. Even I don't know. Perhaps this is one of the secrets of the reincarnation passage. The most terrifying thing about the reincarnation passage isn't entering the darkness on both sides, but going back the way you came. If I'm not wrong, the reason for all this should be related to the terrifying existences in the depths. After hearing the 10 Fiends Demon King's words, Lin Feng was actually a little worried. Because, he was worried that even with the 10 Fiends Demon King protecting him, going back the way he came, he was afraid that things wouldn't go smoothly for Yi. This was a serious problem. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He hoped that everything would go smoothly. The wind whistled around him, and everything was dark. He couldn't see anything. Lin Feng was more nervous. Everything about the reincarnation passage was so mysterious to him. There were many places. It was full of unknown terrors. Even a terrifying existence like the 10 Fiends Demon King couldn't truly understand the many secrets of the reincarnation passage. This point, Lin Feng was indeed shocked. How strong did one have to be able to explore the secrets of the reincarnation passage? This was truly a puzzling matter. Not good. The 10 Fiends Demon King couldn't help but say. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked. He felt that something terrible must have happened. Could it be? He was worried about something. Had it happened? This was really something that made him feel extremely worried. Something terrible is coming. The 10 Fiends Demon King said. Is it coming because of me? Lin Feng asked with a serious expression. That's right. The 10 Fiends Demon King nodded. What is it? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. The Fiends Demon King, even the 10 Fiends Demon King of Demon, this was too frightening. Thus, Lin Feng's facial expression became grave and solemn. Now, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. When the 10 Evil Demon King saw how nervous Lin Feng was, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. You're so scared. I was just joking, and you're so scared. Lin Feng was speechless. You're scaring me to death. The 10 Fiends Demon King also knew that it wasn't a good time to make such a joke, so he said, don't take it to heart. Life is full of surprises, that's what makes it interesting. Lin Feng said, it's okay to be surprised, but don't be frightened. I just want to leave this place smoothly. I will. The 10 Fiends Demon King said. On the second day, Yi Zichen was still alive. The 10 Fiends Demon King's expression became extremely serious. The 10 Fiends Demon King's expression naturally didn't escape Lin Feng's eyes. What are you trying to do this time? You're not trying to trick me again, are you? Lin Feng said. The 10 Fiends Demon King said, no. Something is really coming. It's right behind us. Seeing the 10 Fiends Demon King's extremely serious expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Just as Lin Feng had said before, everyone was afraid of the unknown. Lin Feng was a normal person. He was afraid of those unknown things. Naturally, he was also afraid. Like now, Lin Feng was filled with fear towards the unknown existence in the reincarnation passage. Not long after, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying aura. That aura. It was extremely sinister. In an instant, Lin Feng even had a feeling. The world in front of him changed greatly. It didn't seem to be the reincarnation passage anymore. It was hell. Even. It was still the 18 levels of hell. The reason for this feeling was because of the arrival of that unknown existence. What exactly was it that came? Lin Feng didn't know. He originally wanted to use his spiritual will to sense it, but his spiritual will was suppressed to a very high degree. He couldn't use his spiritual will to sense the other party at all. Lin Feng's mood was actually a little bad. It seemed that it was impossible to leave the reincarnation passageway smoothly. The 10 Fiends Demon King was very fast. He was even faster than Lin Feng. The speed of the unknown existence behind him was also extremely fast. Lin Feng could feel it. The speed of that unknown existence. It was even faster than the 10 Fiends Demon King. Because that sinister and terrifying feeling was getting stronger and stronger. This meant that they were getting closer and closer, which was why he had such a feeling. Living creature of the Yang realm, you shouldn't have come here. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. I am the existence that dominates everything, including your life. This terrifying creature said. This guy's words were very self-righteous. But in reality, Lin Feng knew that this existence was definitely extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't as powerful as he said. It was definitely an unimaginable existence. Come, follow me. That voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. That voice was filled with bewitchment. Lin Feng's eyes. He became confused. A voice in his heart told him, turn around. Enter the darkness. Thus, Lin Feng turned around and flew into the darkness. However, he was caught by the 10 Fiends Demon King. Bewitching technique, what a domineering method. This brat is not an ordinary person. To think that he would be bewitched. Amazing, truly amazing. The 10 Fiends Demon King was shocked. Guardian of the passage, you just have to do your job well. Don't interfere in things you shouldn't interfere in. A cold voice came from the darkness. I was family with him in my previous life. Do you think I should interfere or not? The 10 Fiends Demon King said. The existence was stunned for a moment, then said sarcastically, how ridiculous, you don't have any memories of your previous life, and you actually said that you were family with that brat in your previous life. Do you think that I am easy to deceive? If you insist on interfering in this matter, I will kill you today as well. You two will accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs, so you won't feel lonely. 6th update, please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please subscribe. End of this chapter. Chapter 5290. Hehe, do you think I'm scared? The 10 Evil Demon King replied with a sneer. You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. That existence said with a sneer. What is a toast? What is a forfeit? I do things based on my heart, the 10 Evil Demon King replied. On the other hand, you should obediently return to the depths. Why make things difficult for him? It's simply beneath your dignity. You're courting death. The voice of that existence became colder and colder. The words of the 10 Evil Demon King. It was obvious that he had angered that existence. In the eyes of that existence, the 10 Evil Demon King should choose to submit. Then, he would obediently hand over Lin Feng. However, the 10 Evil Demon King did not do so. The 10 Evil Demon King was still protecting Lin Feng. This was the most unacceptable point for that existence. For a human cultivator, he actually dared to go against him. Was he going to rebel? So, that existence's heart was filled with a dense killing intent. That killing intent. There was no intention of hiding it at all. He could feel the killing intent emitted from that existence's body. The 10 Evil Demon King also sneered. He lightly tapped on the space between Lin Feng's eyebrows 3 times. Lin Feng's gaze became clear. Don't listen to any sounds, and don't communicate with anyone other than me. The 10 Evil Demon King said. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded. He was also covered in cold sweat. Now that he thought about what happened before, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fortunately, the 10 Evil Demon King was here. Or else. He didn't know how many times he would have died today. But even so, Lin Feng still didn't regret entering the reincarnation passage. Because, within the reincarnation passage, there were people he wanted to protect. Moan. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from behind. A black dragon appeared. It was about 100 meters long. It quickly chased after Lin Feng. After seeing the black dragon, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. Clearly, the black dragon was a move evolved by the existence in the darkness. That existence was still some distance away from Lin Feng and the others. However, this distance wasn't too far. This was because that existence was already able to unleash a divine ability attack on Lin Feng and the others. The black dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious and its body exuded a terrifying aura. It opened its bloody maw and tried to swallow Lin Feng and the 10 Fiend Demon King. Dragon-slaying art. The 10 Fiends Demon King attacked, then waved his right hand and slashed behind him. A beam of cold light condensed, its speed as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black dragon and beheaded it. Lin Feng was shocked. The 10 evil demon kings were truly powerful. Interesting. This is really interesting. If I'm not mistaken, then you should have entered the deep region in the past. I remember that you were still very weak at that time. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly over the years. That terrifying existence said. Of course. What he said about being very weak was only a relative term. Back then, the 10 Fiends Demon King was also an extremely tyrannical existence. However, compared to now, there was still a gap. That's because I had just recovered at that time. I wanted to go to the depths to look for something that I had left behind. The 10 Fiends Demon King said. Oh, you have something that you left behind in the depths. That's really surprising. What did you leave behind? The existence asked. It's not convenient for me to tell you. The 10 Fiends Demon King said. I already knew that you weren't a simple person. Otherwise, you would have died countless times, but you managed to walk out from the depths. Now that your strength is so tyrannical, it seems that you must have brought out what you need from the depths. However, so what if your cultivation has recovered quite well? In front of me, you are still not that strong. That existence sneered. He had an almost blind confidence in himself. Of course. The main reason was because this fellow was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that it was shocking. Therefore, he could look down on the heavens. He looked down on everyone. The 10 Fiends Demon King said, if I were you, I would choose to leave. There are some reasons that I don't want to say. You can experience it for yourself. Hehe, you want to scare me? In the myriad of worlds, there are not many people who can intimidate me, and you are not one of them. Therefore, today, you will die without a doubt. Of course, before I kill you, I will let you watch how I eat that brat. Don't you want to protect him? Watching the person you want to protect being eaten alive by me must be a great torture for you. The existence said sinisterly. F*ck, this bastard. Lin Feng was speechless. This fellow was too evil. Right now, his cultivation was not enough to deal with him, but once his cultivation increased, he would definitely take revenge in the future. F*ck. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? F*ck. It's better to bully an old man than a poor young man. Haven't you heard of this before? F*ck. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just you wait. Right now, Lin Feng was cursing that guy in the dark in his heart. Other than cursing that guy, he really didn't know what else to do. This feeling of powerlessness made Lin Feng's mood extremely bad. He had never been one to sit back and wait for death. But now, it seemed, there was nothing he could do. The 10 Fiends Demon King and Lin Feng were still caught up by that terrifying existence. The 10 Fiends Demon King and that terrifying existence engaged in a great battle. However, the strange thing was, Lin Feng could not see that existence. That existence. It could actually become invisible. He fought with the 10 Fiends Demon King in his invisible state. Lin Feng opened his eye of origin. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a black shadow. That black shadow should be the existence in the dark. He seemed to have noticed that Lin Feng was spying on him. The black shadow turned to look at Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng saw a pair of sinister and terrifying eyes. When he saw those eyes, Lin Feng even felt as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Too terrifying. That existence was simply too terrifying. The 10 Fiends Demon King was very powerful, but he was not a match for that existence. After 100 rounds, the 10 Fiends Demon King had obviously fallen into a disadvantageous position. To be able to increase your strength to such a level in such a short time is really amazing. I'm very curious about your previous life. You must have been a terrifying existence, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. But now, it's time for everything to end, said Lin Feng. As the voice of that existence fell, he sent out 3 consecutive palms, sending the 10 fiends demon king flying. End of this chapter. Chapter 5291. Suppress. Then, that existence quickly rushed towards the 10 evil demon kings. He wanted to suppress the 10 evil demon kings in one fell swoop. The 10 evil demon kings' expression changed slightly. It was too late to dodge. However, right at this moment, that being let out a miserable shriek as a bloody hole appeared in his chest. Curse. The power of the curse. It's you. That existence turned his head to look at Lin Feng. In his heart, endless fury gushed out of his heart. What a terrifying existence he was. He was actually injured by Lin Feng. If he was injured by the 10 evil demon kings, he would not be so angry. After all, although the 10 evil demon kings were not his match, but the 10 evil demon kings were still extremely terrifying. Therefore, even if they could injure him, it was understandable. However, being injured by Lin Feng was another situation. In the eyes of that existence, Lin Feng, he was no different from an ant. For such a high and mighty existence like him to be injured by Lin Feng, for him, it was simply unacceptable. It was simply like a great humiliation. So, this existence was extremely angry. This existence only wanted to kill now. The 10 evil demon kings wanted to seize this opportunity to further injure this existence. The 10 evil demon kings rushed over. This terrifying existence blasted a palm towards the 10 evil demon kings. Bang! He and the 10 evil demon kings collided fiercely. Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. The 10 evil demon kings were sent flying. Then, this terrifying existence charged towards Lin Feng. Not good. The 10 evil demon kings' expression changed. Damn, this is troublesome. Lin Feng's expression could not help but suddenly change. Danger, danger. It was really dangerous. Seeing that terrifying existence charging towards him, Lin Feng felt the threat of death. That terrifying existence wanted to quickly kill Lin Feng. But at this moment, rumble. A rumbling sound came from the darkness. Lin Feng heard it. The 10 evil demon kings heard it. That terrifying existence also heard it. The terrifying existence stopped and stared into the darkness. Next, a man with chains on his back pulled a sarcophagus over. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the man pulling the coffin. Isn't that Senior Morcho's lover, Luo Shenqiu? It was a sad love story. In the past, the two of them were in love. However, bad luck appeared on the man, so he found a woman and pretended to have a new lover. He wanted Morcho to forget him. Morcho had suffered a lot because of this. She hoped that one day, he would change his mind and come back to see her. In the cave residence where they used to live, Senior Morcho had waited for a lifetime. But he never came back. Senior Morcho. She left the world with endless pain and longing. She was in pain. This was because the oath he had once made was no longer valid. He did it for another woman. He had abandoned her. Therefore, her heart was filled with endless hatred. However, the deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. Before she died, she missed him very much. Until she died, she kept muttering his name. And him. He knew that he had encountered bad luck and could not give Senior Morcho a good future. Therefore, he did not want to delay Senior Morcho's life. Therefore, he only acted for one show. Then, he became the coffin carrier. He originally thought that Senior Morcho would find happiness. However, Senior Morcho did not find happiness. Sometimes, some good intentions, not necessarily good things would happen. Lin Feng had seen him a few times. He had also been revived briefly. However, there were some things that he could not resist. The coffin carrier could appear anywhere. No one knew who was buried in the coffin. In the ancient times, he did not stop. Perhaps he would be destroyed with the destruction of the era. It was also possible. The destruction of the era. The sarcophagus still existed. To outsiders, all of this was a mystery. This is, the terrifying existence spoke. It's actually this sarcophagus. Then he spoke. He seemed to recognize the ancient sarcophagus. Actually, in the beginning, he was pulling an ancient bronze coffin. But later it became a sarcophagus. Something must have happened in the middle. However, as for what exactly happened, no one knew. Lin Feng saw it through the eye of origin. When that existence recognized the sarcophagus, he quickly dodged to the side. He was afraid of the sarcophagus. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. He could not believe it. He could not imagine how powerful that existence was. However, he was actually afraid of the sarcophagus. In the sarcophagus, the buried existence. It actually made that existence so afraid. This was too unbelievable. His gaze was lost. There was only the front. Therefore, he looked ahead, pulling the sarcophagus along the reincarnation passage. Was he going to enter the endless depths of the reincarnation passage? Senior, Lin Feng called out. However, the other party did not respond to Lin Feng. He had always been like this. Because his consciousness had sunk. There were only some special moments. Only then would he wake up for a short period of time. Senior Morcho, do you still remember? Lin Feng did not give up. Instead, he continued to ask. However, he still did not move. He continued to pull the sarcophagus towards the depths of the reincarnation passage. Brat, shut up. That terrifying existence quickly charged towards Lin Feng. He did not want Lin Feng to continue speaking. The 10 evil demon kings charged over, wanting to stop him. But at this time, that terrifying existence actually split into two. One charged towards Lin Feng, while the other charged towards the 10 evil demon kings. This time, this was troublesome. Lin Feng knew that he could not escape from this terrifying existence. Therefore, he did not think of escaping either. He took out the ancient bronze mirror that Senior Morcho had left behind. Now, he had to treat a dead horse as a living one. In the past, this ancient bronze mirror had once awakened his consciousness. Lin Feng activated the ancient bronze mirror. Then, the ancient bronze mirror shone towards him. A beam of light shone on his body. However, he still did not respond. F***ck. The ancient bronze mirror could not cause any reaction from him. What should he do? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the poem that he had written for Senior Morcho. Thus, Lin Feng began to recite. Grass grows under the Dragon Creek, crows make noise at the top of the city. Who is in this city? Pomegranates are planted in the corners of the city. Black hair tied to 5 horses, golden threads tied to 2 cows. White fish drives a lotus boat, swimming 10 miles at night. No one knows when he returns, secretly goes to the Agarwood Tower. The gauze bed leans on Yarose, the waning moon tilts the curtain hooks. Today the hibiscus flowers fall, tomorrow the paulownia trees fall. If I fail to do business, how can I be called Morcho? When Lin Feng recited this poem, he stopped. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 5292. Morcho. His eyes became much clearer as he muttered Senior Morcho's name. Immediately, he turned to look at the person reciting the poem. You are. He looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. F***ck. Is there a problem? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Logically speaking, he must have recognized her. However, it seemed that he didn't know him. This was too strange. Back then, when Luo late autumn became clear, they had communicated with each other. Luo Shunqiu had learned about Senior Morcho from him. Now, Luo Shunqiu had forgotten who he was. Was it because he had forgotten Senior Morcho's tragic life? Thinking about it, it was possible. Perhaps it had something to do with his curse. Help! At this time, Lin Feng couldn't care about anything else. He shouted for help. Hualala! Luo Shunqiu waved the chain. Countless runes appeared on the surface of the chain. Each rune seemed to contain a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The chain swept towards the existence. Facing the attack of the chain, the existence didn't dare to be careless. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the existence and the chain collided fiercely, and something shocking happened. That powerful existence. He was sent flying by the chain. He was so strong, but he couldn't block the chain's attack. You are the coffin carrier. Your duty is to pull the coffin forward. You actually stopped to attack me. Do you know what you are doing? That existence shouted in a deep voice. This guy definitely knew something about coffin carrier. He didn't know what kind of existence this existence was. He seemed to know countless things. Was he an evil ghost from the reincarnation passage? It was hard to say. It was possible. But it was also possible that he wasn't. Scram! Luo Shenqiu coldly scolded. The existence clenched his fists. His body was trembling slightly, which showed how angry he was right now. No wonder he was so angry. He was such a high and mighty existence. He was actually scolded with the word "get lost." To him, it was completely unacceptable for his pride. However, he knew. How terrifying was that stone coffin? The coffin carrier had been pulling the stone coffin for a long time, so he must be extraordinary as well. Therefore, even though his heart was filled with grievances, but he still couldn't do anything about it. I asked you to scram, didn't you hear me? Ten Fiend Demon King sneered. The clone that was fighting with him had already separated from him and fused with his original body. No. Then die. Luo Shenqiu continued. He was indescribably strong. The corner of that being's mouth twitched violently. He didn't dare to stay. He quickly left. Lin Feng was shocked. How could Luo Shenqiu be so awesome? Of course, Luo Shenqiu might have been powerful back then, but he shouldn't have been this powerful. So the reason why Luo Shenqiu became so terrifying was related to the stone coffin? However, what was the use of becoming even more terrifying? He lived like a walking corpse. It would never stop. Most of the time, he forgot everything. He even forgot the person he loved the most. Who are you? Could it be her descendant? Luo Shenqiu looked at Lin Feng and asked. His voice was trembling. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. It seemed that Luo Shenqiu really didn't remember the past. Lin Feng guessed that Luo Shenqiu must have thought that after he chose to leave, Morcho, who was hurt by him, might have married someone else. Then, she had a descendant. This was Luo Shenqiu's initial plan. If Morcho really ended up like this, Luo Shenqiu would probably feel gratified. Even if, he felt terrible in his heart. But as long as he saw that the woman he loved had a good ending and could be happy, he would give her his blessings. He was willing to bear all the pain. Lin Feng was now facing a dilemma. Should he tell Luo Shenqiu the truth? Or should he follow Luo Shenqiu's words? If he told Luo Shenqiu the truth, he would definitely blame himself. But soon, Lin Feng made a decision. He didn't want to lie to Luo Shenqiu. He had the right to know everything. Even though, when Luo Shenqiu knew everything, he would feel incomparably guilty and incomparably painful. But he still had the right to know everything. To let him know. The woman he once loved. She also loved him deeply. He, Luo Shenqiu, was the love of Morcho's life. Even if she died alone and sorrowfully, she would never forget her love for Luo Shenqiu. I am not senior Morcho's descendant, I only inherited some of her things. Lin Feng said. How is she? Luo Shenqiu asked. She was waiting for the day when you would change your mind and go to see her. Just like that, she waited and waited for a very long time, but you didn't come back. Her body became worse and worse, and finally, she couldn't hold on any longer. On her deathbed, she still murmured your name. Lin Feng said. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why is she so stupid? Luo Shenqiu couldn't accept all this. He grabbed his own hair and kept tearing it, constantly roaring. Morcho. The woman he loved deeply. It would actually be such a tragic ending. He felt that his heart was in pain, in great pain. She loved you very much, so she still loved you for the rest of her life. Even if you hurt her, She didn't give up on her love for you. It's just that in the end, she won't be able to see you for the last time. Lin Feng sighed and said, I didn't really want to hurt her. I've become like this, I can't take care of her anymore. I don't want her to be in so much pain, Luo Shenqiu said. He blamed himself incomparably. Incomparable regret. Tears flowed out. He began to cry loudly. It wasn't that men didn't cry. It was just that most of the time, men were stronger. Encountering difficulties. Encountering trouble. He would bury it in his heart. Then, slowly endure it. No matter how tired he was, he would never show it. However, in this world, in the end, there were still some things that could make these heroes cry. Luo Shenqiu let out a painful roar. His eyes. He became confused again. He couldn't stay awake for a long time. Even if he could, it would only be for a short period of time. After a short period of clarity, Luo Shenqiu would once again become muddle-headed. From the looks of it, Luo Shenqiu. He couldn't hold on any longer. I regret it. Perhaps I should have told Mo Cho the truth back then. That way, she wouldn't have died so miserably. Luo Shenqiu closed his eyes. Tears. But they couldn't stop flowing out. No one would laugh at Luo Shenqiu. In this world, there were too many things that made people sigh endlessly. Some lovers couldn't get married. This was one of them. When Luo Shenqiu opened his eyes, he had once again become a cursed creature. Rumble. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. He pulled the sarcophagus and walked towards the depths of the reincarnation passage. Senior. Lin Feng called out. Luo Shenqiu no longer paid attention to Lin Feng. The great evil demon king patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, people like them are destined to be tragic figures. That's right. People like them. It was indeed too tragic. Even if they were evil ghosts, even if they had to endure endless pain, but one day in the future, perhaps there would be a day when they would return. But people like Luo Shenqiu? They would never be able to rest their lives. They had to keep moving forward. Such a person. Perhaps, there would never be hope. He was destined to be a lonely traveler. End of chapter. Chapter 5293. Luo Shenqiu pulled the sarcophagus into the depths of the reincarnation passage. Luo Shenqiu's figure could no longer be seen. Only then did Lin Feng retract his gaze. Let's go. 10 Evil Demon King said. Lin Feng nodded. His heart was somewhat heavy. In this world, there were too many things that could affect one's mood. There were also too many things. It made one feel powerless. And all he did was to continuously raise his cultivation base. Lin Feng left with 10 Evil Demon King. They arrived at the exit of the reincarnation passage. I'll send you out now. 10 Evil Demon King said. Lin Feng said, are we really family? Otherwise, why would you spare no effort to help me? 10 Evil Demon King said, I follow my heart. So the voice of the heart won't lie. Lin Feng said. Who knows? 10 Evil Demon King said. Will that guy come looking for you? Lin Feng thought of that terrifying existence. 10 Evil Demon King had completely infuriated that guy by helping him. Lin Feng was naturally more worried about 10 Evil Demon King's safety. After all, 10 Evil Demon King was not that guy's match. 10 Evil Demon King said, you don't have to worry at all. He won't dare to come here. After I recover for a while, I'll be able to beat that guy up. Is that really the case? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. 10 Evil Demon King nodded and said, of course, I've never been a liar. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again. Lin Feng said. Let's leave the future to fate. 10 Evil Demon King said. Immediately, 10 Evil Demon King stretched out his hand. A devil light enveloped Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng disappeared. When Lin Feng reappeared, he was shocked. Lin Feng had already arrived in the outside world. Big brother is out. Lil Sun was delighted when he saw Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng had only been in there for half a month. He had completed the mission of entering the void ahead of time. Did everything go well? Cursed Doll asked. Lin Feng replied, it went quite smoothly. How is that big sister? The sea woman asked. Lin Feng replied, "She's in a deep sleep. Perhaps we'll have to wait for a while before she wakes up. Since you've come out, I'm going to leave," said the god of the gate of reincarnation. "Where are you going?" Lin Feng asked. "I want to find sacred ancestor Samsara's descendants, but it's been so long. Are they still alive?" said the god of sacred ancestor Samsara. "What if we can find the descendants of sacred ancestor Samsara?" Lin Feng continued asking. "I will try to protect them. I hope that they will be able to survive until the next epoch." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Have a safe journey." "You too," said the gate of reincarnation. Soon after, the gate of reincarnation disappeared. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. They didn't stay. They left. After arriving at the ocean world outside, Lin Feng summoned the ancient starship Shenyuan. Everyone rested on the ancient starship. Lin Feng looked at the 4 experts and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Qing Shan replied, "We plan to enter seclusion for a while." Lin Feng asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "We're leaving now," Qing Shan replied. "Let's keep in touch," said Lin Feng. "Let's keep in touch." Qing Shan smiled. "Of course. Once we leave seclusion, we'll go to Sin City to visit Lin Gongzi." Both sides had a simple conversation. Qing Shan and the other 3 experts left together. Lin Feng looked at the Sea Maiden and asked, "Where do you plan to go? Why don't you follow me back to Sin City?" The Sea Maiden nodded. "I can't follow you back for now because I still have some matters to take care of. Once I'm done, I might go to Sin City to look for you." "All right. It won't be too late to leave after resting for a few days," Lin Feng said. "Then I'll rest for 3 days before leaving," said the Sea Maiden. 3 days later, the Sea Maiden left. When she left, she didn't inform Lin Feng. If she left quietly, she would have fewer worries. The cursed doll left on the 5th day after the Sea Maiden left. This fellow's personality had always been like this. He couldn't stay in one place for too long, so he had to go to the capital of Sin. It was obvious that this was an extremely unrealistic thing. Moreover, the cursed doll had always been looking for opportunities to increase its cultivation. Therefore, it couldn't stay in one place for long. Only Lin Feng and the small son were left on the ancient starship Shenyuan. 3 months later, Lin Feng returned to Sin City. Inside Sin City, people came and went. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Although this was the country of the world of cultivators, the city of Sin had completely declined. Therefore, for a long time, it was like the capital city of the mortal world. There was the aura of the mortal world. For example, it was very difficult to find some small peddlers selling candid whores in other capital cities, but in Sin City, they could still be found. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that selling candid whores seemed to be a good way to make a living. Because the other party's candid whores. 1 skewer was sold for 1 immortal stone. How much was the cost of candid whores? But the other party was selling them at such a high price. This was because Sin City had this demand. After all, there were still many children in Sin City. For example, a child like the small son. Those children were always easily attracted to these things. Either the cultivators of the undying realm didn't have the business sense of the cultivators of the mortal world. Selling candid whores could probably earn tens of thousands of immortal stones in a month. On a good day, they could even earn 30 to 40,000 immortal stones. To an ordinary cultivator, this was a considerable amount of wealth. The small son was eating a stick of candid whores and holding 3 sticks of candid whores. The little guy liked to eat this kind of sour and sweet things. His little face was full of happy smiles. After returning to the depths of the imperial city, many subordinates came to pay their respects to Lin Feng. Then, these subordinates reported some important matters to Lin Feng. These people were all very capable. Therefore, Sin City was developing better and better. After listening to the reports of these subordinates, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. As a superior, he didn't have to do everything himself. Wouldn't he be exhausted to death? He had to know how to use people well. Only in this way could a country, a huge force, develop better. After listening to these people's reports, Lin Feng asked about Pei Yingjuan's situation. After asking, he learned that Pei Yingjun had been in Sin City for a while and seemed to be researching something. The others didn't know what he was researching. Lin Feng planned to meet Pei Yingjun. Lin Feng had just arrived at the courtyard where Pei Yingjun lived. Bang! A huge explosion was heard and Pei Yingjun was sent flying. This guy fell to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body twitched non-stop. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng hurried over. He helped Pei Yingjun up. "What the hell are you doing?" Lin Feng asked. When Pei Yingjun saw that Lin Feng had returned, he was immediately happy and said, "I'm researching a new treasure. Its power is even stronger than the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl." "Damn, what's so awesome?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Pei Yingjun said, "This thing is called the 10 ultimate thunderstorm bead. It is fused with the 10 ultimate yin energy and the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl. It is also a bead, but the 10 ultimate thunderstorm bead is 10 times stronger than the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl." After hearing Pei Yingjuan's words, Lin Feng immediately became excited. He knew how terrifying the 9 heavenly thunder source pearl was. If Pei Yingjun could develop the 10 ultimate thunderstorm bead, it would definitely be an extremely heaven-defying killing weapon. End of chapter. Chapter 5294. How's the research on the 10 extreme thunderstorm pearls coming along? Lin Feng asked curiously. "I've encountered some tricky areas." Bae Yingjun sighed. Lin Feng asked, "So you're saying that it'll take some time to research the pearls?" Bae Yingjun nodded. "Yes. Then," he added, "you have to have confidence in me. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to research the pearls if I get some inspiration one day." Lin Feng said, "I hope so." Lin Feng then asked, "How many 9 heavenly lightning source pearls do you have?" "Right now, we have about 1,009 heavenly thunder source pearls." Bae Yingjun replied. Said Lin Feng, "Alright, give me the 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. During this time, you can make as many as you can." "No problem," said Pei Yingjun nodding. He took out the 9 thunder pearls and gave them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "If you need anything, just let me know." He, I won't stand on ceremony." Bae Yingjun grinned. He was living a carefree life now. In the past, due to the lack of various materials, Bae Yingjuan's alchemy career had been intermittent. He hadn't been able to successfully research the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls. After receiving Lin Feng's help, Bae Yingjun was able to enjoy the benefits. Bae Yingjun had tasted the benefits of various materials and immortal stones. Lin Feng had never mistreated him. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't restrict him from doing things he didn't want to do. Therefore, being in Lin Feng's place was like living in heaven. Bae Yingjun was overjoyed. After returning from Bae Yingjuan's place, Lin Feng observed the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo he had planted. Lin Feng discovered that the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo he had planted had matured. This made Lin Feng very happy. The maturing of the extreme heaven purple thunder bamboo meant that Lin Feng could refine the extreme heaven purple thunder bamboo into a weapon. Lin Feng had yet to decide what kind of magic weapon he would refine. However, the most important thing was that the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo itself was extraordinary. As a treasure of extreme yang, it was not the most important thing. Once the supreme firmament purple lightning bamboo was successfully refined, its attack power would be extremely terrifying. In addition to its terrifying attack power, what Lin Feng liked the most was that the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo was a treasure of extreme yang. It was the nemesis of those evil ghosts. Nowadays, the world is so chaotic. All kinds of powerful evil ghosts appeared one after another. It was extremely important to have a treasure that could greatly restrain evil ghosts. Lin Feng took out the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo. The grand firmament purple lightning bamboo was surrounded by the power of purple lightning. In addition to the power of lightning, there was also a hot aura that entered Lin Feng's body. This hot aura was actually the power of extreme yang. Why don't I imitate the 36 stone swords and forge the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo into a set of combined magic weapons? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The 36 stone swords were extremely powerful. If he could forge the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo into 36 bamboo swords, it would be a good choice. Lin Feng observed for a moment. The materials should be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Feng planned to act immediately. He split the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo apart. Then, according to a certain ratio, he cut off 36 pieces of bamboo. Then, Lin Feng began to carve these bamboo into the shape of bamboo swords. Carving them into the shape of bamboo swords was only the first step. After carving, he still had to set up a large array. In fact, the power of a magic weapon was greatly related to 3 factors. First, it was related to the material of the magic weapon itself. Second, it was related to the array on the magic weapon. Third, it was related to the level of the magic weapon itself. The first and second could be controlled by humans. The third point was not easy to control, because when the magic weapon could advance, this was something that cultivators could not control. However, Lin Feng was able to control the first and second points. Lin Feng carved all 36 pieces of bamboo into the shape of bamboo swords. Then, Lin Feng began to set up the array. Lin Feng carved densely packed runes on the bamboo swords. After those runes were linked together, they formed a powerful array. Then, Lin Feng injected spirit energy into those arrays. Then, he began to temper. Tempering was an extremely crucial step. If the tempering was perfect, then the magic weapon's power would be extremely powerful. After the finished product, its level would also be relatively high. Its potential was also relatively high. If the tempering was not good, it was very likely that it would become a defective product. This loss would be great. And tempering magic weapon was related to many factors. For example, was it diligent? For example, the temperature of the flame used to temper the magic weapon and so on. Although the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo was a bamboo, it was a treasure of extreme yang. Therefore, the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo was not afraid of the tempering of flames. Lin Feng controlled the 7 heavenly fires. Using the 7 heavenly fires to temper the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo would definitely be able to fully unlock the potential of the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo. When tempering the first bamboo sword, Lin Feng was very careful. After all, he still had no experience at this time. He had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, the bamboo sword was very likely to be destroyed. After cutting off 36 bamboo swords from the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo, there were only some incomplete parts left. It was impossible to find the part to carve the bamboo sword. So, he couldn't make a mistake. Once there was a mistake, Lin Feng's wish to refine a set of combination magic weapon would also fall through. After spending a month of Lin Feng's time, he finally succeeded in tempering the first bamboo sword. Lin Feng observed for a moment, and his face immediately revealed an extremely satisfied expression. The power of this bamboo sword was very powerful. And the tempering was also relatively perfect. It seemed that his 1 month of effort was not in vain. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to be even busier. The remaining bamboo swords, he set up an array and tempered them one by one. As his experience increased, the time spent became less and less. But even so, Lin Feng still spent 2.5 years to successfully refine the 36 bamboo swords. Of course. Because Lin Feng was in seclusion in time and space. So only 3 months had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng intended to test the power of the 36 bamboo swords. He came to a mountain range in time and space. The 36 bamboo swords floated around Lin Feng's body. The 36 bamboo swords vibrated with powerful energy fluctuations. Under Lin Feng's control, the 36 bamboo swords slashed towards the mountain range in front of him. The 36 bamboo swords easily cut the mountain range. It was like cutting a piece of tofu. Of course. This was not what surprised Lin Feng the most. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that the mountain range that was cut by the 36 bamboo swords actually burned fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. This chapter ends. Chapter 5295. What terrifying power! Could it be that the 36 bamboo swords have an additional burning effect? Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The 36 bamboo swords were extremely tough and young treasures. Therefore, it was possible that they had an additional burning effect. If they had an additional burning effect, then that would be awesome. Because of the burning effect, the power of the 36 bamboo swords would be greatly increased. At the same time, the burning effect could continuously cause damage to the target. For example, the mountain range had been burned to ashes. This was the terrifying effect of the burning effect. In order to test if the 36 bamboo swords had an additional burning effect, Lin Feng continued to control the 36 bamboo swords to attack the other targets. The 36 bamboo swords cut open another mountain range. After that mountain range was cut open, it began to burn fiercely. Very quickly, that mountain range was also burned to ashes. It really does have an additional burning effect. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a look of joy. 36 bamboo swords. Lin Feng loved it so much he couldn't put it down. They were definitely the nemesis of evil ghosts. I still have 3 treasure spirits here. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, the Primal Chaos Stone, and the remaining one. Give me 36 bamboo swords. Unfortunately, I don't have enough treasure spirits. If I had enough treasure spirits, I could fuse a treasure spirit into each bamboo sword. That would be awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. If a treasure spirit was fused into a treasure, it could allow the treasure to quickly give birth to a god with great potential. When a god was born, the treasure's power would increase explosively. Lin Feng took out a treasure spirit. He now needed to find a main sword among the 36 bamboo swords. The main reason he was looking for a main sword was because he didn't have enough treasure spirits. The bamboo sword that had fused with the treasure spirit. It was the main sword of the 36 bamboo swords. The other 35 bamboo swords were all centered around the main sword. Of course. Although Lin Feng didn't have enough treasure spirits, once the main sword gave birth to a god, under the influence of the main sword, the other bamboo swords would also quickly give birth to a god. Then, the god would evolve at an extremely fast speed. As time passed, the spirituality inside the bamboo sword would transform into a god. In fact, the extremely fast here was also a relative concept of time. This was because, under normal circumstances, the gestation of a god was relatively long. It could take hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even millions of years. These bamboo swords, on the other hand, might give birth to a god in a few hundred years. Such a comparison. The speed was indeed extremely fast. If Lin Feng could find a new magic treasure spirit during this period of time before the birth of the god, he would be able to find one. When the time comes, these bamboo swords could possess complete deities in advance. This was also something that was extremely possible. Lin Feng chose one of the 36 bamboo swords as his main sword. After making his choice, Lin Feng began to attempt to inject the magic treasure spirit into the bamboo sword. The bamboo sword and the magic treasure's spirit were like a human's body and soul. Before the gods were born, a bamboo sword was equivalent to a body without a soul. After the magic treasure spirit entered the bamboo sword, it was equivalent to the birth of a soul. It was not difficult to integrate the magic treasure spirit into the magic treasure. Lin Feng spent a day to successfully integrate the magic treasure spirit into the bamboo sword. The power of the bamboo sword had greatly increased, as the magic treasure spirit had yet to truly evolve into a god. Therefore, the power of the bamboo sword had yet to reach its peak level. When the magic treasure spirit had completely evolved into a god, the power of the bamboo sword would reach its peak level. Lin Feng put away the 36 stone swords. Then, he summoned the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Then, Lin Feng took out the second magic treasure spirit. The second magic treasure spirit was integrated into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. When it was integrated into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, something happened. Because the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had already given birth to its own spirituality. Therefore, when the magic treasure spirit was integrated into the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, it was rejected by the spirituality inside the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. This was not a good sign. When two different spirituality fought with each other, it was very likely to destroy this magic treasure. But soon, Lin Feng was relieved. The magic treasure spirit was extraordinary and had an extremely strong tolerance. Therefore, although the magic treasure spirit was rejected by the spirituality inside the primal chaos ancient lamp, however, the powerful tolerance of the magic treasure spirit quickly resolved the rejection of the spirituality inside the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, the magic treasure spirit and the spirituality that had already been born inside the primal chaos ancient lamp merged into one. Then, it began to transform. No one could say for sure how many years this transformation would take. It had something to do with many factors. However, the only thing that was certain was that the magic treasure that had integrated with the magic treasure spirit would transform into a god at a faster speed. If it was long, it would take at most 100 years. If it was short, it could be completed in a few years. The ratio of Lin Feng's time and space to the outside world was 10-1. Therefore, even if the transformation was slower, after 10 years in the outside world, Lin Feng's magic treasure had basically completed its transformation. If the transformation was faster, in a few months in the outside world, the transformation might be completed. Lin Feng then took out the primal chaos stone and the third magic treasure spirit. With his previous experience, the speed of fusing with the third magic treasure spirit was much faster. After fusing with the third magic treasure spirit, Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of relief. Now, he had finally successfully fused the magic treasure spirit into his natal magic treasure. All he needed to do now was wait. He hoped that his natal magic treasure would be able to give birth to a god soon. Lin Feng then went to take a look at Lung Zishi. Lin Feng originally thought that Lung Zishi would wake up quickly, but the situation was different from what Lin Feng had imagined. Lung Zishi still had not woken up. However, Lung Zishi's body had almost recovered. Lin Feng felt that Lung Zishi might only need an opportunity to recover. Lin Feng pinched Lung Zishi's face and said, "You really can sleep. How long have you been sleeping? You're still sleeping. Wake up quickly." Lung Zishi did not move. He looked at Lung Zishi's beautiful face and her soft red lips. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed it. Then, he said, "Not bad, not bad. It's the taste of a beauty." This guy was really a shameless person. He actually took advantage of Lung Zishi while she was unconscious to take advantage of her. Lin Feng then left the time and space. But Lin Feng did not see it. Lung Zishi's eyelashes slightly fluttered. P.S. 6th update, please subscribe. Please recommend it. Please get monthly votes. I hope that everyone can subscribe to the archaic dragon-esque elephant spell, because it was a full-time writing job. So the pressure of life was greater. There was another child in the family. The pressure of life was even greater. It costs more than 10 yuan a month to read the original version. The cost of a pack of cigarettes. I think it's not much for everyone. Therefore, I hope that everyone can subscribe to the original version. Old Man 2 thanks everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 5296. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he planned to rest for a while, then go to the desolate sky ridge to look for the stone scripture. As the holy scripture passed down by the divine masters, it recorded many of the top inheritances of the divine masters. Now it was time to find the stone scripture. Lin Feng had heard the king of 10,000 spiders mention the whereabouts of the stone scripture before. The stone scripture was in a cave in the depths of the 7th mountain in the desolate sky ridge. The desolate sky ridge was a forbidden zone for life, even more terrifying than a death zone. But so what? Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Lin Feng still had to go. Lin Feng took out his stone armor and gave it to the weapon refining pavilion, asking the weapon refiners inside to help repair it. Of course, Lin Feng knew that to completely repair the stone armor, he would need some special materials, but those materials were very hard to find. So, Lin Feng didn't expect the stone armor to be completely repaired. As long as it could be restored to 70 to 80%, Lin Feng would be very satisfied. Now the number of weapon refiners in the Sin City's weapon refining pavilion had expanded to more than 200 people. Over the years, many weapon refiners had come to the Sin City to seek refuge. Among them, there was no lack of top-notch weapon refiners. These people were extremely important to the Sin City. They could constantly create all kinds of armor, magic weapons, and other treasures. Then these treasures could be used to arm the cultivator army of the Sin City. This could greatly increase the strength of the cultivator army of the Sin City. Repairing the stone armor also needed some time. When Lin Feng entered the desolate Sky Ridge, the stone armor was very important. Wearing the stone armor could help him avoid many dangers. Therefore, the repair of the stone armor was an urgent matter. When Lin Feng first came back, Du Zhu and the others were still in seclusion. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Du Zhu and the others had already come out ahead of time. After hearing that Lin Feng came out, Du Zhu, the evil dominator divine ancestor, and the two ghost immortals came one after another. After seeing the two ghost immortals, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Feng had an idea. He thought, could he send the two ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage? Lin Feng thought. The reincarnation passage was a place full of secrets. Furthermore, there was an extremely terrifying existence entrenched there. However, everything in the reincarnation passage was unknown to Lin Feng. Many places were full of mysteries. Lin Feng couldn't stay in the reincarnation passage forever. This was because Lin Feng was a living being from the Yang realm. If he stayed there for too long, he would inevitably encounter great trouble. However, the two ghost immortals were different. If they were sent to the reincarnation passage, the two of them could easily hide in the reincarnation passage. Then, he would slowly strengthen himself while secretly investigating the situation of the reincarnation passage. Other than that, there was another extremely important matter. And that was, now that Feng Yaoguang was still in the reincarnation passage, Lin Feng didn't know when Feng Yaoguang would come out of the reincarnation passage. Now that Lin Feng had left the reincarnation passage, he had no way of knowing what had happened inside. However, if he were to send the two ghost immortals there, once Feng Yaoguang came out, Lin Feng would be able to immediately receive the news of Feng Yaoguang's birth. To Lin Feng, this was naturally an extremely important matter. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Lin Feng made a decision. He sent the two ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage. I heard that you've done a lot of earth-shattering things outside, Du Zhu said with a smile. Lin Feng said, this kind of statement is a bit exaggerated, you can't believe it. Du Zhu grinned and said, don't be in a hurry to deny it, I think this kind of statement can be believed. Lin Feng laughed, and then said, don't just talk about me, the results of your seclusion during this period of time aren't bad, right? Not bad. The two ghost immortals have both broken through to the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, while the big zombie has broken through to the peak of the Sky Immortal realm. Du Zhu said. Next. Du Zhu said proudly, as for me, I've already broken through to the quasi-immortal realm. Look at how cocky you are. The demonic sovereign curled his lips and said. Du Zhu said, how am I cocky? I was just speaking the truth. Anyone could see the smug look on Du Zhu's face. Lin Feng said, congratulations on your breakthrough, this is something worth celebrating. Let's drink and celebrate. That's good. Du Zhu grinned. Thus, the five of them headed to the Immortal Food Hall. The people there knew that the Lord of Sin and Virtue, Lin Feng, had come to eat. Naturally, they were extremely excited. The chefs prepared all of their best dishes. Lin Feng's group of five drank and chatted. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lin Feng looked at the two ghost immortals and said, the two of you have been with me for a long time, right? The first ghost immortal said, reporting to young master, it's been more than 100 years since we were born from the ghost-raising jar. 100 years is indeed not a short time. I have an important task for the two of you, and I hope that the two of you can help me with it. Lin Feng said. The two ghost immortals hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. Please instruct us, young master. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, sit down. We're on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. The two ghost immortals sat down. Lin Feng said, I don't know if the two of you have heard of the reincarnation passage. The first ghost immortal said, we have indeed heard of the reincarnation passage. It's said that it's a paradise for the undead, and it's a passage into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng said, I don't know if it's possible to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, but that place is indeed a paradise for the undead. Not long ago, I entered the reincarnation passage. Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor had been in seclusion all this time. Thus, they didn't know that Feng Yaoguang had entered the reincarnation passage. Thus, they didn't know that Lin Feng had been searching for the reincarnation passage all this time. Now that Lin Feng mentioned the reincarnation passage, Du Zhu asked curiously, why are you going there? Lin Feng told them about Feng Yaoguang and the reincarnation passage to Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor. Lin Feng said, I've already told you the basics of the reincarnation passage. I can't stay in the reincarnation passage forever, and there are many secrets that I'm very curious about. In addition, Feng Yaoguang is very important to me, so I want to know about her as soon as possible. That's why I sent the 2 ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage to investigate those secrets. In addition, entering the reincarnation passage is also beneficial to the 2 ghost immortals. After all, the world of the living isn't very suitable for them to cultivate. Entering the reincarnation passage will be of great help to the 2 ghost immortals. The first and second ghost immortals said, we definitely won't let you down. We'll definitely complete your mission. Chapter 5297. Lin Feng said, don't feel pressured. Expanding your territory in the reincarnation passage isn't easy. You can do it step by step. However, you have to keep a close eye on Feng Yaoguang. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. We'll remember your teachings. The 2 ghost immortals said in unison. Du Zhu said, you said that you relied on the gate of reincarnation to enter the reincarnation passage, but we don't know where the gate of reincarnation is now. How are the 2 ghost immortals going to enter the reincarnation passage? Lin Feng said, I can try to contact the 10 fiend demon kings. I'll pass on my request to them. The 10 fiend demon kings are in charge of the entrance to the reincarnation passage, so it won't be difficult for the 2 ghost immortals to enter. Du Zhu said. Hehe, it's true that it's easier to get things done when you have friends. The heretic divine ancestor said, how uncultured. It's easier to get things done when you have more friends. Fuck, who are you calling uncultured? Du Zhu glared angrily at the heretic divine ancestor. The heretic divine ancestor said, everyone knows who I'm talking about. Are you looking for a beating? Du Zhu slammed the table. The heretic divine ancestor said, you better restrain yourself. The young master is still sitting here, and you dare to slam the table. Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? The young master isn't as petty and vengeful as you. Get the hell out here right now, and I'll beat you until your teeth fall out. Du Zhu said fiercely. You think I'm afraid of you? The heretic divine ancestor pursed his lips. If these 2 guys didn't bicker with each other every day, then they wouldn't be a pair of enemies. Lin Feng didn't try to persuade them. If they wanted to fight, then so be it. As long as they didn't kill each other, it was fine. Let's just treat it as a free show. The 2 ghost immortals didn't try to persuade the 2 of them. They had seen this scene countless times. Persuasion. Would it work? Of course it wouldn't. And so, the group of people who had been eating went to the plaza outside the Immortal Food Hall. There were many people coming and going to eat in the Immortal Food Hall. Seeing that there was a conflict here, they naturally gathered around to watch the show. Everyone saw Lin Feng. They all bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Because Lin Feng was here, the surrounding cultivators didn't know what to do. Therefore, they did not dare to make too much noise. However, Du Zhu and the evil dominator were naturally quite familiar with each other. Because Du Zhu and the evil dominator were the cultivators who had followed Lin Feng the longest. His status was also different. The Golden Immortals were rather courteous to Du Zhu and Heretic Sovereign. I'll kill you. Du Zhu roared and charged at the evil dominator divine ancestor. I'll *CK you to death. The evil dominator divine ancestor sneered and also attacked Du Zhu. Lin Feng thought. In the past, the evil dominator divine ancestor was a man of few words. But he had been with Duzu for too long. Therefore, his personality had changed. There was a saying that one is marked by the company one keeps. It seemed that this saying was very reasonable. The battle finally ended with Duzu being taught a lesson by the evil dominator divine ancestor. Although Duzu's cultivation was higher than the evil dominator divine ancestor. But Duzu's most powerful method was to use all kinds of poison. Or to use some powerful poison techniques. The evil dominator divine ancestor was a zombie. His body contained an extremely terrifying poison to begin with. Duzu's methods had no effect on the evil dominator divine ancestor. So, it was normal for Duzu to not be a match for the evil dominator divine ancestor. Before the battle, Duzu had been provoking and showing off. But after the battle, he was beaten up by the evil dominator divine ancestor. It became a joke for many people. In the afternoon, Lin Feng began to set up the altar. He was unable to directly contact the 10 evil demon kings. He needed to use the altar. Only then would he be able to contact the 10 evil demon kings. In order to communicate with the 10 evil demon kings, Lin Feng even carved a statue of the 10 evil demon kings and placed it on the altar. After burning incense and praying, whispered Lin Feng, one of the 10 evil demon kings. 10 evil demon kings. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? The statue of the 10 evil demon kings suddenly opened its eyes. Why did you call me? The 10 evil demon kings asked. Seeing the 10 evil demon kings appear, Lin Feng was somewhat happy. He said, I missed you, so I set up the altar and wanted to talk to you. The 10 evil demon kings couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't believe a single word of Lin Feng's words. Hurry up and tell me what you want. The 10 evil demon kings said. Lin Feng stopped joking and said, it's like this. I want to send 2 of my subordinates into the reincarnation passage. Do you think it's possible? The 10 evil demon kings naturally saw the 2 ghost immortals standing not far away. He said, are they the 2 ghost immortals? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Kid, you're doing pretty well in the outside world. You've even subdued 2 ghost immortals. The 10 evil demon kings said. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng was so young, his battle strength was very terrifying. Lin Feng had an extraordinary force in the outside world. It didn't seem like a big deal. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm doing pretty well. If you come to the world of the living, I'll make sure to arrange everything for you. I guarantee that you'll enjoy yourself so much that you won't even think about home. The 10 evil demon kings said, forget it. I won't go to the world of the living. At the very least, I won't go there for a while. I can take these 2 ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage. I won't ask you why you want them to go there, but the passage has become a little chaotic recently. Once they enter, they'll need to be quiet for a while. Don't go to places they shouldn't go. If they go there, I won't be able to save them. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He asked, is the chaos in the passage related to that senior? The senior Lin Feng was referring to was Luo Shunqiu. He had pulled the sarcophagus into the depths of the reincarnation passage. Nobody knew what he was doing. The 10 evil demon kings nodded and said, that's right. It's related to him. Remember that guy who tried to kill us last time? After he left, he wasn't willing to give up, so he joined forces with a group of terrifying existences in the depths of the passage to kill that person. Just to kill him? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The 10 evil demon kings sneered and said, of course not. I think they want to open the sarcophagus and see who's buried inside. Chapter 5298. Lin Feng knew how extraordinary the sarcophagus was. Those fellows in the reincarnation passage actually wanted to open it. They were truly audacious. Perhaps, they should have a deeper understanding of the sarcophagus, which was why they were so eager to open it. Lin Feng asked, what's the situation over there now? That person's power is connected to the sarcophagus. It's absolutely terrifying. How can those fellows who overestimate themselves deal with that person? 10 Evil Demon King couldn't help but reveal a gloating expression. Back then, when he entered the depths of the reincarnation passage, He had almost suffered a calamity. It had a lot to do with those terrifying creatures. Therefore, 10 Evil Demon King naturally didn't have a good impression of those fellows. Seeing those fellows suffer, 10 Evil Demon King felt very happy. They suffered a calamity? Lin Feng asked. I'm not too sure about the details, but it seems like someone suffered a calamity. However, they didn't give up. They seemed to have entered a deeper location, wanting to awaken the ruler in the depths to deal with that person. 10 Evil Demon King said. What kind of existence is the ruler in the depths? Lin Feng asked curiously. I'm not too sure either. There's no end to the reincarnation passage. Who knows what kind of existences are inside? 10 Evil Demon King said. Lin Feng asked, why do you think Senior Luo Shunqiu pulled the sarcophagus into the depths of the reincarnation passage? Maybe it's a chance at reincarnation? Or maybe it's because of something? It's hard to say, but no matter what the reason is, it's bound to set off a storm. Recently, I've been observing the situation in the depths to see if there's anything I can pick up. 10 Evil Demon King revealed a devilish smile. At this moment, the depths were in chaos. It was indeed a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. Of course, even if it was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain, however, it didn't mean that there was no danger inside. In fact, it was still very dangerous inside. The slightest carelessness could lead to a miserable death. Then you have to be careful. Lin Feng said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright, I won't talk too much with you. I'll bring your 2 subordinates into the reincarnation passage. 10 Evil Demon King said. He extended his hand and pointed at the 2 ghost immortals. Shua. With a flash of light, the 2 ghost immortals disappeared. The statues that the 10 Evil Demon Kings possessed also turned into ordinary statues. The 10 Great Evil Demon Kings. He left. Lin Feng ordered the altar to be put away. At this moment, someone came to report that a cultivator called Qin Mubai had come to seek an audience. Lin Feng ordered someone to bring Qin Mubai to the living room. After arriving at the living room, Lin Feng saw Qin Mubai. He smiled and said, Brother Qin, how is life in the city of Sin? Qin Mubai replied, everything's fine, and Vice City Lord Guo arranged a position for me. I went out to run some errands, and when I heard that Brother Lin had returned, I hurried over to greet him. Lin Feng asked, what's your current position? Qin Mubai replied, I'm the liaison officer between Sin City and the various ancient cities. Lin Feng nodded and said, this position is quite busy, but I can order someone to change it for you. Lin Feng naturally took care of Qin Mubai. After all, he was an old friend from the Tianwu continent. How many old friends did he have in the Tianwu continent? There weren't many left. So, if Lin Feng didn't take care of Qin Mubai, who would he take care of? Qin Mubai said, please don't be like this. I have a good relationship with my colleagues now, and I'm very happy with my work. Although it's a bit busy, it's very fulfilling. After pausing for a moment, Qin Mubai continued, moreover, we're already very happy that Brother Lin took us in. Now that we have a proper job, we really don't dare to trouble Brother Lin. We're friends. Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai said, with Brother Lin's current position, it's me, Qin Mubai, who's trying to make friends with you. Don't say that. There's no such thing as making friends. Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai was a little touched. He nodded and said, I understand. Lin Feng then said, from what you said just now, you're already married? Qin Mubai nodded and said, yes, we got married after we came to Sinful City. Lin Feng was a little emotional. Qin Mubai was such a good young master. He was the image of a Prince Charming in the hearts of many women. He actually married such an ordinary woman. It seemed that it really proved that sentence. As long as the relationship was deep. Looks were really secondary. Congratulations. Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai said, thank you, Brother Lin, for your blessings. After pausing for a moment, Qin Mubai continued, she's already 3 months pregnant. After the child is born, can Brother Lin give the child a name? If possible, it will definitely be the blessing of the child's life. Hearing that Qin Mubai was going to be a father, Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely happy. He said, of course, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I heard that some doctors can tell. Qin Mubai said, there's no need to find those doctors to tell the gender. I like both boys and girls. Haha, that's right, that's right. As long as the child is healthy, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. After the child is born, you must inform me immediately. Lin Feng said. I will. Qin Mubai hurriedly nodded. Then, Qin Mubai stood up and took his leave. After Qin Mubai left, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Even Qin Mubai had a child. He wondered how many of his old friends from back then had already started their own families, married, and had children. Lin Feng thought of his close female friends in the 9 provinces. Were they doing well in the 9 provinces? Right now, Lin Feng still had no way to bring them to the undying world. This was because the current situation in the undying world was not particularly clear. Who knew what would happen in the undying world soon? Moreover, sooner or later, there would be a war between the Sin realm and the Heavenly Court. So, he wanted to bring his close female friends over. At the very least, he needed to wait until everything calmed down. In the evening, Shui Yuxin came to Lin Feng's place. It had been a while since he saw Shui Yuxin. This woman was still as delicate and charming as before. Shui Yuxin came over with good wine. She said softly, such a beautiful scenery, being alone, wouldn't it be empty and lonely? How about I accompany Gongzi through this long night today? After hearing Shui Yuxin's words, Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Shui Yuxin. When did she become so bold and passionate? The current Shui Yuxin. Was she still the Shui Yuxin he knew before? Chapter 5299. Lin Feng looked at Shui Yuxin and said, having a peerless beauty like Yuxin by my side is naturally something to be happy about. Why don't we have a drink tonight? Could it be that you only want to have a drink with the moon? Shui Yuxin giggled. Her charming eyes were like silk. It was obvious that she was flirting with him. Lin Feng said, yes, I only want to have a drink with the moon. Apart from that, I have no other thoughts. Shui Yuxin said, then I'll accompany you to have a drink with the moon. Shui Yuxin took out a cup of wine and a few steaming dishes. She placed them on a stone table in the courtyard. Lin Feng said, you're really well prepared. Shui Yuxin said, of course. I can't let you drink on an empty stomach, can I? These dishes are all delicious. Are they ordered by the Immortal Food Palace? Lin Feng asked. Of course not. These are some dishes that I personally prepared for you. Have a taste, Shui Yuxin said. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a dish, and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth. Having a peerless beauty personally feed someone was truly an emperor's pleasure. Lin Feng tasted a mouthful and said, not bad, not bad. You're pretty, and your culinary skills are decent. A woman like you is really rare. Thank you for your praise, young master. Shui Yuxin's pretty face blushed. She then poured a cup of wine for Lin Feng. Lin Feng downed it in one gulp. Have you gotten used to life in the city of Sin? Lin Feng asked. It's fine. It's just that you're often not in Sin City. When I miss you, I can't see you, so I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Shui Yuxin said. If someone else had heard a peerless beauty like Shui Yuxin say something like that, they would have been overjoyed. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Back then, he and Shui Yuxin had already become strangers, even though Shui Yuxin had found him in the city of Sin. However, Lin Feng had no intention of continuing his relationship with Shui Yuxin. If it wasn't for Shui Yuxin's tear-stained face, Lin Feng didn't intend to let Shui Yuxin stay. Lin Feng was a soft-hearted man. He couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Lin Feng said, you can make friends with some people in Sin City. It's not good if you don't make friends when you're living in a new place. Now, there's an office of the All-Knowing Pavilion in Sin City. If you want to return to work there, I can give them a call. That way, you'll be able to work there again. Shui Yuxin said, I don't have any plans to return to the Baixiao Pavilion for now. I just want to stay by your side and serve you well. Shui Yuxin was getting bolder and bolder. After saying that, Zhong Wujishi went directly to Lin Feng's side and sat on Lin Feng's lap. She even wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Every second of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's not waste this beautiful scenery, okay? Shui Yuexin's seductive voice sounded. Her breath smelled like orchids. Her fragrance filled the air. It was simply intoxicating. Take your hands off me. However, at that moment, a voice sounded from Lin Feng's body. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng looked happy at first, but then he had a strange expression on his face. Who was that voice? Lin Feng obviously knew what was going on. What was she trying to do? What's that voice? Shui Yuexin jumped in fright. She was bewildered. Hurry up and get up. Is this where you should sit? That voice sounded again. Shui Yuexin didn't get up. She said, I'll sit if I want to. What can you do about it? The voice said, B*TCH, do you know who I am? I'm a legendary evil spirit. Anyone who's targeted by me won't have a good ending, especially those women. After being targeted by me, the life energy in their bodies will gradually be absorbed by me. Then, those women will start to age quickly. Not long after, they'll become uglier than ghosts. At that time, not to mention men liking these women, men won't even look at them. I'll give you a chance now. Continue to sit, or hurry up and get up. The words spoken by this voice were too lethal to women. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? Especially beautiful women. What they were most afraid of was hearing about their bodies being out of shape, becoming old and ugly, and their skin becoming unsightly. Therefore, when Shui Yuexin heard the threat of becoming old and ugly, she was terrified. She didn't dare to continue sitting on Lin Feng's lap. She quickly stood up. Young master, what's that talking? Is it really a female ghost? Shui Yuexin looked at Lin Feng and asked. She was skeptical about it. Lin Feng said, it's really a female ghost, and one with a bad temper. Shui Yuexin said, why don't I find someone to subdue this female ghost? Lin Feng said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. This female ghost has a good relationship with me. How about this, you go back first. I'll have a good talk with this female ghost and tell her not to come out and scare people casually in the future. Alright then, I'll go back first. Shui Yuexin said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded. Shui Yuexin left Lin Feng's residence. The trace of fear on her face immediately disappeared. Her eyes became cold. In her eyes, there was even a burst of coldness. Bitch. You ruined my plans. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. After Shui Yuexin left, a light flashed. Leng Zixi flew out. She said sarcastically, you're really in the mood, doing something bad with a vixen here, and I even bumped into you. How embarrassing. Lin Feng said, look at what you're saying, what do you mean by doing something bad? Leng Zixi said, it's just not doing something good. If I didn't stop you in time, wouldn't you have carried her to her room? Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Leng Zixi's personality was as fiery as ever. Her words were as fiery as ever. She had nothing to be embarrassed about. Lin Feng said, you're thinking too much, I'm a gentleman. Gentleman my ass. Leng Zixi said hatefully. She thought about how Lin Feng had secretly kissed her before she woke up. Leng Zixi felt like gnashing her teeth. Actually, Leng Zixi had already woken up at that time, but she had been unconscious for too long. Although she had woken up, her bodily functions had not recovered, and she could not move or speak. She had to wait for a few days before she could gradually regain her mobility. Of course. Although she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. However, she had been kissed by Lin Feng. Leng Zixi did not plan to talk about it openly. If she said it out loud, who knew what would happen? Leng Zixi sat on the stone bench and decided to turn her grief into appetite. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. She ate and drank at the same time. She could be described as wolfing down the food. Can you eat slower? No one is fighting with you. Lin Feng said helplessly. I'm hungry. Do you know how long it's been since I last ate? This is not enough for me. Go get someone to make some more for me. Leng Zixi spoke vaguely as she ate. She did not look like a lady at all. However, this was the real Leng Zixi. In fact, Lin Feng quite liked Leng Zixi's personality. Lin Feng ordered someone to go to the Immortal Food Hall to order a table of delicacies for Leng Zishi. Soon, the people from the Immortal Food Hall delivered the delicacies. Leng Zishi, on the other hand, swept everything away. After eating, she patted her stomach and said, "I'm so full." "How can you not be full after eating so much?" Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Leng Zishi stood up and ignored Lin Feng. She said, "You can pack up these things. I'm going to take a nap." After saying that, she twisted her waist and swayed her but as she walked towards her room. Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Leng Zishi's figure was really top-notch. Her face was also beautiful. She was definitely a top-notch beauty.